has connected you to the call. Line muted.
Hello, my name is Mahalia Ramgopal. I live in Candler Park, and I am calling to demand that the City Council follow the demands of Black organizers and defund the police, close the Atlanta City Detention Center, and reinvest the state funds into Black community organizations and social services. I would like to see the funds that are the $12 million increase that is going to the police instead be redistributed to other sectors that are more in need and severely underfunded, like public works and parks and rec. I feel like Atlanta Police Department does not have enough accountability, and with an increase in the budget and no increase in accountability or training or any measures even called for to be taken in order to get the police force to learn de-escalation techniques, I do not feel comfortable seeing more money allocated into this department. Thank you for your time. Have a good day. Bye-bye.
This is Talia Bromstad from Reynoldstown, Atlanta, and I'm calling because about the city budget, and I would like it to be known that we should be putting more money towards social services and defund the police. Thank you.
My name is Tina Holmes, and your Atlanta mayor is disgraceful. She's a racist against white people. She has no business being over our police officer. She needs to be fired immediately. We stand behind our police force, and if she don't stand behind them, she can get her happy back home. And call 911, and I hope they don't answer, because y'all don't deserve the police force you got. It's a damn disgrace.
Hello, my name is Samantha Pinero, and I have been living in Atlanta since 2016, and I just wanted to say that I believe defunding the police is the best way to make this city safer. We can reimagine how the police work when we start defunding them and guiding those funds towards places that actually need them, like public schooling and the arts and communities of the city that need it because they're defunded and they're overrun by the police. The police are too powerful right now and have way too much money that they quite frankly don't need, and healthcare workers would need that money much more right now. The fact that we have to have all of these protests during a pandemic is ridiculous, and we should defund the police. Thank you.
Good afternoon, City Council members. My name is Dr. Jairo Garcia. I live in Buckhead, NPUB. And I want to raise a concern about the fiscal year 2020 budget allocation that you're going to be discussing during this session, in which we see an increase in the amount of budget to the police force and cutting other important services for the city of Atlanta. It's not for you to realize that all the issues that are happening in the city of Atlanta, and I'm going to tell you what is the reason of that. The escalation of the armed forces, the police, looking at our citizens as enemies, are based on the premise that many officers are being trained in Israel. Israel is one of the countries that have the largest violation of human rights. So when those police officers come back, they see our citizens as enemies, that they need to be shot. So instead of giving more money to them, what it should be doing is investing in the people of Atlanta. And I specifically encourage you to support the One Atlanta office, specifically the Office of Resilience and the Office of Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion. That's where our taxes should go. We should not be investing any more money in the police. Those police that are being trained in Israel see citizens as enemies, and that's why the escalation of shooting of unarmed citizens is violation of human rights, which is Israel. And we should be discussing this in public with the media, because none of the officers of Atlanta should be training in Israel. That money should go to the citizens of Atlanta. Thank you.
My name is Lillian Wilson-Wade. I live in Midtown. I'm calling because I just want to encourage you not to pass this proposal that's going to add $12 million to the police budget. I'm calling for the City Council to defund the police and start funding our other social services much better. I also just think it's quite unacceptable for the police to have received a $500 bonus for beating and ravaging upon peaceful protesters for the past 2 weeks. Where are the bonuses for our healthcare heroes? Where are the bonuses for our teachers who are having to purchase their own school supplies? The system is broken. We don't need to be funding the police with this kind of money anymore.
Hi, my name is Khadija Mohammed. I live in Detroit and Atlanta. Giving a public comment to reallocate the $12 million for the police budget and put it towards sustainability of human services and to defund the police. Thank you. Bye.
I support our police officers. They've done a wonderful job. They've been on jail sleep, put in jail. They have been treated terrible. This man attacked our police officers. They didn't attack him. He was drunk driving. What do you want our police officers to do? Let criminals go? Without our police officers, we have no city of Atlanta. Please respect our police officers. They respect everybody. We've got good police officers. And those police officers were just doing their job, doing things to protect the citizens of Atlanta, Georgia, and they have been put in jail over doing their job. This is a disgrace to Atlanta, Georgia. And that is why I'm in Atlanta, Georgia, and that is why I hate this place, because there's so much injustice being done by people that don't know what, they shouldn't be in office, they should resign, and because they're not standing behind our police officers.
My name is Julia Lestwich. I live in the city of Atlanta, and I would like to see the police defunded. I understand the council is voting on the budget for the police tomorrow. I'd like to see them defunded and the money go to community programs to help people rather than hurt them. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Blake Lowe. I've been an Atlanta resident for 3 years, and I believe the increase in police funding is not what we need right now. Recently, there's been claims by individual police officers that they're not answering their radios or police calls because of the recent protests. And I believe that if this is the attitude that police want to have to servicing the people, then they should not be given more money than they were last year. So that is my opinion. Thank you so much. Goodbye.
Hi, my name is Ann Spinner. I live in Grant Park. I was just calling about the budget that you were talking about, and I read that you were going to increase the police budget, but that budget was going to come out of some public social services. And I just wanted to say I don't think that that's a good idea. In my experience, in 4 years, I've really only had to call the police one time, but I've been to the library several times, even though it's not in walking distance from my house. We have had homeless people in our neighborhood that don't have anywhere to go, that are sleeping outside, even if it's cold, which I really wish we could have, shelters that have so people could have somewhere and just sleep on the street. In my experience, the police haven't really, been really necessary or added anything, considering I've only had to use them once. So, so we have better schools and daycares in our community, and I think that we could hopefully. Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Polly Cohen, and I live in District 6 in Midtown. I'm calling because reimagining or reforming police is not enough. We can't fix a system that was never designed to protect those it claims to, and in fact brutalizes the people it claims to serve. I am demanding that the City Council defund the Atlanta Police Department and reallocate those resources to programs that actually support our communities. We know that people are safer, healthier, and happier in communities with high-quality public education, stable and affordable housing, access to economic opportunities, and affordable health care, including mental health services. We know crime is lower in communities with these resources because so often crime is a symptom. Second, I am demanding that you close the Atlanta City Detention Center, whose mere existence encourages violent and racist over-policing of Black communities. In its place, adopt the reimagined ACDC Task Force policy recommendations, which illustrate a robust, equity-driven center that the Atlanta community deserves. Black, Indigenous, and people of color have been denied justice for far too long. Acknowledging that Black Lives Matter is the bare minimum. Black lives inspire, educate, and revolutionize. Black lives built this country, and it's time we yield the floor so they can lead the way. Thank you.
My name is Anastasia Zimitravich, and I live in Lakewood in Fulton County, that's District 5. And I am calling because the fiscal year 2021 budget for the police is excessive, considering the military force, the tear gas, the tanks, the sheer militarization of the police is evidence that the budget for the police is excessive and should be reallocated to other communities at large, which would solve a magnitude of problems that are being given to the police as responsibility, including homelessness, mental health, addiction, and other things that shouldn't be the responsibility of the police to oversee. I think that the City of Atlanta should establish a reimagining public safety plan, creating a 5 to 7 year plan to dismantle the Atlanta Police Department and build a community-based, community-controlled public safety system. Do not begin the hiring process of a new chief of police until a community-based council can be formed to review APD scope of work and disperse hiring decision, making power across the community's review committee, decrease officer to resident ratio, and demilitarize APD through assessing use of riot gear, chemical, and lethal weapons. Thank you for your time.
Hello, my name is Margot Lyman, and I'm born and raised in Atlanta, and I still live there. I'm from Candler Park neighborhood, the End Zone 6, and now I live in Muncie Highlands neighborhood. And I am very concerned about all the police brutality that's been happening in Atlanta, and I'm really concerned to see that the city council is planning to increase the police budget, because I think that is probably the opposite of what should happen. I think that we should redistribute those funds into other public services, like education, welfare, stuff like that. I think would be really beneficial to our community. I think that would be a lot more beneficial than the cops, because I know that there are some good cops that help, but I think a lot of the times cops can escalate situations, and they're so over armed and have all this riot gear and stuff, and it can be really scary. And I just don't think it's really necessary, because we are a peaceful people. I've been out in the streets every day protesting, and the Atlanta community is actually a very beautiful and peaceful group, and it seems to only escalate when there's more and more military and cops there. So I think it's in our best interest to redistribute those funds into other places. Thank you so much. I really hope you take these.
Hello. Please enter your 6-digit conference code. Thank you for joining the Atlanta City Council meeting conference bridge. You will be granted access momentarily. If you need to speak, please press 5* on your keypad and you will be unmuted. Thank you. The conference has not started. connected you to the call. We will now connect you to your call. The host has joined the conference.
And I would like for the police to be defunded. I think that the increase in budget.
Line muted.
In fact, I think that we should decrease the current budget and the proposed budget for police in the future. And I would like to see that funding instead go to better places like equality, diversity, and inclusion, human trafficking, immigrant affairs, sustainability, and human services. All of these things support a healthy society instead of paying for cops to just bully people into submission. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Sam Stewart. I live in Candler Park, 30307. My comment is that I believe the police budget needs to be revisited. We need to defund the police. They do not need to have military equipment. We need to reinvest that money into community outreach programs, as well as mental health and addiction counseling. And that's all I have to say.
Hi, my name is Sarah Correa. I'm calling regarding the Atlanta City Council vote on the budget tomorrow. I'm asking you to please take funds away from the police budget and reallocate them to the executive offices, including equity, diversity, and inclusion, and human trafficking, immigrant affairs, sustainability, and human services. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Brian Shear, and I live in the neighborhood of East Lake, just in Decatur, and I'm calling to leave a message to defund the police. Thank you. Bye.
Hello, my name is Lucy Doty. I live in Atlanta, Georgia. I'm calling to tell the City Council that reimagining the police is not enough.
We must defund the police, redirecting all of that money back into social services and healthcare programs, mental health care programs, public education, and anything that is not a false public service that we have to protect ourselves from at large. Please do the right thing for your people. I know people are telling you this over and over and over again, and we will know if you don't act. Please take heed and pay attention. We're counting on you. Thank you.
My name is Julie Wyman, and I'm a resident of Brookhaven in Atlanta, Georgia. I demand that you defund the police. Reimagining the police is not enough, and that has been proven ineffective on many different occasions. It is not enough just to reimagine the police. We need to completely defund them, get rid of them. If we do not do that, then there's no way that anything is going to get any better, and reimagining the police is just simply not enough. These people's lives are worth so much more than white supremacy, and all of it is just horrible. So again, I demand that we defund the police for the city of Atlanta, and I think that we should go beyond that too, do that with everywhere. Thank you.
Morrison. I live in Virginia Highlands neighborhood, and I am calling to ask that the Atlanta City Council defund the police for the fiscal year of 2021 and reallocate those millions of dollars in funding to services and infrastructure that will actually benefit our community and the people of Atlanta. Thank you so much. Take care. Have a good day.
Hello, my name is Ashley Rivas-Triana. I would like to leave a message for, calling for the defunding of the Atlanta Police Department and instead redirecting that money that is very much needed into community programs and community care, and could be much better used for so much more helpful initiatives that actually help the community rather than funding the police. Defund the police. Thank you.
Good afternoon, City Council members. This is Chanel Fuels. I'm calling from Decatur, Georgia. Notice that tomorrow when you vote on the city's budget, you vote to defund the police department and utilize those funds that you would to increase your budget on services to give back to the community, such as education, social services, mental health, so that we can eventually eliminate the need to have police respond to those types of emergencies. Thank you for your time.
My name is Sue Tarshis, and I would like to request that the police budget amount be defunded to an amount that can support the offices of equity, diversity, and inclusion, and human trafficking, immigrant affairs, sustainability, and human services. And that money should not be taken away from them and given to the police. It needs to go to the community services. Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm calling to let the City Council know that in order to actually invest in people and communities in the city of Atlanta, we need to defund the police. The police have caused Black people especially nothing but harm, Black and poor people nothing but harm, and we saw that with the terrible killing of Rashard Brooks. And we see that constantly with the constant killings, the targeting, and the criminalization across the city of Atlanta. So I'm calling you all as the City Council of the City of Atlanta to defund the police, because if not, the blood will be on your hands. The blood of Black people and poor people in the City of Atlanta will be on your hands. And this is your time. You have the ability to do something. You have the ability to do something. Not a task force. Not a task force. You have the ability to do something. So use the power that people have placed you in office for, and use it for the will of the people. Not for corporations, not for self-interest, not for the people out in Buckhead, but for the will of the people that are calling you on this voicemail to tell you what to do. And that is what you need to do, and to defund the police.
This is Gina DeLucci, and I am leaving my comment that I disagree with having picnickers on the North Fulton Golf Course. I've been out there walking, and people are picnicking on areas that like on the greens, that they shouldn't be. They're leaving trash, and then the golfers can't play. And it's the golfers who pay primarily for that course. It's not picnickers who ever pay. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Liz Berry, and I live in East Atlanta Village neighborhood. I've been a long-time member, long-time constituent of the city of Atlanta. Actually, my dad served on the police force, which is why I want to defund the police. I understand that they provide essential services. However, those services are clearly not being done to the best of their ability. I was a former sexual assault survivor advocate, and honestly, I know for a fact that if more money was given to programs that aid victims and help them move instead of only being limited to calling the police, I know for a fact that the system would significantly be better. So anyway, defund the police. Again, my name is Liz Rary. You can, call me back, at 44354-0716. Thank you so much. Bye.
Hi, my name is Laura Diaz, and I am a resident of the city of Decatur, and I was a longtime resident in the West End and Edgewood. I am calling to ask that the city council defund the police because I am concerned that funds aren't being allocated to support Atlanta residents. We have a huge homelessness problem. The police are harming our community. They're putting people in jail and in prison when funds should be allocated for Atlanta residents, especially Black residents, to thrive, to not be evicted from their homes, to not be criminalized and killed by the police. I am again asking the city of Atlanta relocate the funds that would go to the police into programs that would support the communities of the city, specifically Black communities. Thank you.
Hi, this is Cornelia Villa. I'm an Atlanta constituent calling to voice my concern about the upcoming budget allocations. I do not believe that Atlanta's police force needs the massive amount of funding that it's currently receiving, and I believe we need to start the process of defunding the police and investing in the wellness of our local communities instead. We do not think that the police keep us safe, and the people do not want our tax dollars to keep going to the police. Please allocate funds away from the police and towards social services and community investments like affordable housing, like schools, like welfare and food stamps expansions, like parks programs, like environmental protections, like free mental health and healing services. Thank you.
Hello, Atlanta City Council. This is Alex Trachtenberg. I live in Grant Park, Atlanta. I'm calling to request that you defund the police, that you allocate the additional $12 million in additional budget in the fiscal year 21 police budget to other more important services and needs within our community, like community development services, the mayor's office, equity, diversity, inclusion, ending human trafficking, immigrant affairs, sustainability and resiliency, and human services. I demand a participatory budgeting process, divestment from criminalization, and a greater investment in public health. I appreciate your consideration and deliberation over these matters and hope that you take these comments into consideration. Thank you. Bye.
Hi, my name is Jefferson Sporn. I'm a resident of the Kirkwood neighborhood in Atlanta. I'm calling to ensure that we do not add $12 million to the police budget of Atlanta, that in fact you defund the police and move the money into offices and programs that we know reduce crime. I'm asking that you do not cut from the equity, diversity, and inclusion office, or immigrant affairs, or human services, or homelessness, but in fact defund the police and put the money back in there. The police stop terrorizing and oppressing our neighborhoods, and we move the money into the things that truly reduce crime and make communities flourish. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Ryan Crook. I live in West End, and I'm a licensed professional counselor with an office in Westview. I'm reaching out, understanding that you guys are proposing a $12 million proposal to the police budget, and I believe with what's going on in the modern day and the movement, that we would like to see this new money moved elsewhere and to defund the police department. I absolutely believe the police department is overly funded, and as you can see by the many killings, particularly even here in Atlanta recently, that this money would be better spent to organizations that actually can handle, know how to handle, and aren't trained as armed forces to handle things such as if we have more funding for crisis, if we have more funding for housing, if we have more funding for DUI calls, the police should not be the first line of defense, and we should definitely have a more widespread plan as to where this money should go to actually healing and helping organizations. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Liz Morgan. I live in Vining, and I'm calling to request the City Council vote to defund the police tomorrow at the budget meeting, rather than adding millions of dollars to the police and cutting from important initiatives like diversity training, human trafficking, immigrant affairs. So demanding that they defund the police instead. Thank you so much.
Hi, this is Kelsey Bond. I live in Fulton County, District 2. And I was just calling to let the City Council know that I think the Atlanta budget for fiscal year 2021 allocates way too much money to the police force. And I think that a significant portion of that budget needs to be reallocated to the community to help funding public health services and other community services. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Trip Barron, and I work and live in Reynoldstown. And I'm calling to say that I think it would be a travesty of budgeting to increase the police budget. I think our police officers are overburdened with things that are not crime. They are not appropriately trained to handle many of the calls that they are sent to, and that money would be better allocated to mental health specialists, social workers, nonprofits, and other organizations that can address the issues that police officers do not need to be involved in. Police should only be called for crime and issues of public safety. People having an attack of suicidality, people just going through a tough time and some tough circumstances don't need to be criminalized. And I think that money would be better spent on people who have made a career, been educated, and specialized in those issues. Thank you so much.
Hello, my name is Ariel Walker, and I've been a resident in the city of Atlanta for 12 years now. I'm calling to urge you to defund the police and reallocate those funds towards community efforts. Thank you. Please consider this.
Hey there, my name is Catherine. I live in Tateville in Atlanta. My family lives there. It's a place that's very important to me. It's my home. I'm aware that the city is potentially cutting services from executive office, such as equity and inclusion training, ending human trafficking, immigrant affairs, human services, and sustainability. And I really urge you to not cut funds from these services. I believe that a strong Atlanta is an Atlanta that serves its people and not the police. So in order to keep Atlanta safe and strong, please allocate more funds to these human services and these social services and not to the police force. We do not need a militarized police. That has been made very clear in the current events. So thank you for listening. Please fund these social services and not the police. Goodbye.
Hi, my name is Sasha Tico, and I'm a resident
of Virginia Highlands here in Atlanta, and I'm calling to object to the proposed budget for fiscal year 2021, which sees a roughly $12 million increase in the police budget for the next year, making up roughly 1/3 of the entire city budget. I stand with call to defund the APD, the very police department that is responsible for the killing of Rayshard Brooks, of Alexia Christian, which is responsible for the killing of Oscar Kane, which is responsible for the killing of DeAndre Phillips, and which is responsible for criminalizing and endangering Black life in the city. Policing does not keep us safe. Care, the education and community keep us safe. I stand with proposals to create a 5 to 7 year plan to dismantle APD and build a new community-based, community-controlled public safety system based on restorative justice, not incarceration. I demand that the police department's budget for fiscal year 2021 be cut by 50% by reducing APD's scope of work. I demand that these dollars saved by cutting the budget by 50% are reallocated to alternative and community-based resources, including but not limited to the newly formed Department of Equity and Diversion programs such as pre-arrest diversion. I demand a decrease of the officer-to-resident ratio, and I demand the demilitarization of APD immediately through the elimination of riot gear, chemical, and lethal weapon use. I demand that you close the jail by July 1st and demolish the building, and I demand justice for Rayshard Brooks, Alexia Christian, Oscar Kane, and DeAndre Phillips. Thank you, and remember that life is on your hands.
Good afternoon. My name is Diane Park. I'm calling as a resident of Atlanta to remind you all that we as a city do not need more police services, and that we need to defund the police department immediately. In the past few weeks, I've been extremely disgusted in the way that the city has been utilizing the police and prioritizing profit again over the people. Looking at our city budget for next year, it shows that we are redirecting money away from community services that actually matter, such as parks, cultural affairs, even education, while the police department is set to receive almost a 6% increase. That is ridiculous. We've been making national news and headlines at this point for murdering innocent Black and brown people, and it's comical at this point because you say that in the proposed budget, that Georgia, our biggest weakness is our low educational achievement, and it's probably the main reason why Georgia's per capita income, etc., is below average. I'm sorry, but even with the global pandemic that's currently happening in the country, I find it funny that we're trying to slash the state budget by almost 14%, and that includes the Department of Education. If you so badly want to improve our economy, as you're saying in the proposal, but you're citing lack of education as the reason, you're being a hypocrite. You're taking money away from our department. How does that make any sense? We need to divest public funding into areas that actually matter. Again, this does not include the police department. I formally request that we deny Mayor Bottom's proposed budget and that we reallocate the funds for the police elsewhere. Do you truly love Atlanta? Then it's time to wake up and start fighting for our people and the injustices they face. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Haviland Miller. I am a resident of DeKalb County in Georgia. I'm calling because I know that you are voting on your budget tomorrow. The City Council is voting on the budget tomorrow, and I want to urge you to really strongly consider reallocating funds away from the police. I attended Monday's virtual City Council meeting, and I listened as Mayor Lance Bottoms described allocating funds for measures that we know don't work, including putting cameras on cops. She herself described watching the cop footage of Rayshard Brooks being killed, and I don't understand how we can advocate for cameras when we know they won't work. Other measures that have been enacted in the past have also not worked. What we need is community policing. What we need is more money for education. What we need is more money for the people in our community that through means of suppression and repression are being forced to commit crimes and being pushed into violent acts. And we need to move away from that.
please consider defunding the police. Thank you.
Hello, this is Tolu Oluyemi. I live in zip code 30329, and I'm concerned about the proposed budget, specifically the cuts to the executive office, including the Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion Office, Immigrant Affairs, and ending human trafficking. With that, contrasted to the 12 million police budget increase after there was already a 5 million increase last year. I would like to see the police budget cut and more resources going into services that will benefit the community. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Dina Williams. I'm a resident in Zone 6 off Boulevard, in a very interesting area, but it is beautiful and diverse, and the police are intricate in keeping order and safety over in my neighborhood where I have been since 2002. And I just cannot say enough great things about the Atlanta Police Department and their professionalism and their camaraderie here in the neighborhood, even among some of the neighbors. I just don't see what the media is making out to be these violent, militant police officers. And I really hope you guys will reconsider any sort of idea that you might want to defund our amazing Atlanta Police Department, because they are truly phenomenal. They work so hard. It is such a thankless job. And our police department is as wonderful and diverse as our neighborhood and city. And I just feel like Killer Mike said it best. In Atlanta, we do it differently here. We cut differently. So I really hope that you guys will consider how amazing our Atlanta Police Department is and do not defund our amazing, brave men and women of the APD. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Maggie Ware. I'm from Roswell, Georgia. I'm calling about the proposed budget cut from the executive offices, which would cut $1.2 million from things like equity, diversity, inclusion, ending human trafficking, immigrant affairs, sustainability, and human services, and add $12 million to the police budget, which is honestly kind of ridiculous. The police should be defunded. We should be putting that money into equity, diversity, and inclusion, into human trafficking, into immigrant affairs, into sustainability, and into human services. So please do the right thing. Please defund the police. They don't need any more money. We need to put the money into the communities, into your people that you are supposed to represent, not into a militarized police force that does whatever the heck they want. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jamie Randall, and I'm a resident of Midtown. I'm calling to request that the council move beyond just reimagining the police, that they make moves to defund it. Increased trainings have proven to be ineffective in stopping the violence of police against the very citizens they are paid to protect. The City of Atlanta should establish a new public safety plan to eventually dismantle APD and imagine a new community-based, community-controlled public safety system. The department's 2021 budget should be cut by 50% by reducing the APD's scope of work, starting with relieving officers from all other forms of quality of life policing. All dollars saved from the reduction in APD's budget in fiscal year 2021 should be reallocated to alternatives and community-based resources, including but not limited to the newly formed Department of Equity, diversion programs such as pre-arrest diversion, and other community-controlled programs. I also ask that investigations are reopened into all APD killers since 2017, and that a community tribunal is developed to assess and support and take steps to hold APD officers accountable. So many others before Rayshard Brooks have been wrongfully killed by police who failed to follow procedure, and those victims' families deserve to see justice. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Samantha Gabai. I'm a nurse at a highly trafficked hospital. I've been dealing with COVID patients and non-COVID patients, and I just wanted to say that that is important work. The police work and the actions that they're taking right now is horrible, and I strongly disagree with adding any money to the police budget, and I really hope that y'all don't do that. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Pauline Ventura. I live in District 5 in Cabbagetown. I wanted to call to voice my
opinion against the $12 million increase to the APD, and I would like it to be reallocated to the community, as we've seen that communities that are taken care of have lower crime rates to begin with, and they don't need the violent and aggressive tactics of the police. It would be great for this to be reallocated to community development, low-income housing, parks and rec, etc. Thank you, and have a good day.
Yes, I'd like to leave a message. My name is Pam, P-A-M, Fellows, Fellows, and I think the budget should include the funding for the police department, and that's very important to me. I live on Jet Ridge Drive. Okay, guess I don't need to leave my number, but thank you. Bye.
Hello, my name is Megan McSorley. I live in the Blandtown neighborhood of NTUD. I am calling on behalf of the public budget hearing that's happening tomorrow on June 19th. I think that the events of the past few weeks have made it very clear that reimagining the police is simply not enough. We really need to defund the police and reallocate those funds for social services, for the public school system, for other public safety options. I moved here from Minneapolis, and I think that what they're doing there is really impressive, and I hope that the Atlanta City Council will continue to look elsewhere for inspiration, because what you have on the table right now is not enough. Please defund the Atlanta PD. They've killed people in sight of the media. They've made a mockery of Georgia. It's embarrassing. Please defund the police. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Deborah Buster. I'm calling to speak about the budget. We have a home in the Perrin neighborhood as well as Collier Hills, both in the city of Atlanta. I think the budget should be structured to afford pay increases for the police and firefighters, including EMTs. It will show them how greatly we appreciate the fact that they put their lives on the line for us every day. Your jobs are harder and more thankless, and one way to express the gratitude of the public is to increase salaries and benefits to attract and retain these fine men and women and provide all of the training and equipment that they need to do their jobs safely. Thank you.
My name is Caitlin Otto, and I live in Sandy Springs and still have Atlanta PD come over into this city. And I really, really, really do not want you all to add $12 million to the Atlanta PD budget while you're planning on defunding programs that will actually help people. You need to put that $12 million into helping homelessness, into education, into everything but the Atlanta PD. Now is not the time to put more money into this department. Now is the time to reevaluate it, restructure it, and defund it. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Mae Painter. I was born in Doraville and grew up mostly in Chamblee, and I now live in Buckhead. I am calling to tell the City Council that reimagining the police is not enough. And explicitly, we are demanding that the City Council defund the police. We want them to reallocate the resources. The APD has failed to improve public safety and wellness, and attempts to curb police violence through increased trainings have been ultimately unaffected. We also want justice for our people. We want to fire the APD officers who killed Alexia Christian, who failed to follow policy and procedure. We want to fire the APD officers who killed Oscar Kane, who failed to turn on their body cameras in accordance with APD policy. And we want to fire the APD officer who killed DeAndre Phillips, who failed to follow policy and procedure. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Hannah Krakowski. I live in Cobb County, and I'm calling about the new proposed plan to increase the police budget and decrease the executive offices. I am calling, asking that you defund the police based on all of the murders and
abuses that have happened in the previous weeks and years. Thank you.
Hi, this is Perry Nooner. I live in Midtown. I just wanted to comment on how we should not be adding $12 million to the police budget when you're trying to cut $1.2 million from the offices of equity, diversity, and inclusion to end human trafficking, immigrant affairs, sustainability, human services. All of those could benefit way more from the $12 million, or even less than that, than the police. They really do not need any more funding. They were already increased by $5 million last year, and there's really no reason for this, especially in these times. You need to consider ways to defund the police and restructure the government so they won't be needed. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Sarah. I am calling from the city of Atlanta side of East Lake, just right south of the Charlie Golf Course, but on the city of Atlanta side. And I would like to leave my comment about the budget proposal. I do not think it's a good idea to divert funds that could go to the community resources and put more towards the police force. So I guess this is under the defund the police category. I see it more as reallocating resources to strengthen community services rather than just asking the police to do all of our community efforts for us. As we've seen recently, that's not turning out so great. So let's attack it from another angle. So thank you so much, and I hope you take my comment into consideration.
Hi, this is Amanda Meng. I am a resident of the city of Atlanta in the Virginia Highlands neighborhood. I'm calling to ask City Council in their budget hearing tomorrow to defund the Atlanta Police Department and reallocate those resources, and to start doing that by developing a 5 to 7 year plan that would build a new community-based, community-controlled public safety system. And so I think the FY 2021 budget should be cut 50% for APDs so that we can start reducing their scope of work. If you have any questions or want to talk more about this, you can reach me at 404-226-8229. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Rachel Honk. I am a resident and homeowner in Midtown Atlanta, Midtown East. I am calling to leave a comment regarding the funding to the Atlanta Police Department and the allocation of funds that have already been presented. I would like to state that I would like to defund the Atlanta Police Department with the reallocation of those resources dedicated to alternative public safety and wellness. The violence that we have seen through the APD and the trainings that have been provided up until now have clearly been incredibly ineffective. Would like to dismantle that current system due to its ineffective ability to carry out the current mandates at hand. Would like to also defund and demolish the jail. And need to hold the APD accountable for its actions. You can reach me at 614-282-9126. Thank you.
My name is Taylor Bennington. I live in Cabbagetown, Atlanta, and I want the police to be defunded. I don't want them to get an increase in their budget. I want them to be there to be a decrease in their budget. Thank you.
Yes, this is Edward Leftwich. Telephone number is 404-993-2011. This is a statement requesting the defunding of the Atlanta Police in view of all the occurrences that have come before us. I feel very strongly about this, so if someone could please note that that is my request. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Rivka Muller-Katz. I'm a resident of DeKalb County, and I would like to submit a vote to defund the police and redistribute that wealth to community services. I think that right now is a time in the world where it is clear to see that the police is a racist system and we live in a racist society, and I think that adding more money to the police is only perpetuating that trauma to the African and Black American community, and therefore I think we need to defund them and distribute those funds into more worthy services. Thank you for considering my opinion. Have a great day. Bye.
My name is Dante Lawson, and I live in the Midtown area. I would like to denounce the 1.2 million cut from the executive offices, and I would also like to denounce the 12 million increase in the police budget. I believe those funds should be reallocated to programs that would improve the communities around this city, so there wouldn't be a need for more police equipment or increase in number of police. There are better programs that would benefit more from those funds.
Hi, my name is Alice Garriga. I live in Brookhaven in District 6, and I'm calling to talk about how reimagining the police is not enough. Personally, I would like the Atlanta Police Department to be defunded and the resources reallocated. The Atlanta Police Department has failed to improve public safety and wellness, and attempts to curb police violence through increased training have been ineffective. To dismantle and replace the department that has proven ineffective in carrying out its mandate and is non-responsive to reforms, a plan should be created for defunding the Atlanta Police Department and reallocating those resources to more effective community-based strategies for reducing crime and increasing safety. Put more of that money into youth centers, into psychological and just mental health awareness and treatment. I would love to see a stronger community than a stronger police force. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Rebecca Stills. I'm calling today because I've been pretty distressed by the city government's reaction to the recent murder of Rayshard Brooks. I know for a fact that this officer started when he was 20 years old, which is basically a child. I don't think that anybody that young needs to be policing anybody. I mean, their frontal cortex hasn't even finished developing yet. I don't think that they need to be making decisions with weapons that can kill people. That's one issue. We know that when he worked as a security guard for Six Flags, that there were complaints against him for being racist. There were also complaints filed against him when he was actually on the force. And this is the problem, is that even if there are good cops, it's a bad system. They protect bad people, and we can't let that happen. So it's a big problem. I think you need to defund the police. I mean, at least until this gets figured out, because this is just not working the way that we're doing it now. And again, I've been very disappointed, not just the city council's reaction, but with the mayor's reaction as well. I don't think that these, modern era policing things are sufficient. That's the bare minimum. Having no knock warrants, ending qualified immunity, these things are basic things that we've been needing for many, many, many years. And it's been dangerous to so many people, and we've lost so many lives. In 2019, I believe it was 48, but no more than 50 officers were shot in the line of duty, but they murdered. That's our job, the people. Thank you for your time. Have a good day.
Hi, my name is Abigail Starver from Suwanee, Georgia, and I would like the Atlanta City Council to vote to defund the police tomorrow.
Hello, my name is Henry Adams. I'm a constituent at 271 Glen Iris Drive in Old Fourth Ward. And I just wanted to voice my opinion that I wish that the City Council and all of Atlanta's elected public officials do everything that they can to completely defund the police in the Atlanta area. Reduction or policing of the police is not enough. We need to reduce their funding by at least 50% and reallocate those funds into other programs that are actually beneficial to the community, as well as holding cops accountable for their previous murders of such individuals as Alexia Christensen, Oscar Kane, and DeAndre Phillips. Those officers need to be fired and held accountable immediately. Thank you all very much.
Hello, my name is Abdul Gilani. I am requesting that you defund the Atlanta police and increase funding to public services, mental health, and community development. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Aaron Kuniansky Altman, and I'm a citizen of Atlanta. I live in Virginia Highlands. My comment is that I want to defund the police, and specifically there's a proposal that wants to add $12 million to the police budget. I'd rather see that money go towards equity, diversity, inclusion, ending human trafficking, immigrant affairs, sustainability, and human services like social programs and homeless services. Thank you. Bye.
Hi, yes, this is Chris Ford. I live in zip code 30306 in the Ponce Highland neighborhood, and I would like to request that the City Council works on defunding the police and do not give them a $12 million increase when they couldn't even go 2 weeks without killing someone and making the news for police brutality. They have gassed our children, protesters. This is a college town, and they've trapped college students in Centennial Park to gas them. They're not even responding well to nonviolent to calls that they're supposed to respond to. They're not doing the job that they're supposed to do. Any other city agency gets cut for doing things like that. I mean, we're looking to cut agencies that are doing an outstanding job. The police aren't even doing that. So I think that they should definitely have their budgets cut, at the very least not raised. And I think we could spend that $12 million on actually making life better for people in Atlanta. Thank you very much.
My name is Kristen Jordan. I oppose the cuts of $1.2 million from executive offices, which would impact equity, diversity, and inclusion, human trafficking, immigrant affairs, sustainability, and human services, which also has social programs such as homeless services. Instead of the proposed cuts to those areas, I would suggest that funding be cut to the police. The proposal for this year is to add $12 million to the police budget, whereas last year the increase was for $5 million. Clearly, with the murders that have happened recently, we need reform, genuine reform, not increased financing for business as usual. We need to take money from the police budget and apply it to community programs to strengthen our resources, to alleviate poverty, to strengthen education, to strengthen mental health care services and other community resources so that police are not overburdened and required to respond to non-police matters. Thank you for your time.
Hi there, my name is Katie Work and I'm calling from East Atlanta. My number is 404-348-3982 and I'm calling to encourage council to defund the police department and instead fund the executive offices in order to take a more proactive approach to preventing crime and improving quality of life for all of our citizens. Once again, my number is 404-348-3982. Thanks.
My name is Madeline Long and I live in Cabbagetown and I am calling to defund the police. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Gwen Lando. I live in Midtown Atlanta, and I would like you to defund the police and increase funding to the executive offices in your next budget vote this week. Thanks.
Hi, my name is Kim Thea. I am living in Grant Park and calling to ask that you defund the police. Adding $12 million to the police budget and then taking away $1.2 million from services that we actually need, to me is fruitless. It's not doing anything for our community, and that is part of the problem. So hopefully you will hear this from many other people. You would take it into consideration, and moving forward, we can not depend on the violence of the police and on Black bodies.
Good morning. My name is Adriana Hesley, and I'm of the Parkview neighborhood. I urge you to defund the police and not to cut $1.2 million from the budget for equity, diversity, and sustainability. There's absolutely no need to add $12 million to the police budget. Thank you.
My name is Neil Heery, and I'm speaking on the matter of funding the police and fire departments. Please do not defund the police department. Please do explore ways to have police modernize in such a fashion as to copy things like New Jersey City has done so well by refunding, I guess would be the correct term, I think, of their police department. And while it would become a step to increase police funding at this time, I do think the long-term plan to help them accomplish a more specialized police department in the future can make us an innovative leader in the country. Thanks.
Hello, this is Carrie Had. I'm a part of the City Council District 2, U.S. Congress District 5, and as a citizen of Atlanta, I am calling to express that I believe for the 4-year 2021 fiscal budget that the Atlanta City Council must defund the police. Given the recent developments with Rayshard Brooks, it's not enough just to put his murderer behind bars. We must make effective change within the institutions that are carrying out these injustices. So I'm requesting that we defund the police and do not raise the budget for that sector. And there are different ways in which we can reallocate these resources, such as the City of Atlanta should establish a reimagining public safety plan, creating a 5 to 7 year plan to dismantle the Atlanta PD and build a new community-based, community-controlled public safety system. The 2021 budget should be cut 50% by reducing the APD scope of work, starting with relieving officers from all other forms of quality of life policing, and all dollars saved from the reduction of APD's budget in the 2021 budget should be reallocated to alternative and community-based resources, including, but not limited to, the newly formed Department of Equity, diversion programs such as the pre-arrest diversion program, and other community-controlled programs. These are just a number of options of how we can reallocate these resources to see an immediate change within. Thank you, and I hope that you hear mine and many other citizens' concerns.
Hi, my name is Rachel Mehus. I am a surgeon on staff at Emory. I take care of a lot of folks who come into Grady Hospital. I am also an anthropologist who studies violence. And I'm calling, I know you guys are voting tomorrow, and I'm calling to ask you to defund the police. I take care of a lot of young men and women who come in with obvious injuries that are, that they say have been done by the police, that have been inflicted by the police. I interview and write about a lot of violence that the police inflicts upon the population. It is time that we discover a new way of justice and of community in this country. Policing has a history in slavery, and it has a history in oppressing minorities. And we have to, there's no such thing as reform at this point. It has failed for the last 30 years, and it is time to think differently. Thank you for listening, and I hope that you all vote to defund the police.
My name is Mikhail Siraj, and I live in zip code area 30329, and I'm asking the City Council to vote no on the cut of $1.2 million from the executive offices, which actually helped to end human trafficking, equity, diversity, inclusion, immigrant affairs, sustainability, and human services. And I'm asking them to actually start investing in their community and not adding $12 million to the police budget, as I believe there needs to be a rehauling of the police entirely by defunding them and reallocating appropriate funds and structures to where it's needed to actually help and support the community. So vote no to adding and increasing the budget that was already increased last year. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Alina Dove. I'm a resident of Atlanta. I'm calling to say that reimagining the police is not enough. I'd like the City Council to defund the police. And I think that after listening to the mayor's remarks on Monday's afternoon City Council meeting, and despite the death of Rayshard Brooks on Friday, the mayor has not changed her position on defunding the police. And I am in short, would like to defund the police. Thank you.
My name is Hannah Ratliff. I am a resident of Gresham Park, and I am calling about the City Council budget proposal that proposes to add $12 million to the budget of the Atlanta Police Department. It is my recommendation as a resident and a citizen of Atlanta that the Atlanta Police Department be defunded and that the remaining funds be reallocated to human services that fund education and housing and food resources for people who are in need, rather than funding a violent system that unjustly incarcerates and kills many of Atlanta's residents. Thank you. Have a good day.
Hi, this is Whitney Adams from Grant Park. I'm calling about the FY 2021 budget. I want to see less funding go to the police, and I want to see Atlanta put more funding to resources for people who come down with COVID this year to be able to isolate away from their family and their households so that we can keep cases down, so that we can open schools and keep the economy going as well. Thank you. Bye.
Hello, my name is Shayla Hughes, and I'm leaving this message today to ask that you guys please consider defunding the Atlanta Police Department. I know that the proposal is requesting $12 million to go directly to the police budget, and I think that that money needs to be reallocated and divided into the community to give back to Black and brown communities specifically. There are plenty of programs that we could start, especially dealing with mental health and allowing Black people to, get more jobs and, just do more productive things in the community rather than investing that money in the police. I think that it needs to go into the community, and that's why I'm making this message today. Thank you for your time.
My name is Anna Seltzer. I live in Midtown, and I'm calling to urge the City Council to decide to defund the Atlanta Police Department and reallocate resources. Black people have been being killed by the police department for too long, and especially in the last few weeks, it's been atrocious, the amount of violence that they've been committing during peaceful protests and against people that do not deserve to die. We'd like to see a 5 to 7 year plan to dismantle the police department and build a new community-based controlled public safety system. The budget should be cut by 50% by reducing the scope of work. Those funds should be reallocated to community-based resources that could include Department of Equity or diversion programs like pre-arrest diversion and other community programs. The new chief of police should not be selected until there's a community council to review the police department's scope and work. and the decreased officer to resident ratio and demilitarized the Atlanta Police Department through assessing the use of riot gear, chemical, and lethal weapons use.
Hi, my name is Leah Kelly. I live in the Posse Highland neighborhood in Fulton County, and I want to ask that the City Council actually do the opposite of what it's planning to do. Instead of increasing funds for the APD, I believe that we should not give raises to murderers, and the police have shown that they are murdering in the case of Rashard Brooks, but also many other cases in the past. I believe that we need to reduce the funds for the police and reallocate those resources to improve public safety and wellness in low-cost housing. And I think that we need to create some community-based strategies for reducing crime and increasing safety that does not involve the police who have guns and tend to escalate. And I think that we also need to reopen investigations to APD killings, all of them since 2017. We need to fire the APD officers who killed Alexia Christian, Oscar Kane, and DeAndre Phillips. And so I stand with many other groups in Georgia and Atlanta, the Black Futurists Group, Black Alliance for Just Immigration, Georgia Detention Watch, Georgia Latino Alliance for Human Rights, Just Georgia, the NAACP Georgia Chapter, Project South, Racial Justice Action Center, Showing Up for Racial Justice, Atlanta Chapter, Solutions Not Punishment Collaborative, Southern Center for Human Rights, Southerners on New Ground, Women on the Rise, Women Watch asks, please listen to your constituents. Thank you.
This is Jacqueline Lestwich. I live in Pine Hills in Atlanta, and I would like to ask the City Council to please defund the police. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Solana Ramirez Garcia. I am a resident of Oakland City, Atlanta, and I was calling to request an immediate reconsideration for the budget allocated towards the Atlanta Police Department. I am requesting to defund the Atlanta Police Department and reallocate the resources. This means taking away budget from the NPD and putting it towards rehabilitative system reform that's going to protect our citizens of Atlanta and create a better future and a safer future for us as well. Thank you, and I really hope you all reconsider.
My name is Elizabeth Colon. I am a citizen of Atlanta living in Little 5 Point Zone 6. This message is for the council and Keisha Lance Autumn. It is a priority for the citizens of Atlanta that you defund the police. The reasons why is that they are using excessive force. They are lacking training. We have children in our schools who don't have enough books. We have teachers who are buying supplies out of their own pockets or making fundraisers on their own names in order to have the supplies that they need. Defund the police. There are homeless people who need that money for health care. Please defund the police. It is a necessary action for a better society. No one trusts the APD. You need to defund the police. We need more social services within our community than we do police activity. The police do not make me feel safe. They never have, and at this point in time, we need to defund the police. This is a priority for all Atlanta citizens in order to restore our faith in you.
Hi, my name is Amanda Mickelson, and I live in Adair Park in District 12, Joyce Shepherd's district. And I'm just calling to voice support and concern around the policing budget. I know that some changes have been made, to allocate funds a little bit differently. But just wanted to reiterate that we are still going to be advocating for additional changes in the future, such as establishing the Reimagining Public Safety Plan with creating a 5 to 7 year plan to build a new community-based and community-controlled public safety system, in addition to defunding and demolishing the jail, and reopening investigations for previous people who were killed by Atlanta police officers such as Oscar Kane or Alexia Christian. So again, Amanda Mickelson from Adair Park, and just letting you know that we are still looking to make additional change and revisions for the future as far as how the budget's allocated. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sarah Martin, and I live in the Kirkwood neighborhood. I'm part of District 5. I'm calling today to tell the City Council that reimagining police is not enough. It is not enough. Many people in the community in Atlanta have spoken out with their list of demands, and I want to echo those demands for you today. A good start would be to defund the Atlanta Police Department and reallocate these resources. The budget resources should be reallocated to Black communities, and we should be focusing on care instead of cuffs. Another great step would be to defund and demolish the jail and bring justice for all people. So this means the City of Atlanta has a duty to hold APD accountable for the lives it has taken. Officers must be held accountable for killing people. Failing to address the police killings in the past has accumulated distrust in the City of Atlanta's value of Black life. I am very thankful that y'all are addressing police killings now and violence, but for years in Atlanta it has not been addressed. For years in Atlanta it has been ignored. It's time to start bringing justice for all people in the city. I beg you, I ask of you to please stop reimagining the police and start defunding. Thank you.
Yes, my name is Jean Glenn. I've grown up in this city, and I am appalled at what is taking place right now. I pay taxes, and I expect the city to take care of me via the police. And the fact that they are not standing behind the police at this desperate time has caused Atlanta to be the laughingstock of the nation. I cannot express how upset I am about this, and I wanted to leave my opinion. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hello, my name is Amy Plasman. I live in Kansas Park. That is City Council District 2. I'm requesting Atlanta City Council begin defunding the Atlanta Police Department in the fiscal year 2021 budget. I want Council to reallocate funds from APD's budget to the City of Atlanta public goods and civil services that make Atlanta more habitable, equitable, and free from police brutality. Reimagining police is not enough. We need to save our communities from the current broken system of policing.
My name is Melissa McGrath, and I would like to make a statement claiming that we need to defund the police and reallocate these funds toward other services, community services, mental health services, social services, education services, service for homelessness. Reallocate the funds, defund the police. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hi, my name is Samantha Marcus. I live in Old Fourth Ward, and I'm calling to say that Mayor Bottom's plan to reimagine the police does not nearly go far enough. With the murder of Rayshard Brooks fresh in all our minds, it's absolutely indefensible to be suggesting a raise for police officers or an increase in the APD budget. We the people are speaking and you are not listening. I'm calling to demand that the City Council take direct action to defund the Atlanta Police Department. I am demanding also that you establish a plan to defund and dismantle the Atlanta Police and replace it with a community-led, community-built, and community-controlled public safety system. Attempts at reform have been unsuccessful. We are past the point of reform. The only viable option to make Atlanta and its community safer is to divest ourselves from the oppressive force that is the APD.
Thanks for your time. I hope you do the right thing.
Hi, this is Abby Francisco. I'm a resident of Capitol View and have lived in Atlanta for 7 years now. I'm calling to strongly encourage the Atlanta City Council to work on defunding the Atlanta Police. The Atlanta Police Department budget as of fiscal year 2020 represents 30% of the total general fund budget, and this percentage is increasing to 32% of the total general fund budget to the fiscal year 2021. This is moving in the complete wrong direction, as well as the proportion of funds dedicated to the police department is much higher compared to other comparable cities. So I'm calling to strongly encourage the Atlanta City Council to work towards reducing Atlanta Police Department's scope of work by 50% and reallocating these funds to other community-based resources that will increase, that will work towards restructuring the city services for safety and wellness, which have been shown historically and presently to work to disadvantage and destroy Black lives across the city of Atlanta. Thank you for your time.
Hello, my name is Matthew Pendrick. I'm an Atlanta citizen from the Browns Mill Park neighborhood of South Atlanta. I wanted to leave a comment regarding the budget vote for Friday, June 19th. Regarding the police budget, I don't believe that reimagining the police is enough or adding body cameras. I think that we need to defund the police and reallocate those resources to better serve our community. I don't think that we should follow through with the proposed raises in the budget. And I think that we need to make a better use of our tax dollars as a way to keep our citizens safe. Thank you.
First, let me thank you, the City Council, for your service to our city. You are all devoted public servants and all deserve our thanks for your time and commitment to our community. My name is John Irby, and I've lived and worked in the city of Atlanta my whole life, as do our 3 daughters. We are likewise devoted to the city of Atlanta and always will be. I implore you to fully fund and support the hardworking and devoted people of our Atlanta Police Department. If we want to keep our Atlanta airport, hotels, shopping districts, and entertainment venues safe from foreign terrorism, we need a strong Atlanta police force. If we want to stop rapists, child molesters, domestic violence, and violent criminals, we need a strong Atlanta police force. If we want only the best, very modern, well-trained, well-equipped, highly devoted people working, we need a well-funded Atlanta police force. If we want to add social workers, therapists, continuing education programs, and to bring in the best and brightest people to advise and train our officers, we need a well-funded Atlanta police force. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Betty Barnard, and I'm a resident of District 2 at 1144 Blue Ridge Ave. I would like to request that the City Council consider not only taking away the proposed increase from the Atlanta Police Department, but reallocating the entire budget to community services, healthcare, housing, and reevaluating how public safety can be delivered. It's clear that APD has a long pattern of abuse and mistrust and violence against our community, and I think it's time that we took our tax dollars away until we can find another way forward. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kristen Boyd. I've been a resident of the city of Atlanta for just coming up on 2 years. I live in the Maryland voting district, which this past local election was combined with the Candler Park voting district and had lines over 2 hours long at 7 a.m. I'm calling about the upcoming budget for July 1st, 2020, and the lack of what I believe is lack of enough response in regard to changing the issues we have with our police system. The reason that Rashard Brooks was killed was because of the fact that we have not instituted change enough, and that there are too many cracks in the system. There are too many bad cops getting away with but give them a benefit of the doubt and call it bad training. But there's also bad cops, and it's impacting the good ones. And we need to defund the police. And we can't expect our police officers to be mental health workers, social workers, youth workers. We need to defund the police so that we can allocate more resources to those specific areas. There's no reason that somebody who is sleeping in a parked car ends up dead, and that's unacceptable. We need to have a specific force where we can allow our officers to apply and get more training in these specific areas. And we are not asking for anarchy. We are asking for specific training and resources to address the challenges and the needs that our city has. And it doesn't require the same lens and the same police force and to address every situation. And it's unacceptable that has not been done. And the Reimagine Task Force is not enough. It is the start, but it's not enough. We need to defund the police and look for ways of addressing specific needs in our community that have not been addressed so far. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Emily. I live in DeKalb County, and I'm calling to request that the city council to tell the city council that reimagining the police is not enough. We need to defund the police. The police have been using their previous year's $205 million budget to brutalize young couples in the car, hold kids at gunpoint, tear gassing and shooting potentially lethal rubber bullets at peaceful protesters. And what we need and what is currently underway in major cities such as Minneapolis, New York, and LA is a reallocation of these funds away from policing and back into socioeconomic services that actually benefit this city. Atlanta needs to be at the forefront, like these other cities, and use these funds to better city planning that stops the spread of gentrification into black neighborhoods, to bolster our schools. And as one of the few major American cities with a majority African American population, it is time for you all to prove that you believe Black Lives Matter by helping reinvest in the communities hurt by over-policing over the years. We have to recognize the gravity of the pandemic's toll on the city's economy and the progressive movement away from policing that is beginning to take shape in this country. If you want to see Atlanta thrive as a model city in the new America and in the South, and I know you do, we need to make this happen. Thank you for your time.
Hello, my name is Samantha Hodges. I live in Grant Park in Atlanta, Georgia. I am calling to let you know that reimagining the police is not enough. I'm calling to explicitly tell the City Council that we need to defund the police. I believe that money could be much better spent on affordable housing or child care, which I think should be universal. But as far as the city budget goes, I believe the money should be spent on affordable housing and actual homeless measures, not just moving homeless individuals from place to place. If you have any questions at all, feel free to give me a call, 612-750-0056. I am one of your constituents again. My name is Samantha Hodges. I live in Grant Park. And we'll be watching how these things move forward. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kelly Cano. I'm a resident of Reynoldstown in District 5. I'm calling because we need to defund the police. This message just said you are honored to serve us, and your people are crying and dying in the streets to defund the police. We are screaming at you to defund the police. Reimagining is not enough. We need action. Please, we are begging you, put money into education and into other public services. Defund the police, please. The people are begging you. Please listen.
Good morning. My name is Avery Brookie. I am a resident of Old Fourth Ward. I'm a Georgia State graduate student. I'm calling to discuss that defunding the police. I believe it's a great step for Atlanta. I think, moving those funds to more career services, to social services, to housing, sort of things will be much better for the Atlanta community. Simply reimagining the police is not enough, and those funds need to be reallocated to better serve the Atlanta residents, because there are simply just not things that the police are trained on. So thank you so much for listening to me. My phone number is 864-525-4701. Thank you.
This is David Elvey. I'm a resident of Atlanta. I'm really concerned about defunding the police. I think police morale is an all-time low. I've had great experiences interacting with the Atlanta Police Department. Never had a problem. I think defunding them will cause people to leave the city, and the city has done such a great job in terms of reviving itself over the years. I know a lot of people now who are looking forward to leaving the city, and if the police are gone, people will leave. They'll become dangerous, and the people who are paying taxes will leave the city without the police department. So we need to stand up for the police. We need to certainly encourage strong and solid policing practices without abuse. We can train our police. They're smart people, but we cannot defund them. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Erin, and I live in the Piedmont Heights area of Midtown. And I'm just calling to tell City Council that reimagining police is not enough, and I need City Council to defund the police and allocate those funds into other departments like Parks and Recreation, education, community, substance abuse problems, all that. We have so many more things that need that money than the police. Defund the police.
Hello, my name is Sophia Hostin. I live in Buckhead in Atlanta, Georgia, and I'm calling to say that it is not acceptable to be reimagining the police and going forward with this ridiculous, exorbitant, wasteful, and short-sighted budget of increasing police funding or having police funds in this city equal the amount that you guys are proposing. Police do not make our cities safer. We have hit a tipping point with that, and the economies of scale are not there. We need to cut that budget in half at a minimum. As a taxpayer who pays a lot of money in taxes in this city, I do not support you. And Mayor Keisha Bottoms, if you support this, I do not support you.
Hi, this is Caroline Orr, and I live in DeKalb County, and I wanted to let the City Council know that reimagining the police is not enough. We need to defund the police by distributing funds to the departments that need it, like Parks and Rec, education, substance abuse, and mental health especially. I think mental health has gone so severely underfunded will make this hugest difference in our community if the funds we are currently funneling into police would go to those areas. Thank you for consideration.
Hi, my name is Thalia Garifalidis. I bet you already know what I'm going to say because it's been repeated numerous times by hundreds of phone calls. First, defund APD and reallocate the resources. Cut the budget by at least 50%, and that's the minimum you can do. Do not start hiring a new chief of police because that completely is so retroactive to the chief of police stepping down. You should also decrease officer to resident ratio and demilitarize APD. That means no more riot gear, no more chemical or any kind of lethal weapon. The second demand is to defund and demolish the jail by or before July 1st. Yes, you guys really have a deadline, seriously. And then the third and final demand is justice for our people, meaning to reopen and hold officers accountable who killed people, including Alexia Christian, Oscar Kane, and DeAndre Phillips. Okay? Listen, you guys have heard this from so many other people. The demands are so clear. I don't know how much more we could spell it out for you. Keisha needs to resign. If the mayor does not pull through with this,
then like I don't know what to say. What do you want us to do? How are we going to be happy? How are these protests going to stop? You guys have a unique opportunity to actually do this by July 1st. So if y'all don't do this, like I don't know what to say.
Hello, my name is Julia Graham, and I'm calling to tell the City Council that reimagining the police is not enough. We need to explicitly defund the police by naming several.
Hi, my name is Hannah Tarr, and I am a resident of Fulton County in the Wormwood Park neighborhood. And I believe that reimagining the police is not enough. I think the police need to be defunded, and I really want there to be better education and more money in caring for people with like developmental disabilities and autism, and the kinds of things that people that don't have money to afford end up on the streets. And I think that that's one way defunding the police and putting money other places would really benefit our cities. Thanks.
This is Deborah Santabassi. I live in Buckhead with the Zone 2 Police Precinct. I'm calling in support of our police department. Over the last 2 years, we've had an increase in crime in Buckhead. Gunshots in the street seems to be the regular now, and our police are the only thing that we have that actually keeps us safe. Buckhead has the most single women living alone, and in order for us single women to be able to thrive in the city of Atlanta, we definitely need some sort of protection. I know kids were throwing rocks at people walking down the street, and you know that was before all of the riots and everything. So I'm calling in support of our officers. They do an amazing job. Defunding the police is not the answer. Again, we've had an increase in crime. I think the mayor, some of the decisions she has made is actually the result of us seeing an increase in crime. Not only the gunshots, but also all of the break-ins. It's almost every night somebody's car gets broken into, and it's mass break-ins. And also just the amount of clubs that are opening up in Buckhead. I don't know if she recalls the old Buckhead and why all of the clubs were shut down and only a few bars were grandfathered in because people were shooting each other in the streets. She's created that environment once again in Buckhead. So hopefully she does not defund the police because we need them. We appreciate them. They do a great job here. And there's child molesters, rapists, there's murderers, there's...
My name is Ed Shahaz.
My name is John Martin. I'm calling regarding the funding in the city budget this year. My comment is this: increase the funding for the police department. Give them the ability to further protect us. Don't take their ability away from them. They need the capability to protect everyone, and I do mean everyone. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Haley Croft, and I reside in Buckhead. I just wanted to leave a message to say I wish that we could please create some outlines for different options for reform and defunding the police. While we do still need some law enforcement, we need to stop overfunding and reallocate our resources to education and housing. Thank you for your time and commitment to our community.
Hi, this is Ron Robinson. This message is for Keisha Messias Bottom. Girl.
Hi, my name's Allie Krasinski. I live in the Virginia Highlands area. No, I don't. And I was just calling because I would really like the APD to be defunded, and I would like the money to be moved around into public schools, education, communities, and basically just put more into the people rather than the police. Thank you so much. Have a good day.
Hi, this is Joshua McShane, and I'm calling to demand that the City Council follow the demands of Black-led grassroots and advocacy organizations and defund the police, close the Atlanta City Detention Center, and reinvest the saved funds into Black community organizations and social services. APD has failed to improve public safety and wellness. Attempts to curb police violence through increased trainings have been ineffective. A plan should be created for defunding APD and reallocating the resources to effective, community-based strategies for reducing crime and increasing safety. As long as the Atlanta City Detention Center remains open, APD will have more reason to arrest people in order to fill it. Every day the jail remains open, Atlantans are at risk for further harassment, violence, and death at the hands of APD. Closing the jail and demolishing it moves Atlanta further from violent policing and closer to equity, freedom, and wellness. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Alexandra Nathaniel. I am a resident in Sandy Springs, District 8. And I wanted to say that the City Council's idea to reimagine the police is not enough. I would like the council to defund the police. There are a number of options that we could do instead of this. We could establish a reimagining public safety plan, creating a 5 to 7 year plan to dismantle the APD and building a community-based, community-controlled public safety system. And I think we should also reduce the department's budget by 50%. And by reducing the APD scope of work, starting with relieving officers from all their forms of quality of life policing. There are a number of different ways that we could reallocate money to help prevent the police brutality, and I think that the police should be defunded.
Hi, this is Dina Mwaku, a citizen of Atlanta. I am calling, as most people are, to demand that the council and Mayor Bottom defund the police. When I say defund the police, I mean that take the money and all the money that you are spewing into funding the police, and that is allowing them to kill people, especially Black people on our streets every day, and put that into other programs, put that into homelessness, put that into housing, put that into health services, services for women, services for children without parents, and also stop the funding and the building of the Atlanta State Detention Center. Mayor Bottom, you came into this office and you said that these are things that you were going to do. Well, now you need to do it. Now you need to listen to the people, and now you need to defund the police. We did not elect somebody who is not going to listen to the people. And that's all I have to say. Bye-bye.
This is Christine Carson in Fulton County, City of Atlanta. And I wanted to voice my opinion for our police force. I'm a big fan, and I want to make sure that none of their funding is cut.
Period. None at all. If anything, they deserve an increase in funding. I feel like they don't get enough credit for all they do for our community and for our city. And they keep us safe at risk to their own selves. So I want to make sure my voice is heard and that make sure everybody on the city council knows that I speak for my entire family in saying that we want to protect the police department and make sure they are not hurt by decreased funding. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Lily Mosley. I'm a DeKalb County resident. I'm calling to demand that Keisha Lance Bottom defund the police and eliminate, if not decrease, the budget that is currently being allotted for the Atlanta Police Department. My concern is raised over the murder of Rayshard Brooks by APD, who shot him in the back, and he was an unarmed black male that they murdered. So I definitely would like to see the police be defunded and monies being taken away from their budget rather than the budget being added to. I'm a very concerned citizen over this incident and others that have occurred, including extreme discrimination against black and brown people by the APD, and for that reason I'm demanding that the APD be defunded. This is what your citizens want, so please heed our demands. Thank you.
Hi, my name is William Hinkle. I am a resident of Atlanta and a teacher at Atlanta Public Schools. I'm calling because I've already been informed of budget shortages for the public education system and pay cuts for teachers in Georgia and Atlanta coming up. And I would really appreciate if we could find funds for teachers and education through possibly defunding the police department of Atlanta. Thank you very much. I would really look forward to some radical changes in our area.
My name is Whitney Hansen, and I live in the Eastlake neighborhood in DeKalb County. I am calling to share my feelings about the actions of our city council and our mayor currently. We, as a city, are calling for the Atlanta City Council and the mayor to stop defending an indefensible system, to take responsibility for your part in creating a culture, a system, an institution of policing that this country has suddenly and finally come to see for its ineffectiveness and its brutality. We're calling on each and every one of the members of the City Council to acknowledge the role that they're playing in funding and supporting a system of policing that is killing black members of our community, including Rayshard Brooks. And we have a list of demands for our City Council, which include defunding the Atlanta Police Department and reallocating the resources by establishing and reimagining public safety plan, creating a 5 to 7 year plan to dismantle the APD and build a new community-based, community-controlled public safety system. We're also calling for the Atlanta City Council and the mayor to defund and demolish the jail by July 1st, 2020, and to take all of these actions and consider them immediately so that we can re-envision a city where our community members are safe, where police don't exist, where the police system is dismantled, because we know it is inherently racist, it's inherently violent, and it needs to go. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Hannah Davis. I am a resident of DeKalb County, and I am calling to ask for the defunding of the Atlanta Police Department. I think that money would be better served for other departments. Thank you for working towards the betterment of the city. Bye.
Hi, my name is Jay Manzia. I'm a resident of District 5, and I want to urge the City Council to defund the Atlanta Police Department, reallocate resources to things that better serve our city. I believe that the police department has completely failed to improve public safety and wellness, and I'm scared that the council right now is going to simply pass reforms that will not address the problems adequately. And so I believe that there are activists who have suggested tangible things that can be done. For example, establish, before you increase the budget of the Atlanta Police Department, establish a reimagining public safety plan, a 5 to 7 year plan to dismantle the APD, build a new community-based, community-controlled public safety system, demilitarize the Atlanta Police Department, disarm them if needed, and also on the way, do not begin the hiring process of a new chief of police until we can get until we can be assured that it's a person who understands where the city council should be coming from. I think I urge you to do the right thing and to create a Atlanta that can be on the forefront of the conversation of what public safety actually looks like in this country. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Kenya Thompson. I live in the Grove Park community. I need the Atlanta City Council to do more than reimagining police. Reforming police is not enough. We have lost too many brothers and sisters to police brutality. We need to defund the police. We need to defund the police. Thank you for your time.
Hello, my name is Rosalind Sullivan-Levitt, and I live in Choco Hills. I would like to urge the City Council to consider defunding the Atlanta PD and to reallocate those resources towards community systems that can support our citizens better. I have a neighbor who I have found passed out on the grass, and my first impulse as a white woman was to call 911, and I realized that I couldn't because he could be injured or killed by that action. And I need someone else to call. I need someone who can help keep him safe and not potentially be a huge threat to someone so vulnerable. And I hope that you will consider doing that via defunding the police and reallocating those resources into public services. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Hannah Patterson, and I have been very concerned about the actions of the police at protests over the past few weeks. I called to request specifically that the City Council defund the police and relocate these funds to city departments such as executive offices, parks and recreation, city of planning, and public works, etc. Despite the death of Rayshard Brooks, the unnecessary death of Rayshard Brooks, and illegal death of Rayshard Brooks last Friday, the mayor has not changed her position on defunding the police or even reallocated any funds to other organizations from the police department's completely overinflated budget. This is very concerning to me as a citizen. I hope that you will vote to do the right thing and defund the police. Thank you.
Hi there, my name is Abigail McCauley, and I live in Kirkwood in District 6. And I heard about the City Council's proposal about reimagining the police, and I think that is not enough action. We need more action to be taken. The police department needs to be defunded and have resources reallocated to community resources, behavioral health, resources that can non-violently help address the needs of our community. Thank you for hearing my voice, and I look forward to hearing the plan that you guys put together to address defunding the police and reallocating those dollars to the community. Thank you.
Hi, this is Laura Pemberton. I've been an Atlanta resident for about 9 years now. I urge you not to decrease the police budget. Our police force is doing a good job. Obviously, we need to make some tweaks and do some better training. But we do need the funding to continue to go to the police and keep order in our city. And I would suggest having police officers live in the neighborhoods they work in. I think that would be very beneficial to everybody in the community. Thank you for your time and your service.
Hi, my name is Pooja Pandaranga. I'm a
resident of Chamblee. The City Council must defund the police. Simply reimagining police is not enough for Atlanta. We must defund the Atlanta Police Department and reallocate the resources. APD has failed to improve public safety and wellness, and attempts to curb police violence through increased training are ineffective. We must dismantle and replace a department that has proven ineffective at carrying out its mandate and its non-responsiveness to reform. And a plan should be created for defunding Atlanta Police Department and reallocating the resources to more effective community-based strategies for reducing crime and increasing safety. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Andrea Wartell. I'm a long-term resident of Peoplestown. I've lived at 1020 Hungarian Drive for the majority of the last decade, and I feel that reimagining police is beyond antiquated, and I would like to see the police defunded. I would like to see a 5 to 7 year plan to dismantle the APD and to build a new community-based, community-controlled public safety system. I would like to see the 2021 budget cut 50%, reducing the scope of their work and the necessity of their work. Based on the death of Rayshard Brooks, I do not think this is an shocking or outlying thing to ask, given a homicide was part of what should have been a social and civil issue. So do not begin hiring a new chief of police until a community-based council is formed to review the work that APD is doing. Please decrease the officer-to-resident ratio, demilitarize the APD, and their ability to use lethal weapons, including tear gas, and their general militarization is unnecessary for someone that is dealing in direct civil concerns, which the APD are currently expanded to be addressing and greatly need to be revised over. Close the jail on or before, and I ask that you bring justice for our people, justice for the officers who have committed murder, and absolute termination of anyone who has allowed these policies.
Hi, my name is Lucas Godson. I live in the Lake Claire neighborhood, and I just wanted to comment on the fiscal year budget for 2021 and encourage a defunding of the police force to only what is necessary to carry out the true duties of the police, and to encourage an expansion of social services with those funds. Thank you for taking the time to listen to me.
Hi, my name is Rachel Howard, and I live in Buckhead. I recently emailed Jennifer Ide about why I think that increasing the budget for the police is irresponsible in Atlanta. I think imagining the police is not enough, and it's important to defund the police and redistribute those resources into social programs and education for our people here in Atlanta. I think that education is the foundation for a safer society and people being more empowered to protect themselves instead of hyper-policing by using body cams and by patrolling low-income neighborhoods and perpetuating the cycle of systemic racism. I hope that you take this into consideration when you are talking about the budget upcoming, and I know that there is an increase in the budget, and I think that is horribly irresponsible considering that the police, as they have been now, are not sustainable and they are not helping our communities.
My name is Estella Tometo, and I'm calling from District 12, the same district where police officers shot Rayshard Brooks in the back. Everyone knows that the Atlanta Police Department is armed and dangerous. No one trusts the police anymore. Why are we giving them raises when Atlanta has the highest income inequality gap in the U.S.? In the midst of weeks-long protests, the Atlanta police have shown no mercy and no signs of accountability. They shot and killed another of our black neighbors for falling asleep in a Wendy's drive-thru. At this point, why on earth should we trust the police to resolve anything peacefully? They have militarized weapons. They have sound cannons that federal courts have already ruled to be excessive force in 2018. So why are they using them in residential neighborhoods now? I demand that we reallocate as many funds away from the police department and into education and healthcare. Demonstrate your will to help Atlantans by disarming and defunding the police now.
scale back the police department and hire social workers, implement a job placement program where police officers can just move into different careers. There are so many ways to combat this. Don't you see us protesting? Don't you even hear us? Give us more money. Giving more money to the police will only prove that you don't care for the Black lives in the city. You have got to know that giving more money to the police will only result in continued protests and more civil unrest. We don't want grand gestures or performative acts. We want real and impactful change right now. Make the right decision.
Hi, my name is Isabel Namnum, and I'm a resident of Brookhaven right here in Atlanta. I'm calling on the Atlanta City Council to defund APD and reallocate the resources. Specifically, the city should establish a reimagining public safety plan, creating a 5 to 7 year plan that would dismantle APD and build a new community-based, community-controlled public safety system. The department's fiscal year 2021 budget should be cut by at least 50%, reducing APD's scope of work. All of the funds or dollars saved from the reduction should be reallocated to alternative and community-based resources, including the Department of Equity diversion programs such as pre-arrest diversion and other community-controlled programs. Furthermore, the chief of police should not be hired until a community-based council can be formed to review APD scope of work. And furthermore, decrease officer to resident ratio and demilitarize APD through assessing use of riot gear, chemical and lethal weapons use, and also calling for a defund and demolishment of the jail. There's really no reason that the Atlanta Police Department should be using weapons such as tear gas on civilians. It's inhumane, number one, and number two, completely unnecessary. And number three, it's high time that the Atlanta Police Department actually serve the communities that they are intended to. People should not be afraid to walk out their door and be harassed by the police for something as simple as sitting on the ground. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Madeline Hardwick, and I'm a resident of the city of Atlanta of the Old Fourth Ward neighborhood. I am calling to ask the City Council to immediately defund the Atlanta Police Department. In light of events both recent and historic, I cannot in good conscience condone the proposed almost 6% increase that the APD would receive in the proposed 2021 budget. I'm asking that the funds from the police department be taken away from APD and instead funneled into the following social services: COVID relief, the Department of Planning and Community Development, the Department of Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Affairs, the Department of Ethics, and especially the woefully underfunded Atlanta Citizens Review Board. Thank you so much for your time.
Hello, my name is Ruhi Rahman. I am a resident of District 5 here in the city of Atlanta, and I'm calling to tell the City Council that I do not want a reimagining of the police. I want the City Council to defund the police. It is not acceptable that this type of discrimination continues to happen in our city, and police brutality by the Atlanta Police Department is unacceptable. I specifically want the City Council to reallocate the resources that are currently allocated in the budget to the Atlanta Police Department to other safety and proven safety measures and helpful measures for the community. And I want the city of Atlanta to completely dismantle the Atlanta Police Department and build a new community-based, community-controlled public safety system. Thank you for taking the time to listen to my comments. Again, I am a resident of the city of Atlanta in District 5, and I want my city council to represent what is best for our community, which is defunding the Atlanta Police Department. Thank you.
Hi there. My name is Caden Shallett, and I'm a member of the Edgewood neighborhood over in East Atlanta. I don't think that your terms of reimagining the police are enough. I want to let you know why I think you should consider resigning. You have made it clear that you are being reactive at this point and not siding with the people. The protests around Atlanta have been consistent, and the message has been just the same. The message of defunding the police has a solid foundation, straightforward list of demands. It points to the simple fact that the vast majority of the city's general fund budget is going to a department that is built on racism, bullying, and protecting each other from being held accountable. Even in the short time frame of these protests going on, I've seen far more egregious behavior by police and citizens, and it's crazy to even try to compare the two. Please quit turning a blind eye, which is looking more and more like what you're doing. Be proactive instead of reactive. Please do things before more Black people get murdered. Quit being complicit. Hold yourself and the entire department accountable. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Bailey Becker. I live in Home Park in Midtown Atlanta, and I'm calling to demand that you defund the police and reallocate the resources towards other systems, as well as hold the officers who killed Alexia Christensen, Oscar Kane, and Andre Phillips responsible for the murders of those people. Thanks. Bye.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Alex DeLeo. I am a current resident of the Old Fourth Ward neighborhood and just bought a home in the Oakland City neighborhood. I am calling because I very much love our city and care about all of our residents and do not believe that we are best served by funding the police department at such exorbitant levels. I would ask that as you go through the budgeting process, you consider reallocating funds from the Atlanta Police Department to other vital resources, including the Department of Parks and Recreation, where our money could be better used to connect neighborhoods and the residents of them to one another and provide healthy and stress outlets for residents. Again, thank you all for your leadership, and I really hope that you act swiftly on this issue to send a strong signal to not only residents of Atlanta, but the country as a whole of what we really value here at home. Thanks so much.
Hi, my name is Cozy Brent. I live in the Reynoldstown neighborhood of Atlanta. I'm calling to demand that the City Council follow the demands of Black organizations and defund the police, close the Atlanta City Detention Center, and reinvest those saved funds into the Black community and organizations and social services. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Fraser Jones. I'm a resident in District 9 in Atlanta's Grove Park neighborhood and a consistent voter. I just have to call to say I do not support the City Council's recent actions and the Mayor's decision with continuing to increase the budget of the police. I don't think this represents what the city needs right now, and I think we need to reprioritize this increase and put it in the hands of community organizations that actually need help and can prevent the violence that is taking place to our residents and on our streets. Please do not continue to fund the police in this way. Reimagining policing is not enough, and something needs to change. Our voting will reflect this in the coming months, and I hope that your upcoming vote as a city council member will do this as well. Thank you.
Hi there, my name is Chelsea Berkshire, and I'm a constituent of the Old Fourth Ward neighborhood. And I'm calling to ask City Council to reconsider this idea of reimagining police and to go for options that encourage us defunding the police and investing in community programs that are going to encourage real security and provide more education and support for the folks of Atlanta that are needing it. Again, defund the police and give your funds to community programs. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Riley Bloom, and I'm a resident of District 6's Ainsley Park neighborhood. And I am calling in reference to the proposed budget raise for the Atlanta Police Department. I think it is absolutely deplorable, not only because I've done some looking at the numbers, and it seems like a lot of the reason that more money is being allocated to the Department is the police, individual police will have raises, and also because equipment costs have gone up. I think that there are alternatives to this that are much better for the health and safety of the community.
And I've also seen that the pre-arrest diversion initiative is going to be set to lose like $400,000 in funding, which is like an alternative to policing that seeks to reduce arrest and incarceration. And I think that is, first of all, I want to see that funding gap like absolutely destroyed. And also, I think that the police department should cut ties with the Atlanta Police Foundation, because I believe it's a corrupt organization that takes funds from corporations and then uses them to I don't know, like balance. It's basically like they're handing out bounty money through the APS to catch protesters. And I also want the Citizens Review Board to have the power to punish policemen, and that like their requests be more readily accepted by the police chief, because I'm disturbed by the low numbers of arrests associated with that organization. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Cooper Buca, Cooper, B as in boy, UCHA. I live in the 12th District at 1139 Ira Street, Atlanta, Georgia 30310. I would like the proposed $13 million budget increase to APD to be reallocated and not given to them, but reallocated to education, community development, low-income housing, parks and rec, and other things similar to that. I would also like the $200 million budget to be decreased by half or more, and those funds be spent on the previously mentioned areas. Thank you, and have a good day. Hopefully we can all end this injustice that's happening to Rayshard Brooks and George Floyd by defunding the police. Thank you. Bye.
Hi, my name is Larson Collier, and I'm calling to voice concern in the police budget increase and voice my support for an increase to social funding towards education and alternative mental health resources. I think that we can distribute resources differently and help the community. Thank you.
Hello, this is Basha S. Mitchell. I'm a Georgia Board Cobb County resident. I'm calling in an effort to reallocate the massive funds designated to the police department. All officers need to be held accountable for their pursuing actions. By accountable, I mean permanently fired, without pay, without benefits. They need to be treated as any other person who committed a crime would be treated. It's not okay that these officers literally get away with terrorizing the community and murdering civilians. We need to demilitarize the police and focus on improving our community. By increasing funds for social programs instead, these programs will prevent crime by lessening the massive inequality gap and helping citizens. Programs that improve the community, public health, provide better education, affordable housing, and growth, and better attractions that make people want to come to Atlanta, that make people want to be a part of the community, rather than scare people away. They have a different view if they look different. Thank you very much for your time. I hope you guys make the right choices.
My name is Diane Ruth, and I do not want to defund the police. I do not want to defund the police. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Xavier David Lewis. I live in Atlanta, zip code 30360, and I am calling to say, first of all, I, alongside Lieutenant Swilley, we were promised a meeting with Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms. We have not received that meeting yet. We are community organizers who have plans and ideas, not only for real, correct police reform, which we see historically does not really work, but a change to the budget. I know the buzzwords that you all have been hearing are defund the police, but all we are asking is that you reallocate that money. We are looking to put that money into education, community development, low-income housing, parks, etc. So these areas are the reason there is crime and issues in certain communities is because those communities are underfunded. They are desperate communities. It's their only way out. The only way to feel something, to feel just barely human, is to commit these acts, which can be curbed at a great rate if we fund these areas and treat them just like your suburban areas. The answer is not to give the police more money. That is incorrect. Again, I am Xavier David Lewis, Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms, or City Council, whoever. Please give me a call. I was promised a meeting a couple months ago live on CNN and on 11 Alive, and I would like that meeting. Please and thank you.
Hi, my name is Macy Milstead, and I live in Atlanta, Georgia, in the neighborhood of Parkview. I'm a member of the DeKalb County. I am very concerned about our policing, and I believe that it needs to be defunded and that our money can be distributed better. Really, when is this all going to end? It's not fair that so many lives are being taken from this planet so early, and it's pretty much mostly because police officers are trained to be gun happy. Just because you fall asleep at the wheel and you're drunk, and yeah, you do struggle, doesn't mean that you should be shot. It's not okay. These are human lives. Please defund the police.
Hey, this is Sam Tishner. I'd like for you guys to defund the police and reallocate capital elsewhere. I think it'd be better served within infrastructure and just general human capital, education, food, homelessness. And we should have public servants who are decentralized and actually cater to our needs. Thank you. Bye.
Hi, my name is Joseph Heitzman from Reynoldstown. I'm just calling to express my concern that y'all are still talking about reforming the APD and having all of these different programs and studies when it's been shown time and time again that is just not enough. It's time not just to take a top-down look at the department, but to really think about the systems at play here, and the fact that y'all are not calling for defunding and allocating those funds to other city resources that are in desperate need when people are literally out here dying and being tear gassed and thrown in jail is not just disheartening, but it pisses me off. It's unbelievable to me that you guys can't understand that reform is not going to do anything. Defund the APD, defund the police department, put those funds into education programs, into the school system, into anything else that can be, social programs. Just get it out of the hands of the cops. Thank you.
Hi there. My name is Alexandra Walden, and I am a resident of Druid Hills. I'm calling about the upcoming meeting related to the fiscal year budget. And my ask, along with hundreds of thousands of other asks, is that I would like the city council to defund the police. That also reimagining the police is not enough, and that's not what your constituents are asking you to do. We would like you guys to act on our behalf and defund the police and move those funds into other community programs like education, like healthcare, like social work. Thank you very much for your consideration. Bye-bye.
My name is Catherine Alton, and I live in downtown Atlanta. I'm calling to let City Council know that reimagining police is simply not enough. City Council needs to defund APD and reallocate the resources. The City of Atlanta needs to reestablish a reimagining public safety plan, creating a 5 to 7 year plan to dismantle APD and build a new community-based, community-controlled public safety system. We also need to defund and demolish ACDC jail before July 1st, 2020. I'm also calling to demand justice for our people, including reopening investigations into all APD killings since 2017 and preferably earlier, and develop a community tribunal to assess use of force and take steps to hold APD officers accountable, including the officers who killed Alexis Christian, Oscar Kane, DeAndre Phillips, Rayshard Brooks, and more.
Hello, my name is Clara Kiplin. I'm a resident of Kenla Park in Atlanta in District 5. I'm calling because I'm not satisfied with how the City Council's meeting this past Monday unfolded. I demand that Atlanta should defund the police, cutting proposed budget by at least 50% and reallocating those resources in other departments. Atlanta should create a 5 to 7 year plan to dismantle the Atlanta Police Department and build a new community-based, community-controlled public safety system. I'd like to also see the city defund and demolish the jail. And finally, I demand justice for our people. I demand that we reopen investigations into all APD killings since 2017 and develop a community tribunal to assess the use of force and take steps to hold APD officers accountable. And as well, firing the APD officers who killed Alexia Christian, who killed Oscar Kane, and who killed DeAndre Phillips. Thank you so much for your time.
Hi, my name is Jasmine Hope. I am a resident in Mosley Park neighborhood, District 4, MPUK. I would like to echo the call of many to reallocate funds toward communities, social services, healthcare, housing, and education. As a neuroscience PhD candidate at Emory University, I've been trained on how to base important decisions on facts and figures. The fact is that policing does not prevent crime. Police respond to crime. Crime can be prevented when resources are allocated toward education, after-school programs, access to affordable health care services, including mental health programs, and affordable housing. One notable study is the Sharkey et al. 2017 publication, An American Sociological Review on Community and Crime Decline, the causal effects of local nonprofits on violent crime. This is a great example of how focused resources to the community can aid in the reduction of crime. I implore that council members listen to their constituents and amend the budget to reflect our will and tried and true data. Thank you.
My name is Marquise Jr. I'm calling because I called a couple of days ago in regards to the budget hearing, and I heard that the Keystone and Bottom is going through with the increasing funding of the increase of funding for the police department, and I vehemently, if I'm even saying it wrong, disagree. Do not want that. I do not want my tax dollars to go to that at all. If anything, I feel disgrace voting for this woman if she does this. In addition to the many things that she's already done, we need her to end mass incarceration. We need her to actually make policies trying to end the racist war on drugs. We need to end these special tax privileges for the rich. We need to provide, some kind of support for these folks who've been incarcerated during these protests. We need these people who have been tear gassing these protesters to be fired, along with the sexual abuse that's probably been happening in the jails and the lack of attention probably spent during the transactions of citizens in these jails and prisons during this pandemic. How much time do I have left? Also, y'all need to actually be working towards a rent strike and working on freezing these utilities for people, quite frankly, because people are losing their jobs if y'all do not. Essentially defund the police department. I'm going to say.
Hello, my name is Makeda, and I'm a resident of Southwest Atlanta. I'm calling because I'm quite appalled, and I think it's quite funny that Keisha has so proudly thought of herself as this great mayor when she has continuously ignored the gentrification that is happening in the West End, in the southwest parts of Atlanta, how Black people and Black families and Black communities are being torn apart, and how somehow there's so much money to have films be made here and new apartments to be constructed, but there is no money for a homeless shelter. I am calling because, Keisha, this is your final warning. The people have spoken. I don't care that you have the officers being arrested. That is not enough. You need to redistribute funds at least 50% and don't raise them again either to communities, to land that allow artists and people who really contribute to the culture of Atlanta to work. Atlanta is a Black Mecca, but it's only a Black Mecca if people say it is, that the community is here. And it seems to be like it's a Black Mecca for people like you who live in well-to-do neighborhoods, but not for poor people who live in Bankhead. you're over here crying about the white man's windows being broken, and oh dear, a corporation's property being destroyed in places where you don't even live, Keisha, because I know exactly where you stay. So, I'm going to need you, and I think we can please defund the police. We will not be asking again.
Hi, my name is Emily Marlowe. I'm a resident of Atlanta. I work at a charter school in Old Fourth Ward, and I'm a behavior interventionist, and I'm calling to encourage the City Council to put funding for the police force in other areas such as education and social services. As an employee who works with behavior intervention, I believe that those types of resources could be used not just in an education setting, but in a community setting as well. And I just wanted to encourage you all to please defund the police. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kaywan Moore, and I'm a resident of Atlanta, Georgia. I'm asking that you guys redirect money away from the Atlanta Police Department into the following social services: community development, COVID relief, education, parks and recreation, and targeted support for marginalized communities, as well as arts programs. I've noticed that in the 2021 budget proposal form, the general fund, the police department is receiving a 5.9% increase from 2020. Meanwhile, many other services are receiving cuts to their budgets. In light of recent events, I believe it is critical that policing be deprioritized relative to spending on social programs that are actually proven to promote safe and equitable communities. Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms, the whoever is involved, our amazing Congress people, I request that an emergency meeting be called before the fiscal year goes into effect in order to deny the mayor's proposed budget and reallocate these funds to the resources the citizens of Atlanta can benefit from. Thank you for your time. K1 Moore.
Good evening. My name is Anthony Van Miller. I'm calling with regard to the tennis courts and the Atlanta parks being chained shut and locked. I believe that every other location for recreational purposes is open in the parks, including the golf courses. And the tennis court is not a contact sport at all. And so we're wondering why the tennis courts are still chained and locked up. Is there a date scheduled for them to be, for the chains to be removed? Thank you. Again, my name is Anthony. My number is 404-808-9096. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lori Quackenbush, and I'd like to share my concerns around defunding the Atlanta Police. I hope that you do not defund the budget, and please help the police as much as you can. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Leanne Huso. I live in Fulton County, and I'm calling to demand that you defund the police. In addition, the Atlanta City Detention Center needs to be shut down now. The people have no trust in our mayor at this point. We were told in 2018 that ACDC would be closed down, and yet it's still up and running and has served to detain hundreds of peaceful protesters in the last few weeks. The police do not protect our community, and we do not want them in our community. It is your responsibility to cut their budget and to reallocate funds to the community, to education, to public health, to safe, accessible, stable housing, to youth services, and to public institutions such as libraries and cultural centers. Current proposed budget, in which the police are getting an increase, is completely unacceptable and will not be tolerated. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Daniela Marquez. I am in the East Atlanta Village neighborhood of District 1, and I'm here to tell City Council that I believe reimagining the police department is not enough based on the fiscal budget that you all have allotted alongside with the mayor. Defunding is the only option for the police department. I also wanted to follow up and say that I find it completely disgusting that this jail has not been defunded and demolished as promised by our mayor over a year ago. and that we have yet to receive justice for the few people who have been affected and taken by the APD. There's been no accountability, and moving forward, this needs to change. So I encourage you all to strongly consider defunding the Atlanta Police Department and reallocating all of those resources to much-needed community programs such as affordable housing, arts, and so forth, and following through with what you have promised, which is defunding and demolishing the jail. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Alexandra Custon. I'm a resident in District 1 in Atlanta, and I'm calling to demand that you defund the APD. The fact that in the 2021 fiscal budget, you are giving the APD a $13 million raise this year is ludicrous. The fact that the city's overall budget has 1/3 dedicated to the APD is insane. The APD is killing black people unchecked in Atlanta like that's their sole purpose. Mayor Bottoms, are you out of your mind? This is how you think citizen tax dollars should be spent? What is wrong with you? What is wrong with the city council? Why have you turned your backs on Atlanta's citizens and most vulnerable people? This has to stop. Defund police, reallocate those funds where they're needed, the community, education, public housing, health care. Either you are truly moronic or simply corrupt. Do right by your citizens.
This is Brandon Searcy. I live in East Atlanta Village. I'm calling to ask that we do not give raises to the Atlanta police. It is not enough for us to reimagine what police look like. As we've seen from the past few weeks, the Atlanta Police Department is violent, racist, hateful, and is not properly trained or equipped to handle what is happening. I'm asking that the Atlanta Police Department is defunded and that the resources are reallocated. I think that for 2021, the budget should be cut by 50%, so reducing the APD's scope of work. I think that we should be reallocating this money to community-based services like the Department of Equity or the pre-arrest division or other community-controlled programs. We need to defund and demolish the jail, so that way there's no reason to continue arresting people for no reason. And then finally, I would like us to arrest the APD officers who killed Alexia Christian, who killed Oscar Kane, who killed DeAndre Phillips. And finally, I would like to fire Erica Shields from the Atlanta Police Department. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Lauren LaDove. I live in Lake Claire neighborhood. I am calling today to let you know that reimagining the police is not enough. The police need to be defunded immediately. The budget for the police cannot be increased, and instead it should be cut at least by 50%, and reallocated this budget to many more vital and critical resources that are needed to protect the health and well-being of our community. I work in schools and I see many more police criminalizing young people, specifically people of color, and these kids do not need police. They need nurses. They need counselors. They need teachers who are paid enough to be there every day and to keep showing up for their students. Please defund the police. Please. From the bottom of my heart and for the future of our children. Thank you.
Hello, this is Jessica Massey.
I am calling to discuss the budget, the $13 million increase to the APD. I want that to be relocated to education, community development, and low-income housing, parks, etc. And I want the APD's $200 million budget to be decreased by half or more, and these funds to be spent on previous mentioned areas. That is an absurd amount. It's funny that calling in, it says that you guys are honored to serve us. I have not felt at all serviced or protected by any of you. I have been out on the streets protesting, trying to help my brothers and sisters, and I've gotten tear gas. I've been arrested. This is ridiculous. And every single cop that I have seen there has had a smug fucking look on their face. This is absurd. You guys need to get a handle on this. You guys need to be putting this money into communities that need it, not be given to police officers that are not serving, that are not protecting communities within our city. Do a better job. You are humiliating all of us.
Hello, my name is Connor Collins. I'm calling on behalf of District 4, Atlanta, Georgia. I'm calling in regards to the 2021 fiscal year budget. I believe that the quote reimagining of police is not enough. I think that the amount of money being given to the police is so insane, and I think that we should be defunding the police. I think that we should be putting all that money into community building and to taking care of the community and the constituents rather than taxing the Atlanta citizens $300 billion to be correct. And yeah, I don't think it's enough that you quote unquote reimagine the police. It needs to be severely defunded and downsized, and I think a lot of the efforts need to be put back into community building and really officer awareness and officer training with anything. Like, I think these officers need to be more trained in their job versus a 10-week course. So, yeah, that's it.
My name is Angela Tran, and I live in Midtown. I wanted to say that reimagining the police is not enough, and we need to defund the police by doing a few of these things. One being reallocating the resources towards community-based, community-controlled public safety, defunding and demolishing the ACDC, and getting justice for everyone who has been killed by APD officers. Thanks.
Hello, my name is Ellie Almadome. I'm a resident of Midtown Atlanta, and I'm calling to let the City Council know that reimagining the police is simply not enough. We are calling to defund the police. Clearly, the police are not equipped to de-escalate situations as shown by Rayshard's Gross speech in the past. This is absolutely unacceptable, and there's so much that needs to be done to help Atlanta really thrive and grow, and that involves investing in social services, not investing in police. I'm calling that they defund the police and put that money into what actually will help Atlanta grow, which is school, healthcare, and other public goods. Thank you.
Hello, my name's Evan Urshak. I am in Council District 8, and I would like to tell the City Council that reimagining the police is not enough, and that we need to explicitly defund the Atlanta Police Department and reallocate all the resources that it has. APD has failed to improve public safety and wellness, and attempts to curb police violence have increased through increased trainings have been effective. We also need to defund and demolish the Atlanta City Detention Center and bring justice for our people. The City of Atlanta has a duty to hold APD accountable for the lives it has taken and has not to do that. They have failed to address the police killings in the past and has accumulated distrust in the City of Atlanta's value for Black life. Thank you.
Hello, this is Anna Majewski in the Peachtree Battle neighborhood. I would like to please ask that you continue in the 2021 budget
to support our police officers and keep increasing their pay as you did last year. They have probably one of the hardest jobs in the world, and I am sure the majority of them are doing the absolute best to serve our city. I also hope that there are funds that are not taken away from the police salaries, but funds that are found to work on additional training so that we're not in these situations and have these tragedies that we're experiencing. I know their job is hard, but people are being killed, and hopefully there can be a way to de-escalate the situation between police and citizens. Thank you for all you're doing. I know you have a tough job as well. That's all I'd like to say. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jane Beal, and I'm a constituent of District 2 living in Inman Park. I am calling to say that reimagining the police is not enough. I'm instead calling on you to consider a new vision for public safety, which includes first, defunding the Atlanta Police Department and reallocating the resources. The APD has failed to improve public safety and wellness. Attempts to curb police violence through increased trainings has been ineffective. To dismantle and replace departments that has proven ineffective at carrying out its mandate and its non-responsive to reform, a plan should be created for defunding APD and reallocating the resources to more effective community-based strategies for reducing crime and increasing safety. 2, I call on you to defund and demolish the jail. As long as the Atlanta City Detention Center remains open, APD will have reason to arrest people in order to fill it. Every day the jail remains open, Atlantans are at risk for further harassment, violence, and death at the hands of the APD. Closing the jail and demolishing it moves Atlanta further from violent policing and closer to equity, freedom, and wellness. And third, I'm calling on you for justice for our people. The city of Atlanta has a duty to hold APD accountable for the lives it has taken. Officers must be held accountable for killing people. Failing to address the police killings in the past has accumulated distrust in the city of Atlanta's valued Black lives. I call on you to please hear these messages from your constituents and be brave and make the right decision.
Good morning. This is Barbara and Doug Schaefer on West Wesley Road, and I would like to convey my appreciation for the exemplary, ongoing performance of the Atlanta City Police Department. Whether it's good, bad, or even ugly in terms of the environment, I believe that the police have done an outstanding job, and they need to be recognized by supporting the next year's budget. The only other thing I'd like to say, I'm probably running out of time right now, but again, that's about it, and I'm very proud to live here and to have them serve us. Take care. Bye-bye.
Hi, my name is Marissa Mixon, and I live in Old Fourth Ward. I am calling in support of defunding the Atlanta Police Department. I think these last couple of weeks have really shown us whose voices we should be listening to right now, and those are the voices of Black people, and I am all on board with defunding APD and reallocating those resources back into the community to support these Black people that we have been failing for the past 400 years. Thank you.
My name is Grace Brown County. I'm a Fulton County resident. I'm calling to ask to reallocate funds to city departments. I do not believe that defunding the police or reallocating funds to the police is enough, and I think our city needs more right now. Very upset, lots of emotions, and I think we can build ourselves strongly as a city, dispersing the funds given to the police department and many other aspects. Thank you.
My name is Kelly Cordero. I'm calling in response to recent events regarding defunding the police. That is something I do not agree with. I have been a resident of Atlanta and or the metro Atlanta area for a little over 20 years.
The majority of the business that I conduct for my small business is conducted within the city of Atlanta. We travel heavily with a lot of construction tools and material, which puts us at high risk for being robbed, which actually we almost did get robbed at Home Depot in Buckhead, which we called the police, and they immediately handled the matter, and we were safe and didn't end up losing our tools. That's just one example of why we need police officers and the good work they do to protect people who are working to make a living and reside in the city of Atlanta. I know I want to feel safe. The police presence has made me feel safe, my neighbors, and other small business owners I know as well. So please fund the police as much as possible. And we need them to keep us safe. We appreciate their sacrifices. We appreciate that they put their own life in danger sometimes to protect us. I'm sorry to see all the unrest in the media right now, but the police serve a high purpose in our city. So please fully fund the police. We need them to keep us safe. Not only our persons, but also our homes and our property and our small businesses. Please fully fund the police. Coming from an Atlanta citizen and an Atlanta business owner. Thank you.
My name is Bridget Macri. I live in Roswell, Georgia, and I don't believe that re-imaging the police is enough. I would like to defund the police and send money into other community institutions such as education and Hello, my name is Lisa Floyd. I'm a program coordinator at a nonprofit organization, and I believe that by reallocating funds that were supposed to be for the police, reallocating them to nonprofit organizations to help create more accessible resources in communities of color and people below a certain wage could definitely help with all of the problems that we are having as a nation, and specifically in Atlanta. So defunding them is necessary to reallocate that money for people who can use it more effectively and won't be killing people, essentially. We'll be helping them grow and helping them learn. And that is the focus. It should be the focus, not the police.
Hi, this is Jeff LeBeau, a 6-year resident of Atlanta, and I am strongly opposed to, quote, defunding the police, end quote. I am actually terrified that our mayor will allow a situation to happen here like what we're seeing in Seattle. That's totally unacceptable conduct for an elected government official and harmful to our city and harmful to our residents and our overall economic prosperity. I believe that the police department works very hard, and in the case of any concerns or issues, rather than the mayor firing them without any kind of investigation by GBI, that's totally wrong and totally inappropriate. They need to be suspended and let GBI conduct their impartial investigation. I also want to point out in 1968, Mayor Allen stood on a car with a bullhorn and directly confronted protesters and spoke to them. I would like to see our mayor get on the front line like that and demonstrate some courage and concern for all the citizens of our city. And lastly, peaceful protest is one thing. Not moving in response to a police order, peaceful civil disobedience, and people can be arrested for that. Looting and arson, assault, those are crimes. Those items are crimes and need to be dealt with. There's no room for allowing that in our city. Thank you for your consideration.
Hello, my name is Sasha Cohen. I'm a resident of District 5, and I'm calling to demand that the Atlanta Police Department be defunded immediately. It is clear from their gross misconduct, despite training and different efforts to have reform, that they are unable to protect and serve as they should. I also think that Mayor Keisha Lamb Bottom should resign over the handling of the Richard Brooks murder, and that the funds should be reallocated to other city departments, executive offices, Parks and Rec, city planning, public works. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Wade Cunningham, and I live at 75 14th Street in Midtown. I do not agree with the City Council that reimagining the police is enough. I'm calling because I think that you should decrease the APD budget for 2021 instead of increasing it. I think you should cut it by 50% and create a 5 to 7 year plan to divert money saved into new community-based, community-controlled public safety systems, including the newly formed Department of Equity and its pre-arrest division. I also do not believe that Atlanta should begin the hiring process of a new chief of police until a community-based council can be formed to review the scope of work of the APD. We should also be working to decrease the officer-resident ratio and demilitarize APD immediately through limiting their access to riot gear, chemical, and lethal weapons. We should also start working to defund and demolish the jail and adopt the reimagined ACDC task force policy recommendations and decriminalize the city code so they can carry no potential for arrest. And lastly, y'all should fire the officers who killed Alexia Christian, Oscar Kane, and DeAndre Phillips. And in fact, I'm for reopening all investigations into all APD killings since 2017 and develop a community tribunal to assess use of force and take steps to hold APD officers accountable. Thank you.
Keisha Jones, I'm against defunding the police in any way. Our community needs police, and the police need to be trained, and they need money to be trained. Taking money from the police will only increase crime. You need to think this through. Atlanta has become a shameful place because of the crime rate. It's not because of police. It's because crime is not being taken care of.
Yes, hello. My name is Terry. I would just like to say that I'm strongly against defunding the police department. I think we need the police fully funded to keep us safe. Thank you very much.
I'm calling in strong opposition to defunding the police. We need a stronger police department with more funding. Do not do this. Citizens of Atlanta will not support this if they know about it. Too much done in secret. Do not defund the police. Thank you.
Good morning. I am Susan Suhan, a resident of Atlanta for nearly 30 years, and these are my police reform demands. I believe that the Atlanta Police Department is understaffed, underpaid, and underappreciated. I believe that the Atlanta Police Department should be applauded for their tireless efforts daily. That is before all the rioting and looting began, as well as now. I believe that we need additional funds for training, recruiting, and keeping the officers that have not resigned, bailed out, and or been fired without due process. Respect our dwindling Atlanta Police Department. Give them the tools they need to do their job. Do not let our city continue in a downward spiral by defunding the tireless efforts of the Atlanta Police Department. We've all used and need. Their job is to protect and to serve. Please let them do their job. We need to protect and promote and appreciate the job that they do in a city with seemingly endless crime. We need additional funds to make our police department what it should be in the great city of Atlanta. Thank you.
Yes, this message is from the Simmonses, and this is in regard
to defunding the police. We are in no way in favor of this. We hope that you would not even consider it, that sound minds and clear minds, clear eyes would take a different approach to this. There may be needs that you all need, but this is a growing city. We have been here for 35 years, and it's been a safe city. And there may be other needs that things need to be addressed, but certainly it would be disastrous if you were to choose to manage it in this way. So please do not defund the police. We thank you very much. We have a wonderful community. We love it. And we think it's so important for our law enforcement to do the right thing, but to never be defunded. We thank you very much. Bye.
This is Donna Vogel, and I want to encourage you to not vote for the defund the police. I think that would be a terrible decision. We need to have the service of our Atlanta police to do their job and always have the citizens in mind, to serve them as they are intending to do. To have less funding, it could be a disaster, because we need them for our safety. So I ask you again, please do not vote for defunding the police. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jason Johns. I reside in Council District 5 at 4 Scrubbin Street in Edgewood neighborhood. I've been a resident here for 20 years, native Atlantan. And I'm calling to request the council for the fiscal year 2021 budget cycle defund as Atlanta Police, looking for a reallocation to resources that make our city more habitable and also reduce the militarization of our police. So I'm looking for better roads, better parks, and better amenities. Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Khadijah Williams, and I'm calling to basically express my opinions and thoughts on the ridiculous thought of continuing to increase the budget of the Atlanta Police Department when there have been proven incidences where they have misused and abused their power. Why would we continue to fund them if they aren't being held accountable in any formal way? Like, this is honestly ridiculous, and it's disrespectful to the Atlanta citizens. I am demanding that you reallocate the funds for the 2021 fiscal year to more community-involved development. Why aren't we funding our parks? Why aren't we funding our schools? Why are Atlanta schools some of the worst schools in the nation? And especially because they're predominantly black schools. And so instead of funding the Atlanta schools where we could add events and education opportunities to redirect our youth, you want to fund policing where basically you're indirectly funneling into the prison pipeline, and it's unacceptable. So, thank you. Bye.
Tisha Jones, how can I get defunding the police in any way? Our community needs police, and the police need to be trained, and they need money to be trained. Taking money from the police will only increase crime. You need to think this through. Atlanta has become a shameful place because of the crime rate. It's not because of police. It's because crime is not being taken care of.
Yes, hello. My name is Terry. I would just like to say that I'm strongly against defunding the police department. I think we need the police fully funded to keep it safe. Thank you very much.
I'm calling in strong opposition to defunding the police. We need a stronger police department with more funding. Do not do this. Citizens of Atlanta
will not support this if they know about it. Too much done in secret. Do not defund the police. Thank you.
Good morning. I am Susan Suhan, a resident of Atlanta for nearly 30 years. And these are my police reform demands. I believe that the Atlanta Police Department is understaffed, underpaid, and underappreciated. I believe that the Atlanta Police Department should be applauded for their tireless efforts daily. That is before all the rioting and looting began, as well as now. I believe that we need additional funds for training, recruiting, and keeping the officers that have not resigned, bailed out, and or been fired without due process. Respect our dwindling Atlanta Police Department. Give them the tools they need to do their job. Do not let our city continue in a downward spiral by defunding the tireless efforts of the Atlanta Police Department. We've all used and need. Their job is to protect and to serve. Please let them do their job. We need to protect and promote and appreciate the job that they do in a city with seemingly endless crime. We need additional funds to make our police department what it should be in the great city of Atlanta. Thank you.
Yes, this message is from the Simmonses, and this is in regard to defunding the police. We are in no way in favor of this. We hope that you would not even consider it.
It's just unvocal, and I would encourage you to not vote for the defund the police. I think that would be a terrible decision. We need to have the service of our Atlanta police to do their job and always have the citizens in mind, to serve them as they are intending to do. To have less funding, it could be a disaster because we need them for our safety. So I ask you again, please do not vote for defunding the police. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jason Johns. I reside in Council District 5 at 4 Scarborough Street in Edgewood neighborhood. I've been a resident here for 20 years, native Atlantan. And I'm calling to request the council for the fiscal year 2021 budget cycle defund Atlanta Police, looking for a reallocation to resources that make our city more habitable and also reduce the militarization of our police. So I'm looking for better roads, better parks, and better amenities. Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Khadijah Williams, and I'm calling to basically express my opinions and thoughts on the ridiculous thought of continuing to increase the budget of the Atlanta Police Department when there have been proven incidences where they have misused and abused their power. Why would we continue to fund them if they aren't being held accountable in any formal way? Like, this is honestly ridiculous, and it's disrespectful to the Atlanta citizens. I am demanding that you reallocate the funds for the 2021 fiscal year to more community-involved development. Why aren't we funding our parks? Why aren't we funding our schools? Why are Atlanta schools some of the worst schools in the nation? And especially because they're predominantly black schools. And then so instead of funding the Atlanta schools where we could add events and education opportunities to redirect our youth, you want to fund policing where basically you're indirectly funneling into the prison pipeline, and it's unacceptable. So
Thank you. Bye.
Good morning. My name is Madeline Rice. I live in the Virginia Highlands neighborhood, District 2. I want to say that reimagining our police force is not enough. We need to defund the police, and we need to reallocate all the resources that go to APD and focus them on improving public safety and wellness. We need to defund and demolish the jail, and we need justice for the people whose lives have been taken. Please give me a call back to discuss this further. Again, we need to defund the APD and reallocate resources to improve public safety and wellness. We need to defund and demolish the jail, and we need to see justice for the lives that have been taken. Thank you.
Hi, this is Gretel Glick. I live in Edgewood neighborhood in Atlanta. I just wanted to call and encourage Atlanta City Council to defund the police by reimagining it is not enough. We should defund the police department of Atlanta and reallocate the resources to community services. We should also defund and demolish the jail and encourage neighborhood activism for City of Atlanta and seek justice for all the people.
My name is Alex Franco, and I'm a citizen of Dunwoody. I'm calling to tell the City Council that reimagining police or reforming police is not enough. We must defund the Atlanta Police Department. We must close the detention center, and we must redirect those funds into community health care, into community defense, into Black communities, into COVID-19 relief, into education. But we cannot keep giving millions and millions of dollars to a corrupt system, to a system that is killing Black and brown people in Atlanta. So I am calling as a citizen of this city and demanding that the City Council defund the police and redirect those funds into the community. Thank you.
Yes, my name is Fred Simmons. I live on Perrin Walk in Atlanta, and I'm calling regarding discussions I've picked up on related to funding of policemen. I would encourage strongly no defunding of their efforts and no policy changes that would in any way inhibit their ability to do their job or perhaps even endanger them. So please consider carefully not defunding anything as it relates to the police. I appreciate the ability to share my thoughts with you and wish you Godspeed. Thank you. Bye.
My name is Jade Mankeys. I live in the Chapel Hill neighborhood, District 4. I'm calling to demand the defunding of the police. Reimagining the police is not enough, nor is reform. Explicitly demanding defunding the police only, to honor our safety. And we also call for the resignation of Keisha Lance Bottoms.
Hi, my name is Emma Weinberg, and I live in Home Park in Atlanta, Georgia. And I just wanted to call and leave my comment that reimagining our police force isn't doing enough, and that we need to defund APD more explicitly than that. So I just wanted to emphasize that the fiscal year budget for 2021 for APD, I think, should be decreased by 50%. And that money should be invested in other agencies like education. Additionally, I think the officer to resident ratio should be decreased, and also we should be spending less money on the militarization of our police force. I also think that the Atlanta City Detention Center should be decommissioned, and that should be done by July 1st, 2020. So, yeah, I just wanted to call as a constituent and let you know about these issues that I care about. Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Courtney Mankeys. I live in District 4 in DeKalb County. I'm calling because I don't agree with the re-imaging policy. It is not enough. I also believe that the police should be defunded because we need to cut the budget for the APD by 50%, defund the Atlanta City Detention Center, and reinvest money to re-entry programs, low-income housing, mental health programs, and other social services. I'm also asking that Keisha Lansbottom resign from her job. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Dan Clifford. I'm a resident of Little Fivepoint. And I do not think that it is nearly enough for you guys to be reimagining the police or reforming the police, because it's been shown for years that that doesn't work. People who shot David McAtee had body cameras that were switched off, and the people who shot Rayshard Brooks had taken de-escalation courses for 9 hours, like 2 months ago. So it's not enough to reform the police. At a certain point, you simply have to defund the institution that is shooting and tear gassing my friends and everybody and shot Rayshard Brooks. It is important for you to defund the police and invest that in communities that are being destroyed or gentrified simply in the name of quote-unquote progress, or invest in mental health services so that people like Rayshard Brooks or anyone else who's schizophrenic and having a tough time isn't killed for simply having a tough time. The police are an occupying force at this point, and they need to be defunded. And it's as simple as that. And if you don't get that after 11 hours of this, I don't know what to tell you, Keisha. I really don't. Bye-bye.
378. For your convenience, you can now visit us on the web at www.acibillpay.com. Have your reference number available with you in law.
Hi, my name is Zachary McCune. I currently live in Old Fort Ward and have been a resident of Atlanta since birth, 25 years now. Definitely believe that we should defund the police. This doesn't mean that Atlanta is going to be lawless, but I remember growing up off Buford Highway and having the ability to go to school in Chandler, Georgia, through our magnet program. And my dad, who is a staunch Republican and honestly a racist, he would continue to say, like, our schools were better. And it's because black people down in the South, their schools are failing because of their communities. But money for policing should go straight to education. The fact that schools in the South Side or poorer areas, impoverished areas, receive less funding because of less tax income, put the money from the APD to education, educating our people, educating the city, so that we don't have fucking presidents like Trump again. I mean, Mayor Keisha Lance, you're not doing enough, first of all. Continuing to say that you have the best interests at heart for Atlanta, you're born and raised here, that's great. But so many other people are born and raised here, okay? You need to do more. I'm glad that Erica Shields stepped down, but the new APD officers, or the new chief, needs to be picked by the people. Mayor, you need to do better at making the time to speak to the people, and not come from a place of sensitivity. The APD officers who killed Alexia Christian, Oscar Kane, and DeAndre Phillips, they still need to be fired. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Sharice Malat, and I am a resident in Atlanta, as well as I'm the director of corporate real estate for AT&T. We have about 6 million square feet in Atlanta, including the CNN Center in Peckwood through our recent acquisition of Time Warner, now Warner Media. And I'm calling because I'm very concerned about the discussion that's getting ready to happen with regard to law enforcement, that they are not going to be a part of we are heavily dependent upon our employees staying safe in the city of Atlanta as they travel from their homes, whether they live in the city of Atlanta or outside in the suburbs. But we are all impacted by our law enforcement, and we depend on them very much. Please, as you are having these conversations with regards to any improvements within the law enforcement, that we need to include the law enforcement in this conversation. They need a seat at the table. I also would request as a citizen that we also ensure that we have public safety through police officers. It's only a few police officers that make poor decisions, but majority of our law enforcement are good people doing the right thing, protecting our community. Thank you for this consideration and for taking the time to listen to my request. Respectfully, Sharice Malott.
This is Blair Parker. I ask that you immediately rehire the officer that was fired due to the incident on Friday. Based on the video that we have all seen now, this officer acted in self-defense. According to the DA, Paul Howard, using a taser, he determined that is a deadly weapon. The officers that were fired because they used the taser on that couple, he said that was a deadly weapon. So Brooks, when he used the taser on the police officer, it was, by DA Howard's admission, a deadly weapon. You can't have it both ways, Paul Howard. So the officer acted in self-defense. We must allow due process to play out. Firing him for non-criminal behavior sends a bad message to the police. They deserve our support. They deserve your support. Also, we need to stop this media tour on CNN, and we need to stop all this identity politics that are playing out and dividing our nation. This city, it's out of control, the division that's going on right now, and you all are part of the problem. This needs to be rectified, and you all need to stand up and defend our officers. Anyhow, that's my 2 cents.
Hi, this is Jenna Panagopoulos. I live in Candler Park at 460 Euclid Terrace, an Atlanta resident, and I just wanted to voice my support for demilitarizing the police and focusing more efforts on their training process, meaning extending it and making it a much longer process, because somebody who can hold a weapon and be in charge of somebody's life should have more training than currently. I'm also in support of demilitarizing them, meaning they don't use weapons that are lethal or could possibly be lethal. And that could go as far as I would be supportive of changing the Second Amendment of the Constitution, because weapons are too prevalent, not just in Georgia, but all over the country. And in other words, in other topics, I'd like to see more money and focus on enhancing the mental health programs in underserved communities. And I think that the police should be helping with those issues, including addiction and providing resources to those with mental health issues. And also along those lines, we'd like to see much more money and focus on education and opportunities in lower income and highly diverse communities. And unrelated to these topics, I'd also like to support getting rid of gerrymandering completely. I think that's unfathomable and actually, I don't know if it's unconstitutional, but it should not be permitted at all. And I'd also like to see property taxes distributed differently so that lower income and diverse communities and schools receive more funding to bring them up to standard.
Hello, this is Brian Freeman. I'm calling in about the committee on the police. Crime in Atlanta, Buckhead, was out of control prior to the recent protests and riots. Crime's been out of control because of Keisha Lance Bottoms with supposed reforms. We're having and the very next day he's released to go do it again. And it's just happening over and over. We need police in this town. We need more police in this town. We have too few police. Now, the police clearly need to be trained. They need to be rewarded for training, and they need to be charged, and they need to be disciplined when they do things that are clearly outside that I agree with. However, we don't need to defund the police. We need to fund the police more, and we need more police presence in the communities. And also about the committee for reform of the police, we need a composition of that committee that represents all of Atlanta, not just part of Atlanta. So far, I've been very disappointed in the composition of that committee, and would appreciate all of us taxpayers who pay the bill to the city of Atlanta would appreciate being able to. We would appreciate being able to have our word in, and we would like to see the city of Atlanta get rid of signature bonds and actually have a bond requirement so that the criminals will be taken off the street.
My name is Garland Luke, and I want to thank you all for your service to the city and the state. Just late last night, I refused to listen to public comments, and I hope that you are listening, really listening to what the public is saying. I listened all night too, and I heard an incredibly united outcry from an incredibly diverse group of Atlantans asking for police reform. And I want to thank Councilperson Michael Bond, Marcy Overstreet, Jennifer Ide, and others for proposing papers regarding legislation of hate crimes, police reform, erecting Black Lives Matter signs, and changing procedural use of force, the use of rubber bullets in military vehicles, and even declaring Juneteenth a holiday. I heard Mayor Keisha Lance-Bottoms announce the executive order expressing the urgency of the situation and putting forth in order to see police reform now. And I just want to call to the council's attention what I heard from the public comments Monday and Tuesday morning, and what you may have also heard over and over, the overwhelming majority of constituents asking not only for police reform policy and legislation, but also that fervor and urgency be reflected in the budget set forth for fiscal year 2021, not only to defund the police, but also to allocate a great deal more of the funds into the community. Refunding overpayment of water and sewage is not enough. $50,000 for Elevate Arts isn't enough. We need to be investing a great deal of that 30% of the city's budget to the issues mentioned in last night's call and Tuesday morning's call, including holding the homeless, the arts, accessibility, and equipment for the disabled, social services, to attend to those suffering domestic abuse, mental illness, addiction, blight in low-income neighborhoods, education, healthcare, building trust in the communities, and police serve rather than focusing inward, focus outward, and do so in earnest with our tax dollars. My name is Sarah Luke, and I want to address the fact that it isn't enough to condemn excessive use of force in the police department. There needs to be a clear definition of objectively reasonable use of force, and we haven't heard that yet. I want to also say that I think that we should look at ways we can adopt a more community-based police force in which the police live in the same neighborhoods that they serve. Keisha Lance-Bottoms did talk about police involvement in neighborhoods and volunteering in athletic, organizations in the neighborhoods that they serve in, and that is complete fantasy in a neighborhood like mine. It doesn't apply to my neighborhood. I think the police should live in, volunteer in, and serve in the neighborhoods, these neighborhoods, even, especially the majority Black and brown and low-income neighborhoods. This should be a requirement of the job, and these members of the community should be guardians, not authoritarians, in the neighborhoods in which they serve. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Brett Hogan, and I live in Buckhead, and I wanted to call and tell you that we still need to support our police officers and need to include law enforcement in the conversation when it comes to use of force policies and use of force commissions. Thank you very much. I'm in support of the police, and we need to continue supporting them as a whole.
My name is Jenny Hoffner, and I'm calling to leave a request
with the council. I'm calling in the wake of the killing of Rashad Brooks, and I'm calling with demands for change in the city of Atlanta. Here is my list, sourced from the community groups in Peoplestown, including the Peoplestown Neighborhood Association, among others. First, defund the police with a plan to rebuild the department on a model that actually protects and serves our community. 2, personnel violations are to be made public. 3, remove the statues of bigots at the state capitol. 4, make it so pensions are forfeited for any officer found guilty or liable of misconduct. 5, conduct psychological testing for all new officers. 6, conduct racial implicit bias testing for all officers and testing and training. In addition, require officer intervention for any observed officer misconduct. Negligent officers should be culpable along with the offending officer. In addition, 120-day moratorium on the use of military-grade equipment, vehicle, and aircraft included. And lastly, convene a paid citizen-based board to participate in the hiring process of a new police chief in the Atlanta area, in the city of Atlanta. And then create a review board, create this review.
Hi, my name is Susan Wolf, and I would like to ask that you give all officers due process when they're accused. At the full extent of the law, when police officers are assaulted, that includes objects being thrown at them, being spit at, anything like that. The escalation of force needs to be reevaluated, and we need to support the officers when they follow these rules, regardless of the politics. We need to support the right to peacefully protest, but swiftly and efficiently put down or stop any protest that develops into a rioting and looting, and prosecute anyone who is participating in the rioting and looting. Please support our police. We're very dependent upon them. They have kept us safe for many, many years, and we support them. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Rebecca Spivak, and I'm a resident of the city of Atlanta. I would like to make a comment about today's budget meeting. As a resident of Atlanta and seeing what is happening across our country and in our own city, I would like to redirect money away from the Atlanta Police Department and into social justice programs that benefit the city and the communities. I think it's crucial that we revise this budget immediately so that we can continue to protect our city from institutional violence and police brutality. Our communities are important here. It is important that we address what is going on, that we address the violence that is being perpetrated against the Black community, and we make changes so that no one else has to die at the hands of police brutality.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you. My name is Brian Freeman. I'm concerned about crime in Atlanta. I'm concerned about the police. I understand the issues with the police, and to the extent that we have police who are not doing what they're supposed to, we need to clearly train them better and discipline them when they do step out of line. However, we need more funding for the police, not less. We need more police. Prior to a recent riot and protest, a legitimate protest, we've had crime unleashed on Atlanta because of Keisha Lance Bottom's supposed reforms, the signature bond, social police, and the lack of concern about prosecuting criminals and keeping them off the streets. Many times they're caught one day because of signature bonds out the next, doing the same thing, being caught multiple times, 20, 30, 40 times is not unheard of. And many Atlantans are concerned, and as I am. Some are moving out of the city. Others are talking about it. This is an unprecedented change in our government, and that we've never seen before. While I know we need to talk about the police and we need to do things to create reforms, we also need a committee, that the composition of the committee is representative of all Atlanta, not just part of Atlanta. And Atlantans want to help to change things. Atlantans understand the issue and want to see things change for the better for all of Atlanta, not just some, but all of Atlanta. Thank you so much.
My name is Jane Branham, and I would like to make my voice known that I do not stand for defunding of the City of Atlanta Police Department. I already don't feel safe in the City of Atlanta, and the mayor's comments towards the police officers right now, it's not helping the situation anymore. I think we need more funding for the police. We need additional police officers. We do not have enough already on the streets. Thank you.
My name is Vera Biename, and I'm calling to propose that Atlanta adopt a community-based policing system in lieu of the authoritarian militaristic program we currently have, and truly be the model for other cities. It has been made quite clear in the hours of public comment on Monday and Tuesday that the overwhelming majority of Atlantans call on you, council members, to defund the police, which actually proposes a gradual reallocating of funds from the police to serve services that will better serve the people. Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms cautions against this idea, stating that police salaries need to be reasonable and they still be paid enough to live in Atlanta and have a high quality of life, etc. And I agree. I would like to propose that a community-based policing system be used. In such a system, a police officer would be given housing in the neighborhoods that they service. Police need to be compensated well and treated well, because we have seen how this police force protects and serves demonstrators. They don't. They attack them like animals. So we know that defunding the APD entirely would probably mean an entire force retaliating with excessive force on the people, especially black and brown people. So community policing means that the police standards of living don't have to change, but that a police officer who wants to continue to get paid will actually have to do some protecting and serving. In this system, police are regularly engaged in the community to the point that they can recognize the neighbors, and when they are called on the type of call that we all saw on Friday in which Rayshard Brooks was killed, they would have been able to help Brooks safely get home so they know he isn't a threat, instead of extinguishing what they determined to be a threat by taking away his life. In a community-based policing system, officers would be able to engage in the community as guardians, not as authoritarians. They would regularly volunteer and help run services that like community gardens, art education programs, recreational programs, social services, and mental health, disability, and drug addiction. They would learn from professionals how to best serve the people they are paid to serve and protect.
Hi, my name is Daniel Ochoa, OCHLA. I'm concerned about how the City of Atlanta is going to defund the police department and which departments of the city government the money will go to if we defund the police. Thank you.
This is Sherry Bagel. I live in Atlanta, and I just wanted to please appeal to you to respect our wonderful police force and do not defund them. They are a tremendous source of support and promote wonderful public safety. Thank you so much.
Good morning. My name is Angela J. I am constituent in Garden Hills, which is NPUB, and I've been a long-time resident here in the city of Atlanta. I am calling because reimagining police, as the city council has proposed, is simply not enough. And I am disgusted by the fact that despite the murder of Rayshard Brooks on Friday of last week, Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms has not made any indication, if anything, has supported the increases in the police budget or the 2021 budget. This is just incredulous to me. I cannot imagine anything else besides a murder of an innocent black man who is completely unarmed to want to motivate or change the mayor's mind and city council's mind on defunding police. Let me be clear on what defunding police means. When we say defunding police from the public, we mean cut the APD's budget by 50%, by creating a 5 to 7 year plan to dismantle the APD and build a new community-based, community-controlled public safety system to cancel the $12 million raises that was planned for the police officers, because officers who are murderers do not deserve raises. And we believe that if the Minneapolis City Council could vote unanimously on this basis of a human rights issue to abolish the police, the very least that the Atlanta City Council and the mayor can do is to defund the police by at least 50% and to close the jail before or on July 1st, 2020. We believe that we need to have justice for our peace, so we are asking to also reopen investigations into all APD killings since 2017. The end outcome must be to abolish the police and not to reimagine the police as the council has recommended. Thank you for your time.
My name is Samuel Joseph. I live and work in Atlanta. I'm a small business owner. I think we really need to be careful with how we judge and treat our police officers. If we make it impossible for them, the good police, to do their job, then we will be the ones made to suffer for it, we as citizens. The firing of the policeman for the incident on Friday reeks of politics to me. I'm a small business owner, like I said, and like I said, I also live in the area, and I want law and order. We talk about training the police, and I'm all for continuing to look for ways to make policing better. But what about training citizens and expecting citizens to act lawfully and respectfully? Thank you.
My name is Kathy Davis Hall. I have lived in Atlanta since 1977. I am a taxpayer. In fact, I pay more in property taxes than my son, who lives in Seattle, whose home is worth 4 times what mine is worth. I pay over $1,000 a month in taxes. And the crime in Atlanta is appalling. Long before these riots, we could not go to the grocery stores. We cannot walk the streets with our cell phones without being accosted. We can no longer park our cars in parking lots because they get broken into. We cannot pump gas. It is unbelievable what is happening to our city. And I am just one of many, many people that are so unhappy with this. I do not understand why we are letting the criminals take over. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Evelyn White, and I'm calling to ask that the city reimburse all household funding agencies immediately to avoid homelessness crisis among the people living with HIV in the metro Atlanta area. I myself am also one of those people, and I'm speaking on my own behalf as well. Several agencies have not yet received their funding, and hundreds of people, including myself and other African American and multiracial people who are living in the metro Atlanta area, are suffering from not having the proper funding that is supposed to be provided for us. And the people living with HIV could be at risk of losing their housing. Housing is health care for people living with HIV. The city must act now to save our lives. Thank you. Thank you for listening, and thank you for your time.
Hey, we are against your cutting the funding for the police department. If you need to cut anything, cut welfare, have people that have welfare. You see this kind of government subsidy program. Take drug testing before they get the program. Have a clean criminal record and have no drug use in the past 3 years. That's where you'll save your money. That's where your crime will go down. Now, also improve families within the Black communities.
This is Kathy Davis Hall again. I'm sorry, I failed to mention one thing. I said I have lived here since 1977. I have had my car stolen. I have had my wedding ring stolen. And I have had my billfold stolen. Thank you.
Hi there. My name is Louis Sivak, and I'm a resident of the city of Atlanta. I'm asking that you all really strongly consider the budget that's been placed by the mayor to fund the police department, that you consider it and deny it. The amount of money that's being given to an organization that is part of a larger national problem is just wrong. So please take some of that money, if not all of that money, and redirect it into other important social areas, like giving more money to the public defender, like giving more money to the ethics board, like giving more money to the grants and community development fund. Fund education with that money. Use that money to build up our communities instead of funding an institution that helps tear it down. Thank you for your time.
My name is Jared Hunter, and I'm calling to ask that the city reimburse all HOPWA-funded agencies immediately to avoid a homelessness crisis among people living with HIV in Metro Atlanta. Several agencies have not yet received their funding, and hundreds of people are living with HIV who could be at risk of losing their housing. Housing is healthcare for people living with HIV. The city must act now to help save lives. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Miriam Gollum. I live in Candler Park, and I am calling to tell the City Council that reimagining the police is not enough. I would like for the police to be defunded. In addition to that, defunding the Atlanta Police Department and reallocating the resources since the APD has failed to improve public safety and wellness. Attempts to curb police violence through increased trainings have been ineffective. To dismantle and replace a department that has proved ineffective at carrying out its mandate and is non-responsive to reform, a plan should be created for defunding APD and reallocating the resources to be more effective community-based strategies for reducing crime and increasing safety. Secondly, defunding and demolishing the jail. As long as the Atlanta City Detention Center remains open, APD will have a reason to arrest people in order to fill it. Every day the jail remains open, Atlantans are at risk for further harassment, violence, and death at the hands of APD. Close the jail and demolish it. Thirdly, the justice for our people. The city of Atlanta has a duty to hold APD accountable for the lives it has taken. Officers must be held accountable for killing people. Failing to address police killings, especially calling them misconduct when they are killings, in the past has accumulated distrust in the city of Atlanta's value of Black life. Defund the APD and relocate the resources, demolish the jails, and bring justice to the people. Thank you.
Yes, this is Mr. Stanley. Calling in regards to the current police reform that you all just proposed. That is extremely dangerous. What was attempting to be changed and turned into something else is not going to work. It's not good for the public. It's not good for the people that live in the city, and it's something that should not occur.
Hi, my name is Scott Strumloff. I'm calling in opposition to moving in the direction of defunding the police. I'm very supportive of the police in Atlanta. Very unhappy with the mayor's decision and respect for the way she's conducting this on her own behalf and changing the rules and policies of policing. Obviously heard some new policies this morning, and I'm very concerned that potentially moving outside of the city along with 10 other of our neighbors that are now also considering a massive move outside the city limits. So I heard there was a vote today or a discussion today about defunding. I think there should be additional funding for police, and this city needs to start getting behind our police force. Once again, my name is Scott Strumloff, 404-788-7308. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Nkosi Bridges. Just wanted to leave a comment about the proposed budget. There's a lot to speak about defunding the police, and I think this is a chance for us to be clear about where, as a city, we stand as far as the general funding of everything that we need. Atlanta has a large, homeless population that has many needs that are not met. I feel like that'd be a safer place to start, and hopefully you're going to see the effects of a stronger community. When you uplift starting from, some of the less fortunate financially. Second of all, education is a huge thing. I come from up north of Boston, and I feel like that's one thing that they prioritize, I think, even more than we do right here. So, just a couple of thoughts I'm going to put out there. Thank you.
about the budget. I feel really strongly that although I support policing in general, we have to get rid of the bad officers. And so, number one, in your budget, any negotiations with police unions about anything other than pay, vacation, and workplace safety, as normal unions can negotiate, must go out the window. All the protections for bad officers, all the disciplinary hearings, they have to be public. So in the budget, if the union wants to ask for more pay, that's okay. But if they want to ask to hide the records of bad cops, that's not okay. They need to be made transparent right now for the past 10 or 20 years. Number two, divert. I'm a white woman. I do value policing, but I would ask you to divert a fourth of the police budget to assertive community treatment teams for mentally ill offenders, increase homelessness housing done in a way that doesn't, create places where people congregate, but rather clean places where people are housed. And then I forgot the third one. So assertive community treatment, homelessness housing, and more funding for social support for, people who are encountering the police system, but in a for nonviolent crimes. I think that we should create another cadre of responders who are not armed, who would go for nonviolent offenses where there's no belief that that person would be violent, and pay those people.
Hello, this is Alicia Thompson. I'm a concerned citizen of the city of Atlanta who has become increasingly alarmed by the lack of sound leadership in the city of Atlanta. The recent use of force committee that was announced is anything but diverse or qualified. Your continued efforts to defund and undermine the APD, as noted in your 2021 budget cuts, along with the failure to provide raises as promised, your most recent irresponsible actions undermining the APD, while we already had a massive officer shortage, is making a dangerous situation even worse. Meanwhile, the already out-of-control crime has not only not been addressed, but is escalating. I hope you understand that there are tens of thousands of citizens in this city who are more and more irate and fed up with the currently elected leaders in this city who are destroying it with irresponsible decisions or lack thereof. Thank you.
Yes, my name is Jason Warshaw. I'm a resident of Atlanta for my entire life, 46 years. And I'm very concerned about the approach right now, the knee-jerk reaction approach to addressing law enforcement practices and procedures, with the understanding of the current protests and riots and current circumstances that impact everyone. But I want to make sure that level heads prevail and that emotion doesn't win the day. And I want to make sure that law enforcement is involved in conversations to determine best practices for everyone. Also, we pay a great deal in taxes in the city of Atlanta compared to a lot of other large cities. And as a taxpayer, I expect that we have a strong law enforcement presence to protect personal safety and property. And with the rising crime rates in Atlanta and the current criminal activity as part of the current riots, not protests, but riots, with store break-ins and fires, I want to make sure that that's taken into consideration when law enforcement procedures are reviewed. Because although some isolated incidents are of concern, the bigger picture is that our city is being raided and burned with very little attention to the... So please make sure that law enforcement is included in these discussions and that everything is handled logically with facts and not emotions. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Maggie Axton. I'm calling to demand that the proposed budget increases to the Atlanta Police Department be cut by 50%, and that all the money saved from that reduction be reallocated to community-based resources. For instance, the Department of Equity diversion programs such as pre-arrest diversion and other community control programs. Do not begin the hiring process of a new chief of police until a community-based council can be formed to review APD scope of work and disperse hiring decision-making power across the community review committee. And please decrease officer to resident ratio and demilitarize Atlanta Police Department through assessing use of riot gear, chemical and lethal weapon use. Also, I'm demanding that you defund and demolish the jail, close the jail on or before July 1st, 2020, demolish the building, and commit to its demolition on or before September 1st, 2020, and adopt the Reimagine ACDC Task Force policy recommendations and decriminalize the city code so that carry no potential for arrest. And I'm also demanding justice for the people who have been killed by the Atlanta Police Department since 2017, and the development of a community tribunal to assess use of force and take steps to hold APD officers accountable. Thank you for listening.
Please don't increase your budget. My friends are going to die. Please defund your police department, please. I'm begging you, stop funding racist institutions that are killing my friends.
My name is Dandelion Prinsloo, and I would like to voice my concern about funding the APD even more than it already unjustly is funded. You need to redirect your resources and your money and your time and your efforts and your knowledge back into the community that's desperately in need of such things. We need to start investing more in education. We need to start investing more in public services, in services for homeless people, and services for people who have disabilities. Now is not the time to give the system that's systematically killing people more resources and more money. Now is the time to give the resources back to the communities and listen to the communities, but you don't need to send out people whose only job is to protect property and things, and then think that a great solution to doing that is shooting us in the back while we run away for our lives. It's disgusting. What you're doing is absolutely just unthinkable. How much money and time and effort you're spending into militarizing a service that's meant to quote-unquote serve and protect, when in reality it's only serving and protecting the pockets of millionaires and billionaires and people with power and politics and money. You know, like, we elect people and we trust people to help us and to guide us and to govern us, and then all you want to do is put money back into systems that are killing us, subjugating us, and dehumanizing us. Listen, communities with the most resources, like the nice, bright, sunny suburbs and little pockets of rich neighborhoods in Atlanta, don't need the police. You need to give your people resources, not more police. Also, Keisha, fix yourself. Just trust me, this is not how you get reelected. You either need to resign now or listen to the people. So the riot is the voice of the unheard, and right now
Hello, this is Lindsay Bellew. I live in Zone 2, and I'm calling to express my concerns about the recent crime in the Buckhead area specifically, and want to express how important I think it is for police presence to remain in our community. And I cannot imagine any less police officers than we have now. I believe there should be more training, but I do not feel that any aspect of the police department should be defunded. I think, if anything, we need more help, and I just want to feel safe in my home, and that's impossible if we have no officers. So I support APD 100%, and I would like to help any way I can. My phone number is 404-550-2414. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Rob Armstrong. I am calling to voice my opposition of any effort to defund the Atlanta Police Department. We've already seen a significant resignation of officers due to low morale. I don't think this is going to be a step in the right direction, and I don't think it's going to end well. When we have a completely defunded APD, where we have really nothing but chaos and lawlessness to look forward to. Thank you very much.
My name is Robin Morgan. I am a Buckhead resident, and I would like to request our city council to please do not defund the police officers. We have seen crime pick up over the past 2 years in Buckhead, and as a taxpayer of a large amount of taxes, it is imperative that we continue to have police presence and support our police officers, not tear them down and have them go to surrounding counties. I think this is a knee-jerk reaction, and we need to form a council and involve the police officers in that council to speak and come to resolution of the state of our environment. Do not defund our police officers. Thank you.
My name is Emily Garrison. I am calling to leave my opinion on police reform. My concern is that in the area of town that I live in Buckhead, crime is increasing despite the reported statistics. A number of crimes do not get reported. I personally have been threatened with a gun while driving in the car, and when I tried to file a police report, the officer was not willing to file a police report. I have great concern that our officers are at capacity as it is, so I would just like the police reform conversation taking into account increasing crime rates in Buckhead.
Hi, my name is Amanda Coleman, and I'm calling to please stop the craziness of we need to keep our police in order. We need to appreciate them. They are doing a great job. Please do not let politics fire men that were only protecting themselves. I pay property taxes, and I don't feel safe because people let criminals out all the time that the police have caught. Please don't lower the morale anymore by this nonsense of defunding the police. We need our police. We need more money given to the police. Thank you.
My name is Felicia Hughie. I've lived here since 1990 and paid a lot in taxes here. And I'm begging you to not defund the police. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kristen Rodriguez. I live in Buckhead, and I was calling because I understand that there is a city council meeting going on today about defunding the police. I want to express my concern over doing that and cutting any more funding to the police, the Atlanta Police Department. As it is right now, there's so much crime in my area, which I had considered years ago as a fairly safe area. There are people stealing cars left and right at gas stations. When I have my children in the car with me, people are trying to steal cars. I don't feel safe in parking lots at Kroger. I don't feel safe bringing my children to school, driving down Peachtree, because there are people trying to get in your car, trying to sell water, and I don't feel like it's safe to defund any police because some people are calling and making threats. I pay taxes in this city. I pay very high taxes for where I live, and I feel like this is taxation without representation. If you defund the police and start cutting our funding to them and cutting the amount of police that are there to fit the needs of what angry mobs of people want. I feel like there's a better solution in defunding police
and also making people feel safer. I also believe that it's getting out of control, the crime in the city. I feel like the crime in the city hasn't been addressed very well the past few years, and defunding the police will absolutely not continue to address the crime. I really hope that y'all make a very educated decision based on what the people.
Yes, my name is Joe Fuller. I'm a resident of the city of Atlanta, and I would like to voice my concern on any thing that the city council might do to defund our police department. I think they are vital to the peace and calm of our city and are very much needed. We have just spent time thanking our first responders for all they've done during the virus. We need to thank them also for what they do to contain crime in the city of Atlanta. I hope that this is never done in the city, defunding of the police department. Thank you.
Yes, my name is Brooke McGill, and I'm a City of Atlanta resident, and I'm just calling to voice my opinion that we should not defund our police force. Please, City Council members, do not have a knee-jerk reaction on what has been going on in our awesome city. Please do not defund the Atlanta Police Department or any police department. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Deborah Fowler. First of all, I'd like to thank each and every one of you for your service. We greatly appreciate your time, your effort, and support for Atlanta. I would like to express my concern over the police treatment. I have found the APD, starting with Erica Shields and her predecessor before her, to be extraordinarily phenomenal in what they do, leading a great team of policemen who work tirelessly and effortlessly to protect us. They've gone out of their way. We have had tremendous success with Zone 2. They have been phenomenal, as all zones have. So I strongly urge an increase in support for police. We have been down a number of police officers for an inordinate amount of time, and I am hopeful that we will never defund the police, who we appreciate, need, and everyone seems to use them and want them, including Mayor Keisha Bottoms. Thank you so much. Thank you for your service.
Hello, my name is Jennifer Black. I live in the city of Atlanta. I am 55 years old. I've lived here my entire life. I'm horrified at what's happening in Atlanta right now. This is not the city I grew up in. I'm horrified at how the police are being treated. I don't want anyone to die, but I cannot support defunding the police at all. I do not think we should be defunding the police. Perhaps we need to give them more detailed training. But every police officer, after they put their lives on the line for us, deserve to have due process before being immediately fired. I'm horrified that Erica Shields was let go, and use of force is not okay, but defunding the police is not okay. I am very concerned about all the police officers that are resigning and leaving. I know they're going to go to local neighboring counties and make more money and support the citizens there. So I'm asking, please, I do not want to defund the police. I want us to stay strong as a city and work together to solve this problem. Thank you for your time.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Rogelio Arcilla. I'm a citizen of Atlanta, Georgia. I live in the West End, Oakland City District. I'm calling because I do not believe that Atlanta should defund the police, defund and demolish the jail, and we need justice for people. Banning chokeholds and lifting the curfews is not enough. We need a lot more, and I would like those APD funds to be reallocated to sources such as behavioral and mental health, help fund crippling infrastructure, potholes in the roads, in our education system. There's countless times where I know teachers that have to purchase their own supplies. So I feel like the people have spoke, and we will continue to speak, whether protests or speeches, but something needs to be done. And I would love for our elected officials that we voted for in office and pay with our tax dollars to put that towards the community and not in a police union or just the police in general. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Joni Santos, and I urge you to not defund the police. Please keep our police intact. We need them in the city of Atlanta to be safe. Thank you.
My name is M.K. Hutchison. I live in Atlanta in the 3rd District, and in solidarity with Racial Justice Action Center and Women on the Rise, these are my demands. Cut APD's budget by 50% for fiscal year 2021, relieve all officers performing quality of life policing, and immediately allocate the funds saved to community resources such as the Department of Equity. Create a 5 to 7 year plan to dismantle APD and replace it with a community-based and controlled public safety system. Do not begin hiring the new chief of police until community council can be formed to disperse hiring decision-making power. Decrease the officer-to-resident ratio and demilitarize APD. Close APDC on or before July 1st, 2020. Adopt the reimagined ACDC task force policy recommendations. Reopen investigations into all APD killings since 2017. Fire the officers who killed Alexia Christian, Oscar Kane, and DeAndre Phillips. Fire Erica Shields from the department. And in solidarity with the People's Response Atlanta, I also demand a reduction in police presence in vulnerable neighborhoods, specifically zones 1, 3, and 5. Thank you.
Hey, my name is Charles Morris. I was just calling in to essentially demand that the $217.6 million proposed budget for the APD, personally, I had requested it be cut to nothing, and we create some new departments to put that money into, or to put it into existing departments that would kind of help fill some of the gaps that police usually have to fill, such as social work and help with mental illness or substance abuse issues. But at the bare minimum, I'd like to see that budget cut by 50% to reallocate the money from that into those different programs I mentioned. I really think it's a disgrace to be giving this much money to police, especially in this moment right now where so many people are finally realizing the racist nature of our quote-unquote justice system. I think it's important that we be on the right side of history with this and just cut this money from the APD budget. Thank you.
Yes, hi, my name is Layla Laniado. I live on 1615 Morse Mill, and I'm completely against defunding the police and changing the rules of the police training and what they're doing. They're amazing. They have saved our lives multiple times. The crime is increasing, even though your numbers are showing down. Just because you don't put people in jail, you're not allowed to chase them, and all those crazy things. People that are criminals should pay for their crime, and they should go to jail. If you want to spend more money on programs, hey, by all means, but not at the expense of the police department. I do not support changing anything on the police department. They have done amazing, and they put their lives at risk for people like us. So I don't think it's fair.
Hello, my name is Sue Longman. I am calling to ask that you do not defund our police force. We need them more than any other time right now. So please do not defund the police force. Thank you.
Well, my name's David Wilson. I am 65 years old. I graduated from the University of Georgia in 1978. I'm semi-retired. I live in Buckhead. And I want to voice my opinion on behalf of the police and what's happening to this city. You guys are losing control by not standing up and showing some muscle, fortitude, what have you. And you let the inmates are running the asylum, and something needs to be done. This town is becoming more radical by the day due to you guys letting Keisha Lance Bottom push y'all around. We didn't elect you guys for this. Sure as hell didn't vote for her. But something needs to be done. It needs to be done fast. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Erin Lockett, and I'm a citizen of Atlanta. I wanted to call to voice my support for the Atlanta Police and the good officers that we know work for the Atlanta Police Department. I do not support defunding the police in any way. I think that the police officers in Atlanta, the vast majority of them, do their job, and they do it with pride. I just wanted my voice to be heard, and please feel free to call me with questions, 404-805-1041.
Hi, my name is Rachel Jones. I live in NPUN, and I just wanted to make a comment that reimagining police in Atlanta is not enough, in my opinion. Rather, I think that the city council should go for defunding the police and reallocating the money saved in APD's budget for fiscal year 21 to alternatives and community-based resources. So, for example, the Department of Equity and pre-arrest division.
Hi, I'm calling as a concerned resident of Atlanta about the possibility of moving funds away from our police enforcement. I just want you to know that as a mother and as a resident, as a taxpayer, I feel like we need more police, not less. Our neighborhoods have seen increasing crime and increasing violence of that crime to the point where we don't feel safe at our neighborhood shopping centers. We don't feel safe walking the streets, especially at night. And we don't feel like even our matters of illegal traffic and speeding is being handled at all. So I, just as a mother and a concerned citizen, really think that we need more funding for the police than less. Thank you for your consideration. Bye.
Hello, my name is Anna Xiao, and I live in Candler Park. With regard to the police budget, I stand with the majority who do not want any more money funneled to the police or prisons. We want to cut the police budget and use it to create a new, non-punitive support service in addition to funding healthcare, housing, education, and jobs, especially to marginalized communities that have fewer resources like the ones disproportionately inhabited by African Americans. Other cities in the country have already adopted these policies in recent weeks, and I think if Atlanta did the same, it would be seen as an innovative and modern city instead of an outdated and unjust one. Thank you.
Giuliano Tornusciolo. I'm an immigrant, and it's absurd seeing you guys trying to defund the police. I lived in a place where there was minimal to no police whatsoever, and seeing the criminality rates increase and the crime take over the honest citizen, it's very discerning. So the only idea to get funds away from the police that protect us is just incredible. I mean, we live in a nation here where everybody can achieve whatever they want. It is the American dream, and it's sad to see that can be taken away because of crime. We need the police. We need them to be there when we call them. And right now, you taking away their rights from us is just like incredible. There is no way that you guys can do that. Thank you.
Good afternoon, City Council members. My name is Susie Carson. I have lived in Atlanta since 1980. I've owned property right here in Buckhead since 1980. I've paid how many dollars in taxes, not getting anything. Atlanta is just not the city it used to be. It's way too radical, being run by leftist Democrats. Now, it completely has let the thugs take over. We have a weak mayor who does not support the police in any way, form, or fashion. I am in complete support of the police. I do not want our police department defunded. I want the police strengthened. I want them to get some kind of training. I know there are bad cops out there. The job kind of goes to their head. They think they've got more power than they do. But we cannot let the thugs take over. Criminals deserve to be imprisoned, not let out on signature bonds, not let out because of this virus. Y'all are giving them just carte blanche. They can do whatever they want in the city, and they know it. They get away with everything. This is wrong. The people who pay for this city, we demand better. You people have what it takes to get this city back on track. Mayor Bottoms, what we need.
My name is Nicole Metzweiser. I have been a resident of the city of Atlanta for over 20 years, and I am calling to express my great concern over defunding the police in this town. I have had close relationships with many police officers over the years that have worked for my children's school, that have worked for different businesses that I have been involved in. I've had nothing but good experiences with these individuals. I feel that they already are not given the financial support that many of them need, and I feel like defunding them even more is only going to make their job a lot more difficult. The concern of a few bad police officers doing things that abuse their power should not affect the majority of those that are protecting us. I find that the protests where we have people, hopefully not as many from our own city, but hopefully that have been shipped in to protest, sitting in the faces and screaming at these individuals who then we call on whenever we need help, is extremely offensive. And so again, I would just like to stress that as a resident of the city of Atlanta for over 20 years, I feel like defunding the police in our town will only bring harm to a majority of the residents within this town. Because over the past 5 years, I have, thank you so much for taking my feedback.
Shelley Justice. And I just wanted to say that I am 100% for the executive order that Trump signed for police reform, and that the cops need more funding, and it is not in any way, shape, or form to defund our police department. It's embarrassing, and it's shameful that the people that protect us and you, when you lay your head down at night, that they want to take funds from the people that protect us. It's craziness. That is my comment about the police reform.
This is Marilyn Crone, Krone. I live in zip code 30342. I am calling to adamantly stop defunding the police. This has gotten to be really ridiculous, and I think you need to defund some of the city government officials that are doing this. So I don't want to flee Atlanta, but it looks like everyone else has that mind because the leadership that's taking place. Do not defund the police. Pay them more, hire them back, and let's protect our communities. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jamie, and I'm calling because I'm a resident and homeowner in Atlanta. I live in the Buckhead area, And I'm calling to strongly discourage anyone from defunding the police and to let them know that we will move if this happens and take our tax money with us. We will not live in a place of lawlessness. And the council, I would hope, is wise enough to know that this is a quick movement, an emotional movement, and it's not one logically thought out. But we do already have plans to move if this passes, so I wanted to let you know. And also, we already have some family and friends who no longer will visit Atlanta, especially in light of the recent riots at the end of May. They know it is not safe. They know that crime has been on the rise, and it will be even more so if the defund the police movement passes. So, just letting you know what you're up against, and that people will stop coming here and they will stop or showing up. We are prepared to leave if this passes. We also do all of our shopping here, so that is sales tax money that will also be gone as well. If anything, the police force needs to have increased funding so they can have more training, mental health training. We also need funds for our homeless. All of this defunding movement, it's pure emotion, and we are prepared to leave. So thank you for hearing us out, and thank you for taking us seriously, knowing that we are about to go. Thanks. Bye.
This is Mark Morrell. I urge you strongly to not defund the police. A crazy option that's not even reasonable to be considering. I wish you to think long and hard about this. It will destroy the city. Thank you.
Hey, this is Matthew Tully. I live in the city of Atlanta, and I think it's a terrible idea to defund the Atlanta Police Department. So I would strongly vote against defunding the Atlanta Police Department. Thank you.
Hello, this is Maria Dietrich. I live in Chastain Park, and I have to listen to every night the ATVs going up and down our streets in Peachtree, Roswell Road, 75, 85, 400. I can hear them all night long, and nothing is done. We need to have more police protection on our streets. This is unbelievable that we are even considering to defund the police. We actually need these officers to be supported by their mayor, who has done nothing except to promote her own publicity in a national forum, while her own city has been looted and destroyed. If I could have the city council focus on the city of Atlanta and what needs to be done to protect its citizens that contribute to the tax dollars and the tax base, that would be something to keep my family here. Otherwise, we will move and we will take our tax dollars outside of the city of Atlanta to a community that actually values the citizens and has a city council and a mayor who is dedicated to serving the community that they have been voted in to protect and serve. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Tracy Cole, and I'm a registered voter, and I was calling to express my opinion about defunding the police. I don't want to defund the police. I think that the police are necessary, and I don't want to live in a city that doesn't have police. So do I think that there needs to be training? Absolutely. Do I think that we need to ensure that there's training that allows police to protect themselves so that they aren't killed? Yes, I do. I think that putting your leg on somebody's neck for 8 minutes is insane and obviously needs to never happen again. But anarchy is not an option. So that's my 2 cents. Thanks. Bye.
Hi, my name is Eric Fraser, and I live in Grant Park. And I, as a citizen of Atlanta, want to ask you to defund and abolish the police department. I am a white man, but I can obviously see that it's not working for our communities at large. We need to dismantle this system and rebuild. That doesn't mean that we're going to get rid of police completely. They just need to be completely rethought of. We need to defund the police. Please defund the police. They are not helping us. They are murdering us. Thank you so much for listening to me. I pray that you do the right thing. You can do the right thing right now and end this be the city that makes the change. I know Atlanta can. This is the most beautiful city in America. It's the most diverse, the most beautifully mixed, all colors, all creeds, all genders, all sexual orientations, everything are welcome here. And you need to protect us. Last year, one of my best friends was killed in a hate crime. He was a gay man that was killed in the streets of Decatur as a hate crime. This needs to stop. We need to defund the police, and we need to create a system that protects us and uplifts our communities. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Eshe Shukura. Hi, my name is Eshe Shukura, and I am a resident of Atlanta. I went to Carver. I am from Zone 3. I have been in the city since I was 8 years old, and I have seen the city continuously do nothing about APD, do nothing about the atrocities, the murders, the cover-up, the BS of the Atlanta City Police Department. And yeah, I hear y'all's resumes, they're long, y'all are talking about all the stuff that you did and what you did before, but that stuff did not work. And we are actually asking that you defund the police. We're asking that we get a date to close the city jail. We are asking for more than just your resume, more than just like you hear us, you hear the rage. We're asking that you not talk about protecting officers, but you actually talk about protecting our people. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lindsay Wallace. I live in Atlanta. I appreciate that you are all sorry about what is happening and you would like it to change, but I would like to hear some concrete policy. What are you going to do to make it change? And I have one idea. Why is it illegal for someone to sleep off intoxication in their car? That seems to me like a responsible thing to do. So why was that illegal in the first place? Rayshard Brooks did not have to be bothered in the first place. Please address some policy for like that. Thank you very much. Bye.
Hi, I was just listening to the council meeting. Can y'all please address the budget and the $15 million more that you are giving to the police officers that abuse our citizens? It's unjustifiable. That money needs to go not to the police. It needs to go to community organization. It needs to go to education, pay our teachers. Then you'll have less crime. Also, what is this executive session? If y'all could address that. This is a public hearing. Y'all are public servants. Nothing y'all say should ever be behind closed doors. So if y'all could quit that policy, that would be great also. No more executive sessions. If something's open to public because we pay you, everything y'all say needs to be open and in the public, okay? So cut this out. Address what we are all here to listen about. Cut the funding drastically to the police. Give it to community organization and local public school education, okay? Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Eugene Maffa. I'm a student at Georgia State University. I feel like the abuse by the police is completely wrong and unjust. These defund the police and create safer programs for them to retrain. These funds directing towards low-income neighborhoods or college students who need them, please, because all these killings and murders will stop. This is not America. This is bad. Like, please make a way. Please change. Amen.
Hello, this is Maggie Anderson, and I am calling to comment on the police budget. I'm very concerned that we have more police training for anger management, for keeping situations under control without getting ridiculously dangerous the way this has happened to yesterday or day before yesterday. I also would encourage some of that money to be used for community organizations that can partner with police to help them, recognize people in their community who may be alcoholics, may be drug addicts, but are not dangerous, and to be avoiding killing these people. It is just ridiculous that a man is stopped by the police for sleeping in his car and ends up dead. That is abhorrent. Thank you very much for listening to my comment.
Hello, my name is Mike Morgan. I'm a resident of the Capitol View neighborhood. Our councilperson is Joyce Shepard, and I'd like to just make a statement about the proposed police budget, and I would strongly urge the council to reduce the amount of budget that is being allotted for the police. The police department is extremely overfunded, and that money could very well be used in other places, as I'm sure you all very well know. I'm sure that the police lobby is strong, and encouraging you to pay them $212 million, which is frankly just insane. And I hope that you will have the good enough judgment to see that. And I also want you to know that I plan on leading an effort to find somebody who will support the defunding of the police department if Joyce Shepard is not willing to play ball on that. The Capitol View Neighborhood Association has also showed support for this, for finding somebody who will speak for the people of the neighborhood. So Joyce, if you're hearing this, your days are numbered if in office. If you don't concede and make some real efforts to make some changes to the way that our communities are policed. Thank you for your time and dedication to making our city a better place. Thank you.
Hello, this is Gavin Brown again. I'm also curious to learn more about the virtual meetings that you all have. They seem so poorly designed. They seem so poorly set up. Why is it that we have to call in to give you a direct comment? There's just so many other ways, I think, to allow people to get in contact with you all seamlessly, and this is not it. It almost sounds like you're hiding behind this, quite frankly, and that's probably the case.
Hi, my name is Mandy Gerard, and I want $20 million in funds from the dissolution of the Department of Corrections reallocated to Atlanta Creatives for funding, support, operations, and programming. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Chiso Ahanotu. I'm calling about the city's increase in the police budget this year or next year. I live in Midtown Atlanta. On my road alone, there's like maybe 9 or 10 potholes within like 1 mile of getting to the highway. And that's just one tiny thing that needs to be fixed based on so many things that are going on around here right now. And the last thing we need right now, in my opinion, is more money for the police. I see police in riot gear. They have money for giant cars that they look like tanks. They have already too much stuff, and they're not doing enough with it. I think what you need to do is take money away from the police and give it to community organizers, give it to things that are going to get kind of stop the things that prevent the things that cops are going to arrest people for. And moreover, just trying to help the city kind of get better. The last thing we need right now is cops. There's so many things we need right now: education, health concerns, all kinds of things. But right now, what we don't need is giving that $13 million to the police. Please do not give more money to the police. Thank you so much. I know you guys want to do the right thing, so please do that. All right, have a good day. Bye-bye.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Beverly Baxter, and my comment is that I need y'all to raise requirements for people to become police officers. Give them proper training and let them know they need to de-escalate situations involving citizens which do not require fuss. You should also make them accountable for crimes that they commit while on the job, as you would any other citizen. They don't need the extra money. All of that $13 million can be used for something else. It can go into infrastructure, education, healthcare programs, and even housing. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Alexis Alzada. I'm a resident of Atlanta, and like many others today, I'm calling to demand that you guys reduce funding to your police force, reduce funding that you give to prisons and jails in Atlanta, and reallocate those funds towards the communities that otherwise would be victims of your predatory and exploitative police and prison systems. What I find most interesting listening along today is that
Nike Katsakis. I just want to make sure that the APD, Atlanta Police Department, is not receiving any of its proposed bonuses. Personally, I believe that that money could be better spent towards funding de-escalation and social services task force. I think that there's no reason that we should be giving new guns and new weapons and just a cash reward for a police department that has been shown on camera to be using excessive force in handling these protests and have just recently killed an unarmed black man while running. That was running away. So I think that it's very clear that we shouldn't be rewarding bad behavior and that money could be going to more productive uses. I would like to see a total defunding, if possible, of the Atlanta Police Department. Thank you. Have a nice day. Thanks.
Hi, this is Alexa Alzada again. Sorry, I got disconnected, but I know that you politicians over the last 2 weeks have been watching your people who elected you out in the streets crying.
This is Grayson Hester. I live in the zip code 30306. And my message to the Atlanta City Council is that I find the new budget, which significantly ratchets up the allocation for Atlanta Police Department, to be unconscionable, immoral, and completely out of step with what activists, organizers, other politicians, and other members of the movement are calling for, especially in the wake of the murder of Rayshard Brooks and the murder of George Floyd and Breonna Taylor and other black people, Ahmaud Arbery, Tony McDade, who have been murdered at the hands of police, and after the resignation of Atlanta's police chief, Erica Fields. It is completely immoral and anti-black, anti-justice to increase the police department, especially at the detriment of other departments. I demand that the Atlanta City Council reduce the amount of money given to the police, or defund the police, as some are saying, and reallocate that money to community services that will actually benefit the people of Atlanta. Thank you.
My name is Marissa Sutton, and I live in Virginia Highlands. I am calling to demand the defunding of the APD and the reallocation of those funds to social services, as well as other programs that would actually protect and serve the people of Atlanta. It is humiliating to have a mayor so concerned with her national image that she would appear on several national TV outlets while obviously neglecting her duties as mayor, as evidenced by the police murdering Rayshard Brooks while he was running away. Where was her leadership? Where were her talks with the police about their role in the community that could have prevented this? Where was the leadership of my own councilwoman, Jennifer Ives? Councilwoman Ives, I have not seen a single public comment from you on Twitter or any other social media condemning the murder of Rayshard Brooks. But you had time to tweet about damaged bus votes on June 11th. Councilwoman Ives, you said that you would not at all entertain any calls to defund the police, and that just goes to show how disconnected you are from your constituents. Where were you when hundreds of people lined North Highland to protest police brutality and call for the defunding of the police? These same constituents will remember your silence in 2021. Over the past 2 weeks, 3 people experiencing homelessness have been murdered, and there have been no arrests in the city of Atlanta. What good are the police doing here? Who are they protecting? They murdered Rayshard Brooks for sleeping in his car and can't even seem to prevent actual crime. I urge all members of the Atlanta City Council to defund the police and reallocate those funds to organizations and other people that are actually worthy of a single penny. Thank you.
Well, considering the recent events with the shooting of Rayshard Brooks, I would like to really look at the $217 million budget for the police. How would that really be allocated? If somebody's sleeping in their car, Are we going to have a budget for, let's say, counselors that can just come tap on their window, say, hey, you need a ride home, sir? Is everything okay? How's everything going at home? Is that what the $217 million is going for? If so, that's fine. But earlier on Twitter, I saw a video of it, a crowd getting tear gassed. Is that what the money's going for? If it is, that's not fine. So can you please elaborate?
Hi, my name is Brandon Douglas, and my questions are centered around the general fund, or the proposed general fund budget. So this year, like many years in the past, the police budget is much higher than the Citizens Review Board, the Grants and Community Development, the Ethics Board, the Public Defender, the City Planning, and the Parks and Recreations budgets. And I wanted to ask what the significance behind that discrepancy is. So I understand what the budget is allocated towards, but I'm specifically asking about the discrepancy between the police budget and the rest of the components of the general fund. I'd really like to understand what's behind the discrepancy between those two sections of the general fund. Thank you so much for your time. Bye.
Hi, my name is Jeremy Henderson, and I am calling to inform you about my concerns regarding the bill that is being discussed and voted upon today in Atlanta. The fact that we are considering limiting filming in public spaces is a dangerous precedent, and it provides an opportunity for dangerous things to happen, without us as citizens having the opportunity to have proof of wrongdoing, against us. It is a limit on freedoms that I believe citizens have the right to. So please, please, please do not pass this bill. Do not limit citizens' freedoms, and do not make public spaces more dangerous.
My name is Amita Karunakaran, and I'm calling about the City of Atlanta proposed budget this week, which includes a $262 million allocation to the Atlanta Police Department, including a $10 million raise and police bonuses, which I think is grossly inappropriate considering the excessive force and violence and shooting to death of a fleeing man this current week, among other corruptions. And I think that pulling this money from community development funds to further police budgeting is a gross use of public funds and should be better put towards social workers, psychologists, and other task forces to address homelessness and conflict de-escalation. And additional funds should definitely be supplied out of existing police budgets, necessitating a cut to the police budget. Thank you. Bye.
It would be in the city's best interest to pour this $12 million that's going to go to APD into the community. The police already get so much more money than all the other sections of our community, besides things like the airport, which has plenty of money, so we need that money more. And community-based things like education and health, we don't need more military care for cops when they're still out here killing normal people and are terrible at de-escalation. They don't need any more power. Nobody wants that.
Hello, my name is Rob Hamcherick, and I think that the city budget needs to reconsider what they're spending on police force versus public education. The APS needs more funding, and the APD needs less. We need to have our priorities straight in this regard. Thank you.
Hello, Atlanta City Council. Thank you so much for your service. My name is Rachel Bachman. I'm a teacher and children, and I really believe that you guys will make appropriating monies towards preventative especially the mental health issues that secure children in all areas need preventative care or counselors in their elementary schools, specialized education, and reading specialists to help them meet their needs where they are. We also would like you to consider spending money on recreational programs that engage and activate our youth in a preventative way to use their bodies for the good and to create holistic development for them in the future. So thank you again for your service in the City Council, and I wish you well.
My name is Lorenzo Lewis. I am calling to ask that the city reimburse all SHOPWA-funded agencies immediately to avoid a homeless crisis among people living with HIV in Metro Atlanta. Several agencies have not yet received their funding, and hundreds of people living with HIV could be at risk of losing their housing. Housing is health care for people living with HIV. The city must act now and save lives. Thank you.
Hi, this is Lane Anderson of Fulton County. I'm calling to demand that the APD is cut by at least 50% and reallocated to programs with community resources and wellness with the goal of dismantling the APD in 5 to 7 years. I heard Keisha Lance Bottom say earlier today during a press conference that the Wendy's was burned down by protesters in a horrible loss. Because the area is a food desert and because Wendy sells salads. This is ridiculous and reflects her lack of investment and interest in actual standing for Atlantans, because anyone with a brain would know that what people in a food desert needs is access to fresh produce, i.e. grocery stores, would be a much more of an actual solution than a Wendy's. Yeah, anyways. We want a bigger investment in community services and less in the police. Thank you.
Make sure you pay out a big settlement for that black guy that got killed, because he deserves it, because he resisted arrest. Hello, my name is Angie Lewis. I am calling out of Atlanta from the Collier Heights neighborhood, and I am calling in to demand that the proportion of funding that is going towards the police budget for 2021 is seriously decreased and cut in half at least. The budget for the police completely dwarfs other very vital services for the city, social services, social workers, foster care homes, psychologists, people that can actually de-escalate conflicts that happen in the community to address issues of public intoxication and homelessness. The amount that is being allocated as proposed is in complete conflict with what the people of this country and of this city are asking for in terms of the movement to defund the police department. And so, defund the police, cut this budget in half. It's ridiculous. Listen to your citizens. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Margaret Dillon. My comment is that I'm concerned about the police getting more funding. I think that funding for the police should be cut drastically. I think that $100 million of that budget should be doled out to other community services and other community projects. I would like that to be addressed because I'm not happy with increasing police spending. Thank you. Bye.
Hi, my name is Sonali Masters. I am a student at Georgia Tech, and I'm also a resident of the Metro Atlanta area. I am shocked that there is an increase for the Atlanta Police Department during this time in our country and our city. I understand that that increase is due to body cams as well as salary increases for the police department. However, I think that it's incredibly insensitive But during the pandemic, when so many members of our community are working so hard to provide for the needs of the community and actually succeeding at that many of those services are being cut, and we are giving a raise to the police department. Furthermore, I think that it's unreasonable to expect that body cams are the only solution when there is not actual accountability for what occurred on those body cams. I understand that one of the officers involved with the Sharp Brooks' shooting is still an employee of the Atlanta Police Department. That is not acceptable. I want our city to engage in real action and real change and be a leader on that front. And I hope that you are ready to make those changes, not minuscule, half-hearted measures. Thank you so much.
Hello, my name is Kristen Consuegra. I'm a resident of the city of Atlanta. I'm calling about the mayor's fiscal year 2021 budget proposal. I am asking that the City of Atlanta Council make a more overt and visible commitment to racial justice. I demand that the budget vote be delayed so that the council may find ways to redirect money away from the Atlanta Police Department's overinflated budget. I urge you to pressure the city's mayoral office towards ethical and equal reallocation of the city's expenditures away from the APD and towards sectors that facilitate and dismantling of the racial and class inequality. Thank you. I yield my time. Goodbye.
Jonathan T. Atlanta needs affordable housing, real affordable housing. It needs rent control. Rent control. Rent should not be this high without a functional transportation system, public transportation system. No way. It needs strong tenant laws, opportunity zones for black businesses, less police. Yes, less police, more social services, homeless outreach, better city planning, because the urban sprawl is disgusting, more parks, more public transportation, already said that, less convention halls, and that's it. We need affordable housing. It shouldn't be the end-all be-all to buy a house. Some of us don't want to buy a house. Some of us do not want to be tied down to a house. But we don't want to have rents that are sporadic and landlords that are totally out of control. And there are no laws that are regulating landlords or people that own homes that they rent out. All right, so that's all I have to say.
Hi, I'm Alan Wardlow, Atlanta citizen. I'm calling to state my concern about the current budget as far as it concerns the Atlanta Police Department. I think it's completely inappropriate for the city of Atlanta to be having a $12 million increase in the proposed budget at a time when the entire black community of our city has been telling us that it needs more resources outside of the police force. And at a time when nationally, frankly, the police force has just been shown to not really be the best way to help the people of this country.
Hi, this budget is unacceptable. In the aftermath of the police killing of Rayshard Brooks, you want to increase the police budget by $2 million. You want to give each officer a $5,000 raise. When so many people have lost their jobs this year, the April total for unemployment claims is more than the last 4 years combined. For what? A more effective force? This is clearly not working. Demilitarize APD, defund APD, allocate the resources, reopen investigations into all APD killings since 2017. And instead of releasing of black people and poor people, Rayshard Brooks died, and it didn't have to be that way. Make it right.
My name is Tyler Battles. I'm calling yet again to say that the APD budget is outrageous and egregious and must immediately be defunded and have that money allocated to programs and services that actually serve our community in Atlanta. Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Bridget August, and I live in the city of Atlanta. I do not feel like now is the time to increase the police budget. I feel like now is the time to do a major overhaul and look at other opportunities within our community to invest. And an increase of $13 million when we're closing down a jail and making room for other ways to improve the system is just not indicative of the times that we're in and needs a deep process and reconsideration. All right, thanks.
Hello, this is Michelle Tingle calling from Georgia Stand Up. And this is just a request that all council members understand and support the importance of allocating funds in this PY21 budget. This will service improve public safety. For years, Southwest Atlanta residents covered by Zone 4 have continued to have unacceptable response time due to the size of the district. The short-term solution for this would be able to help save lives by decreasing response time is to redistribute funds in the APD budget and use the mini precinct at the Green Bar Mall for cars that service the I-285 to Fulton Industry and Camp Creek areas. So please, let's not wait until someone dies to make this happen. Again, please, council members, our community needs you to support them during this time, especially the Southwest Atlanta residents. Please do not wait for anybody to die again for them to make this happen. Thank you. I hope you all have a wonderful day.
Hi, my name is Oliver Hondard. I'm a resident of District 1 in Grant Park. The third precinct is in my neighborhood. I consider Richard Brooks a neighbor of mine. I guess one comment I have is that I just want to point out that the majority of police interaction, the police calls, are to domestic disputes. And to me, I wonder if we could break up the police department and instead of having 50 an armed police force top to bottom, if it could be an on-call social worker, essentially couples counseling to service these domestic disputes calls. I'd also like to add that anytime a member of the employee of the state that has 5 weapons in their tool belt, including a pistol, and is allowed to act with immunity, they are the law. They are not accountable to the law, and therefore what they do is not held to the same standard. Anytime a person like that is visible, is in your vicinity, they escalate violence. They do not de-escalate. They are, by definition, a threat to anybody and everybody around them. So I think it would go a long way to end this qualified immunity. That's all. Thank you for listening.
My name is Ellison Butterfield. I'm commenting in response to Atlanta's proposed 2021 budget to demand that you commit to defunding the police by removing at least the $15 million increase to police funding and $18 million increase for the Atlanta Correctional Detention Center. May I begin by reminding you that you work for us. You applied for a job in which you would represent the people. Yesterday's public comment showed a strong desire from the people to defund the police. Think about your job description. The police will be defunded. You can choose whether or not you will be helpful in that process right now. The proposed budget calls for $217.6 million for police, which is 694 times the amount allocated to community development. It is 230 times the Citizen Review Board. As we have seen recent murder of Rashard Brooks and the use of chemical weaponry and physical violence against protesters, our police make our communities dangerous. We demand that you defund APD and reallocate those dollars to Black communities. We cannot trust officers whose careers were created to enforce enslavement. We cannot trust officers who resort to excessive force and homicide even as they are under close watch by citizens in this political climate. We certainly do not need more of them on our streets harassing our communities. Body cameras don't fix the violent nature of the job. Body cameras don't nourish the minds and the bodies of the people in our communities. They don't focus on finding jobs and after-school activities and peace in our neighborhoods. I demand you commit to immediately removing the $33 million increase for funding the APD and ACDC and allocate that money into Black communities. I am expecting you to do more than this. To act as if this budget is not a choice is a betrayal to the citizens and the voters of your city. It is a choice we will not forget. If you wish to make Atlanta safer, to establish trust between our citizens and our government, you will commit to allocating money away from the police department and to Black communities.
Hello, my name is Scott Rose. I was wondering, obviously, I think that the police department funding needs to be diverted elsewhere to more programs that actually benefit the community. I think it is clear that the police structure as is failing our community, both in loss of community life and policing of speeders, et cetera, on and on. So I was wondering if anything had been considered for setting new programs or trying to automate things that don't necessarily need a person in a patrol car, like speeding tickets. Can we look at drone usage and mailing of speeding tickets? It could be more efficient and effective to get speeding fines and put a stop to the rampant speeding around the city and reduce conflict and danger to both our police officers and our community. So hopefully I'd like to know more about kind of what technology options we're looking at to try to reduce the budget and divert it elsewhere for our community. Thank you.
Hey there, good morning. My name is Caleb Magistro. I live in the city of Atlanta, Georgia. I just called to express my frustration with the council and Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms' continued problems with the community of people living with HIV that are being evicted from their homes. Millions of dollars being in assistance for these people, and yet it lies in wait for these people. And yet, given these recent events with the local APD, you have all this money set aside for them. Take that money and put it towards the people that need it. You want to reduce crime? This is your opportunity, Mayor Bottoms. Take the money from the APD. Don't hire 200 more cops. You got the money for it. Put it towards people living with HIV that are at high risk of homelessness. You already know that homelessness is a determinant of crime. If you want to reduce crime, this is your opportunity to do something concrete, but just do it. I've been so disappointed in the council and Mayor Bottoms the last several weeks. It's not since she was elected, but especially in the last 2 weeks. I've been waiting for you to do your Hail Mary path, so to speak. This is your opportunity. Please do it. Fund people living with HIV so they don't become homeless in their city. They already have so many disparities. This year.
My name is Broderick Adams. Lived in Atlanta for about 20 years. Held various positions around the city and different county agencies. I've worked with virtually every law enforcement agency in Metro Atlanta, and generally we have a fairly good relationship with our law enforcement and the community. We just need to refocus some of our energy on the 3 E's, and I think we need to move a little more towards the engagement and education, and look at what we're doing in enforcement and look at some reforms there. I think if we focus more on redirect our funding to a little more community engagement. I've noticed that I've seen officers that are engaged in their communities that are engaged with their officers. We see results that are more befitting to the actual role of our law enforcement in our community. That would really, we had a few outlier incidents here under this situation with the COVID, but generally, I think that's the direction we need to move in. Let's focus on those two E's. It's not a defund, it's more of a reform and refund and redistribute some of our resources. And we definitely need to improve our training. We need to make our training for our police. It needs to be more thorough. We need to do a lot of conflict resolution and de-escalation. I think if we do these things, we can be a model for the country. Thank you.
Hi, this is Vicki Schwartz. I've been living in Atlanta for over 25 years now. I am extremely concerned about our city. I'm concerned for my family, my children, myself. Living here now that I am hearing about the police reform act and maybe defunding the police, this is not something that we can do. We are in a bad situation now living here before all the protests started and the riots simply because of the terrible crime in Buckhead. I am in Buckhead paying some of the highest taxes in this city, and then I'm having to worry about going out just to get gas in my car. I am desperately trying to find out if we can move. And like I said, we are in the highest tax bracket for Atlanta because we live in Buckhead and our home and property, and I am very, very, very disheartened by what I'm hearing. I am scared to be here. I think this is going to be a major problem, and we need help, and we need help now. So I want to leave my message of concern and let you know how I feel, and that, I don't even know. I've got so many friends that are talking about moving out of Atlanta now because of all this. So just want you to know this is how I feel. I am scared to go get gas, scared to go to Publix, scared to go to Whole Foods, always looking over my back and my shoulder. We need the police. We need help to try to keep this place safe. Thank you.
Yes, my name is Chase Connor. I live in Atlanta. I'm in Fulton County. I'm on the west side off of Dunwoody Hollywood Road. I'm concerned about the defunding of the Atlanta Police Department. And the reasons why are because we actually live in an area where our residents are people who are active in the community and have done a lot to clean up the crime that is going on in and around our area. A lot of our neighbors are worried and concerned because they're worried about their property and their safety, especially with a lot of the retaliatory violence that goes on back and forth with different factions in other neighborhoods concerning gangs. And then we have a lot of children that are in this area. We've personally have seen people be shot, and we've been victims of crimes ourselves. We know a lot of people who have been injured and have died. We're aware of the police and what they have to go through. There's a lot of training that they do. The large portion of our police force are African American, and when we've seen them interact with our community around here, they've not ever been anything but professional. The high stress and all the political back and forth with what is going on seems like has just made everything more inflammatory. And I do not think that reducing the police presence will do anything but further hurt our communities and those that are less served.
Hello, this is Kelly Hayner, and I'm a City of Atlanta resident and have been since 1996. As you are meeting today and considering use of force policies in a commission on law enforcement, you need to make sure you include law enforcement
individuals on any commission or decisions you're making. We do not need people making decisions that are not aware of and familiar with what happens in crime situations when people are committing crimes. You need input from law enforcement individuals who have experience.
Hello, my name is Dr. Kenneth West. I'm very concerned about this talk of defunding the police department. It is my opinion that the police department should be supported more than ever. They should be paid on par with other metropolitan areas in this country. We need more police, we need better trained police, and we need safety on our streets. Feel free to call me back. I can be more than happy to expand on my views. My number is 404-252-0470. Thank you.
Hi, this is Tricia Elvey. I'm a taxpayer in the city of Atlanta. I'm super disappointed in the city of Atlanta government and the way that they have turned their back on the police and told them to stand down during all these riots. I think it's been handled so poorly. And I think that if you should not defund the police, you need to support the police, and that law enforcement needs to be part of the conversation when it comes to all the policies and all these things, and you need to leave politics out of it and stop worrying about who's going to get elected for vice president, or just the political nature of all this is really ridiculous. You need to protect the citizens and stop protecting the mayor at her house with all the officers, and use our taxpayer money to protect the citizens of this city. Stop the looting, stop the rioting. Peaceful protests are fine, but allow the police officers to do their job. Stop turning your back on them. It's really ridiculous, really disappointing.
Kayla Nelson. I was calling to offer my support that I do not support defunding the police. I am in full support for reforming the police, that I will not be coming to Atlanta to visit or support any of the Atlanta functions if Atlanta is involved in defunding the police department. I will not come and visit Atlanta. I will not support Atlanta. I have a friend that lives in Buckhead, and she is prepared to move and take her tax money with her if Atlanta chooses to defund the police department. The police is there to help keep law and order, and through the president's executive order today, reform can be in place, and I do not support defunding the police, especially in the Atlanta area.
I'm Jennifer Ayers, a 15-year resident of Berkeley Park in the city of Atlanta, Zone 2. I am a third-generation Atlanta native, and I love the city to my core. We can and must do better. I'm not in favor of defunding APD. As a specialty RN who began her career over 20 years ago in the trauma and ER units, I do not believe that social workers and mental health care associates are the answers to being first responders. Unfortunately, they are just not equipped to handle a scene where most calls come in that are very different than what they're likely to encounter. We do not yet know if that scene is safe, and that is imperative to their safety. Do you ever wonder why a nurse or doctor doesn't stop at the scene of every accident when they see someone in need? Psychologically, and in large part, it is due to the fact that the crisis at hand is out of context to what they are familiar with. Some is due in part to personality and temperament type. And then there are large groups of people that think themselves and sometimes say out loud, well, I'm just not going to get involved. And this is what frightens me the most about the thought of needing community policing or having to police one another. If you have non-police responding to calls, you must retrain your 911 operators to do an accurate deep dive into the triaging to secure a very minimal margin of error to ensure that every responder's safety is ensured. Defunding the police will not save lives. It will not thwart our current problems. It will create additional layers of chaos to an already broken system. I don't have all of the answers, but I am happy to sit with those who want to be a part of the solution and come up with viable plans to move forward. I am for decriminalizing certain offenses. I am not for defunding the police, but I am 100% in favor for better, and I am 100% in favor for better and more resources for our homeless and mental cities' healthcare needs. But these are two separate issues. Let's not confuse them with defunding the police. Thank you for your time, and may God bless our beloved.
My name is Alex Cruz. I live 249 Lindbergh Drive, Northeast, Atlanta, Georgia, 30305. I am against defunding the police, and if the police is defunded, I will be leaving Atlanta, and I'll be leaving that neighborhood along with my tax dollars, along with many other people that are with me. It's unfair and unjust the way they've been treated. I understand that African Americans have been treated horribly in the past, but to make this sort of stance and to overall eliminate our police, along with defunding, the people dropping out of the police force, and there's 19, I think, that this past couple of days, I will be leaving immediately. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Melissa Beach, and I'm a City of Atlanta resident, and I just wanted to express my full support for the Atlanta Police Department and our need for their services. In no way do I want the police department defunded or disbanded. So again, I express my full support for our Atlanta Police Department. Thank you.
My name is Linda Cuthbertson, and I want to voice my opinion on police reform. We need better police reform. Thank you.
Hi there. My name is Jacob Valeroy. I live in DeKalb County in Decatur, and I wanted to tell the City Council that reimagining the police is not enough. I am calling today to explicitly demand that the police be defunded. I want the budget to be taken away and reallocated to other resources in the community, such as counselors, people trained in de-escalation techniques, other potential first responders that will result in less police violence. I'd like to see funds reallocated to things such as Planned Parenthood or other ways to build up community. I want to see the jail defunded and demolished. Reading some of these passages of people that have been arrested just for utilizing their right to peaceful protest is disgusting, and I want to see it taken away. And there needs to be justice for the victims of murder of Atlanta Police Department, including the officers who murdered Alexia Christian need to be fired. The officers who killed Oscar Kane need to be fired, and the officers that killed DeAndre Phillips need to be fired. I appreciate you taking the time to listen to our community, and these are the demands. Get rid of the police department, defund it, put the money into things to build up the community and support areas that are...
Hi, this message is in regards to the council in Atlanta wanting to defund the police department, which is insane. The crime rate in Atlanta is one of the highest in the country, and the reason is it doesn't get enough funds to begin with. There's so much crime there that they do nothing about it. The mayor puts a hold on anybody being punished. Well, if they're white, they punish. If they're black, they don't. And that's the message that's being sent. It's wrong. So the way to combat this, I guess, is to have Rayshard Brooks' criminal history printed and placed on everybody's doorstep. They can see what kind of criminal he was. This is insane. You need to stop the insanity and not defund the police.
378. For your convenience, you can now visit us on the web at
www.acibillpay.com. Have your reference number available with you when logging in. Again, refer to reference number 1382137. And the number to call is 888-400-7804. Thank you. For your convenience, you can now visit us on the web at www.acibillpay.com. Have your reference number available with you when logging in. I love that last name. We're honored to serve you, but I really wonder about that. I wonder if you're honored to serve me. I know you are about some people, but me. My name is Catherine Kiley. I've lived in the city since 1970. I've loved living here. I've loved growing up here. If I had children, I would have loved raising them here. Not now. I've lived in Buckhead my whole time here, different parts of Buckhead, and am now very close to Midtown and living on Peachtree Street for the past almost 10 years. I cannot believe what I see going on in our city. The drag racing up and down the street, the twirling around in cars, the guys blocking all the lanes. The stuff that's been going on in the city for years now has been absolutely disgraceful. I'm so frustrated. And now we have situations that are happening that shouldn't be happening to anyone, but to turn against our police and for our mayor to be so disgraceful, posturing and behaving as though these police are murdering innocent people is just beyond me. When she stands up and says she's pissed, number one, she shouldn't be using that language. Furious is a much better word. And then secondly, talking about murder, when I could see with my own eyes what was happening, and most people can, but they're afraid to speak up, I was just absolutely embarrassed that she is representing all of Atlanta, the city of Atlanta. You need to do something. And I really, really hope, and I'm so engaged now, and I'm engaged with my neighbors and my friends and my relatives that live in this city to get something going here, because our police, but you don't need to be talking about defunding and police reform, possibly, but I want to know exactly what your plans are with that, because right now they're feeling very, very disheartened. So am I. Just had to let you know, I'm sorry I've gotten... Hi, this is Jody Selvey, Jodi Selvey, Selvey. I have lived in the city of Atlanta for over 34 years, and I am very much in favor of keeping the Atlanta Police Department intact and believe that the citizens need to fund the Atlanta Police Foundation, and we need to give all of our police officers a raise, and that we need more people supporting the police department. I can be reached at 404-245-5050. Thank you.
Hi, this is Holly Sims. I am calling to express my disappointment in the knee-jerk reaction of the council and the defunding of our police. I have been an Atlanta resident for my entire life, and I am now 58. And given that there have been 3 murders close to my home in Garden Hills, that we live in constant car break-ins, constant looting, crime issues where, as a single woman, I'm concerned to be in my home that I am getting ready to sell, get rid of my $12,000 a year in property taxes I pay, and move over the line up into Cobb or Cherokee, where it's a little more peaceful. It makes me incredibly sad, as I'm a 5th generation here, and to see how our city has deteriorated absolutely breaks my heart. I wish there was a better solution. Thank you.
Yes, my name is Nancy Gallup, Gallups. I live at 4564 Club Drive, Atlanta, Georgia, 30319. And I'm calling to beg you to please do not defund or cut our police budget at all. We need our policemen. The policemen need more funding. We are already short police officers. And if you think that this is going to solve the problem by cutting their budget, we are going to be left with a city already overrun by crime with no policemen. Please do your job, fund the police. keep our community protected. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Michelle Civilli, and I am calling in regards to the budget. There are so many more things that the budget could go towards other than police, as they should not have any more funding until we restructure our police department. We can use that extra money for the MARTA, extending it. We can use it for education, schools, especially schools that are in South Atlanta, which are one of the most impoverished schools in the nation. So Atlanta PD does not deserve that money. What Atlanta PD needs is to be deconstructed and rebuilt again. So that money needs to go elsewhere, specifically education is my thought. Atlanta Police does not need any of that money at all, not a single cent. It should all go to education. Our public schools need it more. Our children are the future. That's where you need to put that money.
Hi, my name is Mary Elizabeth Gump. I live in the city, and I was calling to support the police. I don't think we need to get rid of the police or defund the police. I think we need better training for our police. And so I'm pushing that there be better training and maybe increased education in the standards for our police and helping them to make better decisions in really difficult moments. And I think we need to, be sure and protect our citizens, that all our citizens. Thank you so much. Goodbye.
Hello, my name is Allison Balonque. I'm calling in regards to police reform and police defunding. I think those are two vastly different ideas and should be entertained as such and not be conflated in any way. I do believe that there needs to be police, how policing is done. There needs to be reformed. However, defunding is entirely irresponsible and dangerous for law-abiding citizens such as myself, and raises grave concerns, the taxpayer of the county, state, country. And so I don't, the situation of police brutality did not happen in a vacuum. It's a big issue. And by essentially possibly fixing it by defunding police, could cause, in fact, far more greater problems. And in my opinion, it's doing something that some people might consider to be a good, or where they consider it to be a good out of defiance or feeling oppressed, as many of us are during this time, but replacing it with a greater harm. And the greater harm is, I'm sure, my imagination could go wild if there was not a police force protecting, again, law-abiding citizens. So I think that the defund the police should be entirely taken away from the narrative. I think it's dangerous, toxic, and could cause a lot of problems. Thank you.
Hey, yes, my name is Nina Grant, and one of my very best friends lives in the Buckhead area with her husband and their baby girl, just turned a year old. And I'm just concerned about this defund the police movement. I personally talked to my husband, and if Atlanta decides to do that, we won't be visiting no Stone Mountain, no Six Flags, no ball games, Braves game, Falcons, and we'll also be SEC fans and visit there frequently for that too, as far as football goes. But I fear for my friend and her family, if there's no police, and I hate to see her leave a city that she has loved for so long, and have to move somewhere out of sheer fear. No one wants to live that way. And like I said, I want to make sure y'all know that she does live in the Buckhead community, but she asked me to let y'all know that I did call because they're keeping a tally of that. So, and Atlanta's always been a city near and dear to my heart. I don't live but an hour and 45 minutes away, so come all the time. So like I said, I'd like to keep Atlanta wonderful and safe and fun. So I appreciate you listening to my message. Thanks.
Hello, my name is Arlene Fanani, and I live in the Buckhead community. And I am extraordinarily concerned about the continual escalation of crime and shootings and killings that have been happening up here. So I thought I would call and please ask the council to consider other options than defunding the police department. I would say that the police department in general, I think, is full of really good men and women who want to serve the community. I think that, yes, like everything else in this world, there are a few bad eggs. I think that defunding the police department would be throwing the baby out with the bathwater. Yes, people can do things better. Yes, the police can do things better. Yes, the public can do things better. Yes, we can get some of these criminals off the streets. But I don't think that taking money away from the police department when we're already shorthanded, when they're already stressed enough, when the mob, not the protesters, but the mob mentality takes over. We need these people. We need these people to protect the whole community, not just sections of the community. We need these men and women to shine. We need to encourage them. And yes, we need more training. I understand that. But please do not defund the police department's budget. Thank you for your time. Bye.
That's amazing. Say your name.
There's no way you can defund the police department because that is stupid. We've always had police and always will have to have police.
Say your name, Melvin.
My name is Melvin Melvin.
This is Elizabeth Davis, and I am a homeowner in Garden Hills. And the reason I'm calling is about discussion of reform with police. I love my police precinct. I love the police in Atlanta. I know there are bad apples in every single organization, but I cannot imagine any kind of reform or abolishing of our police system. I, in Garden Hills, have every night I hear gunshots, fireworks, behavior that's unacceptable that is going on, and police are understaffed, underpaid, and the fact of having any less police or not having police to respond to my needs is absolutely unacceptable. And I understand that there are those that are considering a different approach to this, but I have great admiration for our police department, had great admiration for Erica Shields. I'm devastated over the fact that she is no longer heading up our police department. But as for police reform, I do think there should be evaluation of what police and how far they can go with aggressive behavior, and their training and evaluation of, in what's appropriate so far as in their training. But I do not think that there should be less police. I believe I've said everything I wanted to say. Thank you.
My name is Gary Nodborn. I've lived in Atlanta, Georgia for 23 years. I've lived in Buckhead for 15. I'm very concerned with any cuts or reducing of police in our city. We've been dealing with crime for some time, which is escalating in our area. I've been raising my daughter here. I've got my family here. And for the first time in 23 years, we are reconsidering our living in Atlanta. And I'm considering moving my family and my business operations to some place that can provide a safe environment. I'm very concerned we no longer can do so. So please take this under advisement. I strongly urge you not to cut police funding, not to do anything that is going to create a situation where our crime levels are going to continue to go higher. Thank you.
Yes, I have a question. If my husband is taken by the police, can I get a great big lawsuit?
Hi, yes, I am calling in reference to the defunding of the police there in Atlanta. I'm basically calling to say that I do not approve of this, and I would never feel safe visiting Atlanta if the fact that you lessen the funds for the police, which then would definitely mean that at that point we would have less police there to police your city. I would not feel safe coming and spending my time there or visiting Atlanta at all. I currently do not reside there. I do have a cousin who does live in Buckhead and is prepared to move out of Atlanta and take her tax money with her should the city council support this movement. I would just like to state the fact that I do not support it, and I think that this should be something that the city of Atlanta should definitely take in consideration and to do their best to make sure that this does not get passed. Thank you so much for listening and have a blessed day.
Daisy Melton. I do not support defunding the police. I believe in reforming the police. The police are important for keeping law and order in the community. We need the police to keep our communities safe. Without the police, we would not be able to have safe communities. We need the police. The police keep us safe and keep our towns in law and order.
Good morning. My name is Angela Page. I am calling to express my concern about how the Atlanta police are being treated by the mayor and Paul Howard. I support our APD. I do not want them defunded. I want to see due process given right in this country provided to these officers before they are fired and villainized in public and through social media. Thank you.
Hey, my name is Angie Chesson. I am calling in regards to your meeting today to request that you include law enforcement in the conversation when it comes to use of force policies and the use of force commission. Thank you.
Dear council members, my name is Frances Perez, and I am a registered voter in the Fulton County area. Thank you for listening to this message. I will keep it brief and say that police reform is long overdue throughout the country. I can appreciate the effort that the mayor is recently putting into this and hope that the city council also follows through with the right type of reforms for the city of Atlanta. As I read the list of committee members on the mayor's newly created Use of Force Advisory Council, I must request serious consideration to include members of law enforcement, as their presence is lacking in this conversation. We are a city divided, and the only way to come together is if we actually do come together at the same table with open hearts and minds. I implore you to work on a true collective of individuals that can help enact change that the city desperately needs, specifically with regards to police reform. Thank you for this time. Have a good day.
Hey, my name is Maria Firth. I understand that police reform is going to be discussed this morning, and this is my question. How can this be part of the conversation when no one from the law enforcement department is part of the meeting? They need to be part of this. And anyway, if you're going to be discussing the use of force policy, you definitely need to include law enforcement. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Amber Connor. I'm on the west side of Atlanta, and I'm very concerned about what is happening in our city. Our citizens have been misinformed on many levels by following and watching what they see on TV and in the media rather than what is actually going on around them. I'm very concerned because of division that is being sown all throughout our city rather than unity. I'm very concerned that Paul Howard is able to politically worry about himself more than actually tending to the rule of law and how investigations are supposed to occur. I've always viewed Atlanta as a city that is an example and a shining example about how things are done in a non-emotional way, in a very thoughtful and thought-provoking way. And yet, I'm not seeing Atlanta as a leader. I'm now seeing Atlanta as a follower. I also see people manipulating the situation, not only for political purposes, but also in a way that puts all of our neighborhoods in harm's way. We have officers leaving the force in droves, and then that will make it possible for only the wealthy communities to afford private security, and that will make the poorest and the most underserved communities. And since this makes our most vulnerable very unsafe when we don't have enough people to police us, I think that this is not what
Kim Reed. I'm calling regarding all police matters. We need better representation on the Use of Force Commission, and we've got to have some law enforcement to be included. They need to be part of the conversation as it relates to use of force policies. We are so short in the city of Atlanta on officers right now, and I'm concerned about the number of resignations lately and the ability of the city to retain and hire officers going forward. Morale is low, there's a lack of due process, they're getting no support, and they're physically and emotionally exhausted. I really think we need to learn to prosecute the criminals to the full extent of the law. They need to be kept in jail. The signature bond issue needs to be addressed, as it seems that we continue to arrest the same criminals over and over and over. And one thing I need to readdress is we have got to give all police officers the full due process of the law. That is not happening. It is causing a huge morale issue, and it needs to be addressed immediately. Thank you, and have a great day.
Hi, this is Sherry Lisenby. I am a mother of three and a resident of Atlanta for almost 20 years. I am leaving a message because I'm very concerned about the police reform going on. I think it's imperative that we have law enforcement involved in these decisions instead of just being run over by the mayor or really the mayor and the DA. These people need to be invested in. We need to work on recruitment of top-notch individuals. We need to work on education for these policemen who, by and large, are doing a great job. Unfortunately, most of the criminals are let out right away. But most of the time, they are doing a great job. If we have some that need to be weeded out, then let's weed them out. However, it cannot be done. This reform cannot be done just as a response to look good in the paper or look good in the news. We need to do it the right way. Our city's covered in crime, and we need people who are willing to protect the regular tax-paying citizens who are teachers, who are Sunday school teachers, who work very hard to provide great opportunities for their children. And we need to feel confident and safe in our own home. Right now, my family has gotten out shotguns. We've never done such a thing. We feel so unsafe at this moment in time. So we need to make sure that this police reform is done well and not in response to just looking good on TV. Please make.
My name is Hillary Galt. My telephone number is 678-665-7071. I am a Zone 2 resident, and I very much want you guys to please think wisely before looking at our police funding. I am Friday's shooting was not justified, in my personal opinion, having watched everything. However, I am also very nervous about rash decisions being made about our police force. I have very personal experience with police forces elsewhere within my own family. My parents would be dead if there was nobody there to answer the 911 call when four masked gunmen, white gunmen, entered their home and pistol whipped my father to the point where he never recovered mentally. My mom was seen running across the lawn, and the getaway driver called the guys inside, and they got out. And I think about what would happen if there was no 911, that they knew reliably where it's going to answer the phone and come. I watched my own brother be hauled away in drunken rages, beating up on my family as he's placed into a squad car and banging his face repeatedly on the window of the glass. And I worry, what if there wasn't a gun on those officers' hips? What would my brother then do in his state to harm my family and others? No easy answers at all, but I implore you to please think of what would happen if, when trouble came, no one was coming. Thank you all so much. I don't envy you. You've got a tough job.
Hi, I'm calling to voice my concern regarding the use of force committee and also the defunding of police. The use of force committee, we are concerned because we do not feel that law enforcement is represented in this use of force committee. We think that more law enforcement or past law enforcement should be allowed on the committee. These gentlemen and women serve every day, and only they know what really goes on. People who are DJs and hip-hop studies, they're not the ones that are serving in the community and dealing with people every single day on these calls. We think that people who have true experience need to be on this force. Also, as far as the defunding of police, rerouting the money, it needs to come from somewhere else. We're already short 1,200 officers. The entire city knows that. Citizens know that. And, what happens when someone, a counselor comes up on a scene and no one knows what that scene looks like, and perhaps the gentleman or the woman has a weapon or a gun, who then you're going to have to wait and call police anyway. So you never know what you're going to come upon when you enter a scene. So having counselors and different crisis people rolling up on scenes, it's still not going to de-escalate the situation. If someone has a weapon or if they overpower that person, you need the police to show up. We need more police in Atlanta. We are 1,200 short. Everyone knows this in the city. They are trying to hide the numbers. So that is our concern. The Use of Force Committee has become a running joke in the nation, and also defunding the police, should I say. My name is Blair Parker, and I'm calling with my concerns for the discussions regarding police reform. I believe that we should create and implement paid police officer community service interactions in the communities they serve. The officers should be involved in the community and have them paid when they are participating in a program that will help them in the communities they serve feel more comfortable. We should provide and make mandatory grappling training for all field officers. The officers need to be more confident in controlling people using a minimum amount of force. This would have prevented the problem with Brooks. If the officers had been able to control him, he wouldn't have gotten hold of the taser. We need to prosecute to the full extent of the law when officers are assaulted. This includes objects being thrown, then being spit at. During all of these protests that we have had in the city that have gotten out of control, our officers have been abused. You should not stand for this. The people of Atlanta do not stand for this. Give all officers due process when they are accused. Officers deserve due process in the law. Readdress the escalation of force rules and support officers when they follow those rules regardless of politics. If officers follow the use of force rules, they should be fully supported.
support the right to peacefully protest, but swiftly and efficiently put down and stop any protest that devolves into rioting and looting. What happened in Atlanta, inexcusable. That this was and vocally and enthusiastically support and recognize good policing on a regular basis. Our officers need support. They are resigning in mass numbers, and you all, this is on your hands. You must support our officers. One.
Hi, my name is Sherry Lisenby. I have been a resident of the city of Atlanta for close to 20 years. I am a teacher and a mom of 3 children. I left a previous message, but I believe it was interrupted by one of my children calling me.
Hello, this is Tony Mosheri. I am against defunding the Atlanta Police Department. Personally, I've had experiences with the Atlanta Police Department that have been nothing but the best. Again, I do not want to defund the Atlanta Police Department. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Taylor Conrad, and I am a resident of DeKalb County. So I'm on the line of DeKalb and Fulton. I'm calling because I would like to express my disagreement and my concerns with today's proposal to cut $1.2 million from the executive offices. I believe all of those programs are very important. Atlanta already has a huge human trafficking problem, a large homeless population, and countless other issues that will only worsen if this cuts. And I'm kind of concerned about that. Not even kind of. I'm extremely concerned. I'm also calling that the city council defund the police. The money used is for unnecessary bonuses, military-style training, and deadly weapons that lead to innocent lives being taken. That could be put to way better use, like funding our schools or community outreach programs or ending homelessness that we have here in Atlanta, anywhere but APD. So if you would please consider that would be amazing. Thank you so much and have a great day.
Hello, my name is Ruby Mars. I live in the Ormond Park area. I'm calling with a comment and request for the budget for the fiscal year 2021. My request, like many others, is that the police increase in budget be slashed with also a solid plan to reduce the amount of funds going towards the Atlanta Police Department over the next few years. I ask that those funds be redistributed to community programs, such as those offered by the Office of Executive Services. I believe that this shifting of funds would do a lot to increase the safety of Atlanta, and particularly the safety for residents all over Atlanta. And that is my comment. Thank you for listening.
My name is Hannah Johnson. I am an Atlanta resident living in Reynoldstown, lived in the city since 2009. I would like to request defunding the police and APD and reallocating that funding to community-based resources to enrich our communities rather than to subject our citizens to abuse of power by the police force. Thank you.
Shark Savatra calling from Reynoldstown. In the wake of Shark Brooks' murder and the rest of the police officer who killed him, the police have responded by calling out shifts and choosing not to show up to work because a murderer among them was arrested. It shows that the priority of the police is not to protect and serve our community, nor is it to uphold the law and justice. Rather, the priority is authority and impunity to do as they please. Because of this, Atlanta needs to immediately defund the police. Current budget actually increases the police budget by millions of dollars, while many other programs are cut. The city of Atlanta needs to fund the police and reallocate those funds to communities where those resources rightfully belong, who have been destroyed by police violence. Black Lives Matter.
Hello, my name is Catherine Woodhurst. I live in the Underwood Hills neighborhood in District 9. I'm calling to urge the council to please not increase the police budget and rather reallocate that increased budget to other departments that are receiving cuts. I urge the council to please defund and demolish the Atlanta Detention Center. Every day the jail remains open is a threat to people of the city of Atlanta.
I'm also calling on council to create a reimagining police safety plan, a 5 to 7 year plan that will dismantle and reimagine the structure of the APD, including relieving officers from quality of life policing. Please consider demilitarizing the APD. I would also urge council to reopen all investigations of APD killings since 2017, including the killings of Alexa Christian, Officer Kane, and DeAndre Phillips. I'm also asking council to please consider firing the officers that killed Alexia Christian, fire the officer that killed Officer Kane, and fire the officer that killed DeAndre Phillips. Thank you for your consideration.
Hi, this is Gabriella Cameron. I live in East Point, Atlanta, and I'm calling to request that you defund the police and do not put as much money into the police as you've been putting in, because they're just terrorizing our lives and not helping anything. Thank you.
Hi, this is Kurt Glody. I just want to say that I think it's important that we defund the police and revert those funds into building public housing. Right now, we are not facing a crime wave or a crisis of crime. We're facing a housing crisis. I think we all know that the cost of living is getting higher, and we're not doing enough to make public housing available. It's not radical. It's not strange. It's just common sense. The issue and the crisis that is facing us is one of housing. It is not one of crime. It's absurd that we spend so much money on the police when they are not really providing that type of value. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Nika Spengler, and I live in Ormwood Park of Atlanta, Georgia. I'm calling to urge the City Council that we must move this egregious amount of funds that are going to the police back into community resources. This funding is better allocated to support the people of Atlanta and not the police department. Such examples could be back into the Department of the Equity Program, into the Parks Department for after school and summer programs for children, the Office of Human Resources, and into the Education and Arts Program of Atlanta. And I insist that we increase transparency on itemized funding so that we can see where the money goes to. I'd also like to remind that we should defund and demolish the Atlanta City Detention Center and fire the officers who killed Alexia Christian, Officer Kane, and DeAndre Phillips. Please do not forget their names. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Emma Alley. Just calling to, again, reiterate that, like everyone, I am very much hoping that you will defund the police and reallocate those funds into community programs that support minorities and specifically Black people. It seems really insane to even consider raising the police funds right now. So please just honor what everyone is asking. Honor your community by listening to our voices. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Rebecca Forster Marco, and I live in Virginia Highlands, and I am asking you to rethink the funding of the police and consider defunding it and funding other initiatives than the police. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Asha McQueen. I'm a resident of the Westlake neighborhood in District 3. I'm calling in regards to the fiscal year 21 budget. Calling to voice my strong support of divesting at least 50% of the proposed funds for policing services and reallocating these funds to other offices to better serve the needs of my community. Thank you for your time.
My name is Jenna Jones. I live in the North Druid Hills area. This is a comment regarding the city budget. I believe that the police budget should be greatly reduced and the money should be invested in public health.
My name is Clayton Richardson. I live in Old Fourth Ward, District 2. Keisha, I voted for you, and I expect you to make my vote count. Reimagining police is not enough. We want you to defund APD and reallocate the resources. City of Atlanta should establish a reimagining public safety plan, creating a 5 to 7 year plan to dismantle APD and build a new community-based, community-controlled public safety system. The department FY 2021 budget should be cut 50% by reducing APD's scope of work, starting with relieving officers from all other forms of quality of life policing. All dollars saved from the reduction of APD's budget in FY21 should be reallocated to alternatives and community-based resources, including but not limited to newly formed Department of Equity, diversion programs such as pre-arrest diversion and other community-controlled programs. Do not begin the hiring process of a new chief of police until a community-based council can be formed to review APD's scope of work and disperse hiring decisions to make power across community review committee. Decrease officer to resident ratio and demilitarize APD through assessing riot gear and lethal weapon use. Also, defund and demolish the jail. Close the jail on or before July 1st, 2020. Ensure the proper resources are allocated to demolish the building and commit to its demolition on or before September 1st, 2020. Adopt the reimagined ACDC task force policy recommendations and decriminalize the city code so they can carry no potential for arrest. This city is built on Black excellence. This city is built on Black excellence, and we have the history of Black excellence, Keisha. It is up to you to uphold that and keep the faith alive. We appreciate all of your hard work, and we know you'll do the right thing.
Hi, this is Mirage Gervin. I live in Midtown, District 2. I know that the City Council is currently going to vote on the city budget, and in terms of the money allocated to the police force, it's not enough. Or rather, what's not enough is actually what you give to the city. I think that we need to be defunding our police force because reimagining police is what's actually done enough. We don't want your reforms. We want you to defund our police force. That means that we need to, first off, defund and demolish the Atlanta City Detention Center. We need to reallocate that money to different areas. I know I've seen the budget, I believe for last year, where over $100,000 allocated to each Atlanta cop versus $15,000 for each Atlanta student. I feel like that's extremely shameful considering the state of our education system right now and all the drama that the Atlanta public schools has gone through in the last 10 years. You should be putting more and more money into that to get away from the embarrassment of what we've done to it already. As a product of Atlanta Public Schools, I've seen what the city does and how they prioritize things in our education, and it really is shameful when I see that money that should have been going to the schools is going to the Beltline project and not actually benefiting the people in the neighborhood. When I see that people basically put the money where it should actually be going. The police don't need any more of our taxpayers' money. Thank you.
My name is Lauren Dent. I live in Decatur, Georgia. I'm calling because we're at a place where we have had 200 years of police reform, and if we don't do something drastic and actually make a change, then we are going to continue to support the perpetual enslavement of Black people in our country through the police, the prison industrial complex. The defunding the police is absolutely necessary because of the continued persecution of Black people and people and poor people in our community. We are calling for the defunding of the APD in this new fiscal year 2021, cutting their budget by 50% and reallocating those funds into social programs to address our lack of care for the mental health community and social programs in our community. It'll help everyone. It'll raise our entire community up. And if we don't reimagine a world where we actually help people instead of sending militaristic, weaponized force against people with mental health, people with social issues, people who need help in our community, then we are continuing to ignore the call for help from the people that need it most in our community. And if you don't take responsibility and reallocate those funds and create new social programs, then it'll only lead to more pain and suffering.
Hello, this is Elizabeth Basky. I'm an Atlanta resident living in Kenner Park in District 2. I'm calling to say that just stating about reimagining the police isn't enough. I'm calling on the council to defund Atlanta Police Department and reallocate the resources. It's clear that the current system of police has failed to improve public safety and wellness, and that trainings and reforms are ineffective in improving. So I'm calling on the council to reallocate these resources to more effective community-based strategies for reducing crime and increasing safety in our communities. Please cut Atlanta Police Department's budget by 50% and remove officers for quality of life policing, and develop a 5 to 7 year plan to dismantle APD and build new community-based public safety systems. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Miranda Bick, and I live in Kirkwood, and I want to demand no increase for the Atlanta Police Department budget. We need to defund the police and recirculate the money to other departments to strengthen our community instead of institutionalizing slavery in our prison system and giving the money to police that we don't need. Thank you.
Hello, this is Mirage Urban, living in Midtown, District 2. I called earlier and I talked about how I think that the money for the Atlanta Police Force should be going towards education in Atlanta Public Schools instead. Further ways that the APD should be defunded, we need to reduce the department's budget by 50%, and that would reduce the scope of the Atlanta Police Department's work, starting with relieving officers from all other forms of quality of life policing. We need to decrease the officer to resident ratio and demilitarize the APD through assessing use of the riot gear, the chemical and lethal weapons use. And the Atlanta State Detention Center, it needs to be closed on or before July 1st. The resources allocated to demolish the building need to be given by September 1st. And then we need to fire the APD officers who killed Alexis Christian. We need to fire the APD officers who killed Oscar Kane. Fire the APD officer who killed DeAndre Phillips. And fire Erica Shields from the Atlanta Police Department. What you guys are doing to the city is really shameful, and it makes me embarrassed, both for you and for us. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Isabella Papkov. I am from Chamblee Tucker, Georgia, and I just wanted to say that reimagining and reforming the police hasn't been the solution for the past several years for disproportionate brutality against Black people. So I would like the City Council to defund the police and relocate those funds to other community-based programs, so specifically to establish a reimagining public safety plan so that the APD can be dismantled over a 5 to 7 year period, after which a community-based, community-controlled public safety system would be built. And I think for the 2021 budget, the APD should be cut by 50%. Right now, it's receiving an increase in payment, and hiring new officers, which kind of seems to be the opposite of what we need right now. And if they've already been receiving pay increases in the past, that doesn't seem to make them do their job more effectively. I also think that the investigations for all APD killings since 2017 should also be investigated. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Mark Weissman. I'm an Atlanta property owner. I live in Atlanta. I've had several things stolen from me recently, and I think we need cops. The answer is to pay cops well and screen them well, make it an honorable profession. I do not support defunding the police. Also, I do not support defunding jails or closing jails. If you commit a crime, you need to go to jail. Thank you. Bye.
Good morning. My name is Chelsea Marston. I live in East Atlanta Village. I am calling today to talk about defunding the police and reimagining the police and transporting the funds towards critical agencies and not overfunding a single institution. I believe in social programs, I believe in housing, I believe in helping the homeless, and I believe that our money here in Georgia is better spent helping those who are in need instead of buying tanks for the police. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Amelia Kovalk. I'm a resident of Candler Park in Atlanta. I'm calling to voice my support for defunding the Atlanta police. After watching what the Atlanta police officers did to Rayshard Brooks, I am deeply appalled by their conduct, and it is indicative of a force that is rotten and needs to be dismantled immediately. Those funds can be used to make Atlanta the model city that I've heard the mayor speak about multiple times, the model city that I've heard city councilors, representatives of the city speak about, and that isn't the case. Atlanta's not a model city. It's not. Income inequality is rampant here. There is, the crime has lowered, but is still an issue, and just the upward mobility of especially people of color and lower income people is not the rosy picture that the mayor paints. It is time for the mayor to resign, and it is time for anyone who is standing in the way of defunding and dismantling the police to resign or be voted out. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Adelina Capoli-Morello. I'm a resident of Ormond Park. I'd like to request that the City Council defund the police. I recently had an encounter where I was being threatened with my life and raped by the person I lived with, and I called 911. I was on hold for 50 minutes, and the cops arrived and did nothing. I think this is an extreme example of the primary example of what happened with APD, and I would like to see them defunded and the money reallocated to better resources within the city. Perhaps the Mayor's Office of Human Services or the Mayor's Office of Cultural Affairs. I believe the APD has way too much power and money in our city, and I'd like to see them defunded. Thank you for taking me seriously.
Hi, this is Daniela Salvador calling from Old Fourth Ward. I'm asking you to defund the Atlanta police and reinvest this money towards education and communities.
Hi, my name is Abigail Green. I live in Grant Park, Atlanta. I've been a citizen for about 8 years. I'm calling with a public comment about the fiscal year 2021 city budget, specifically in regards to the proposed increase for the Atlanta Police Department. I work in a business setting, and I'm getting my MBA at Goizueta. And what I've learned is, both in real world and in theory, if someone is not doing their job, you don't reward them with a raise. You don't pat them on the head and say, nice work, here's more money. And I believe that the police have failed at their core function of keeping all of the citizens of Atlanta safe. What we've seen illustrated in the last weeks and through the protests and the killing of Mr. Brooks, I just don't view the police as completing their core function. And on top of that, they walk out. I live in Grant Park, and the behavior of the police I've seen in my precinct has made me deeply uncomfortable. So I'd like to demand that there are no increases in pay this year. Do not give them the $12 million raise on top of the $5 million last year. I hope that the funds could be reallocated accordingly to departments that are making things better, not worse for my neighbors. I would hope that these could be reallocated to diversity and inclusion, sustainability, human services. Put your money where your mouth is, please, when they're not doing their job. Thank you.
Hi, this is Kara Kelly from Ormwood Park in Fulton County. I wanted to ask on behalf of my family that the $12 million police budget increase proposed be reallocated as much as possible to community-based resources. We support pre-arrest diversion. We also support defunding the jail. Thank you for listening to all these. Thanks.
Hi, this is Derek Jaworski. I live in City Council District 6. I'm urging the City Council to defund the Atlanta Police Department and instead invest in Atlanta communities. I think the recent injustice of the Julian Richard Brooks as well as the police tasing of 2 AAU students recently has shown that the over-policing of Atlanta's communities has actually made them less safe, especially the black communities in Atlanta. I think this is an opportunity for the city to really have a wider vision of what safety is. Instead of investing over $200 million in police, we could be investing in things like housing, public health, schools, mental health counselors, access to healthy food, parks and recreation, community development. All these things help to create safer communities because safety actually comes from communities that are invested in and have opportunities for everyone. So I would urge the city council to divest from police and instead invest in communities. Also, finally, I'd like to see completely defund the Atlanta Detention Center and close it as soon as possible since that was already promised. And yes, thank you.
Hello, my name is Dylan Montero from Old Fourth Ward, and I'm asking that you defund the Atlanta Police Department and reallocate those funds to the community. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Beth Ann Vines. I live in the Grant Park neighborhood, and I'm asking you to defund the police.
Hi, my name is Ika Hoffman. I live in the Edgewood neighborhood of Atlanta, and I'm calling to ask that you vote against increasing police funding this year. In fact, I think you should reduce police funding and look into investing into other areas, including especially public health at this current moment. I don't believe that increasing police funding will make our streets any safer and improve Atlanta as a society. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Nivu, and I am a current citizen of Atlanta. I'm calling to ask that you all reallocate the funds from the police to hopefully to other programs that are more beneficial for our community. There's just so many wrongful killings, and there needs to be different types of training, and the money would be better spent in other public works, such as education for our students in under-resourced schools, and stopping the school-to-prison pipeline. These would be non-issues for our future, and we really should be investing our money in our young people in hopes that they can have a better future. And having an overfunded police department is not something that I think would benefit our youth, and anyone for that matter. So I strongly urge you to please reallocate those funds to things that could do so much more for our community. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Pamela Vickers, and I'm a homeowner in Ormwood Park in the great city of Atlanta. I'm calling to demand the City Council rethink the 2021 budget as it includes cuts to the executive office and major increases to our already overfunded police. While the executive office works to promote diversity and inclusion, our police force targets, abuses, and kills our Black neighbors. Administrative changes and policy reforms are not enough. We must shift funding away from the police and into communities to rebuild and repair centuries of damage and injustice. Defund the police. Thank you. Hello, my name is Megan Kaiser. I'm in District 12 and 30310. We're with Joyce Shepard, who the general consensus is that she doesn't exactly serve our interest toward our desire to defund the police and, or putting it more gently, putting less of our budget toward the police. Last year there's a $5 million increase. It's just unacceptable. That money needs to go to schools. It needs to go toward helping our children grow up to be better adults, better people in society, and better policemen. It starts in school, so please do not cut money from human trafficking, immigrant affairs, sustainability, equity, diversity, inclusion, but particularly the schools. And please cut the police budget. Please create a system where we can have a community with different offices that are able to respond to calls so that police aren't having to respond to so many things which they're unequipped to handle. Please give police stronger training in emotional intelligence. They have to be at the top of class, physically and mentally. And all they're getting now is physical training, and they are often, many of them, at high school level emotional intelligence. We can't give these people guns. We can't give them authority to deal with all of our city's problems, of which there are many. So please reconsider. I know it's a huge change. It's huge, it's monumental, and it might have some growing pains, but we've got to do this. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Charlotte Whitaker, and I live in Edgewood in Atlanta. I'm requesting with the upcoming funding decisions to be made that funding be removed from the police and not increased by the proposed $12 million. Instead, I would like to see that funding go to education, social services, environmental services, and other human rights protections. Thank you very much.
Hey, my name is Fabrice Santos-Phelan. I currently live in Atlanta, and I wanted to call you to voice my support to defunding the police and using those funds to help education, and probably fund a different way of dealing with problems in our communities that isn't through police interaction with a militarization of our police. So yeah, thank you.
Good morning. My name is Ellen Schneider. I'm a resident of the Candler Park neighborhood, calling today to urge Atlanta City Council to defund Atlanta Police Department. Reform is simply not good enough. We need to take aggressive steps to defunding the police and reallocating resources to community services that truly build up the city and benefit its citizens. Would also like to express support for defunding and demolishing the jail. I know this is something that has been promised, but let's get a date on the books and let's make it happen. Thank you so much for your time, and please do everything you can to get justice for the family of Rayshard Brooks. And I believe, as many community organizations believe, that a critical part of this is to defund APD. Thank you for your time.
Hello, my name is Sarah Dowdle, and I live in Council District 6 in Virginia Highlands. In light of recent events of police brutality, including the killing of Rayshard Brooks, as well as the militarized police presence at protests, I'm urging the city of Atlanta to defund the police and invest in community care. I would like to see the amount of money that's being budgeted to police in 2021 fiscal year be rerouted to social services such as housing, health, food, and community, especially in light of COVID-19. In addition, can all the funding for the Atlanta City Detention Center be directed elsewhere and close as promised? Thank you so much.
Hi, this is Katie Sweeney. I am a resident of Atlanta and have lived here my whole life. I am calling to ask you to cut police funding. There should not be a raise given to police officers, they have way too much fear to begin with already. I'm a nurse and I've struggled with having almost no PPE this entire pandemic, and to come out and see police officers with just ridiculous amounts of gear is kind of like a slap in the face, and also them murdering citizens for and using improper use of force and everything. The work that they're showing does not warrant a raise, and we should not be giving them that. What is warranting of a raise is all the social work and social communities that need more money to make these people's lives better, rather than policing them more and putting them into a systemic, a corrupt justice system. Please, 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 at the budget, at least 50% for police funding, and reallocate those funds into the community and grow Atlanta and make Atlanta better, because police are not making Atlanta better. Thank you.
My name is Rima Garabadu, and I would like to comment on the budget proposal for fiscal year 2021, and I ask that Atlanta defund the police and allocate more of their funds to the Office of Sustainability and the Office of Human Services rather than the police department. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jasmine Renter, and I live on the Upper West Side here in Atlanta. I'm leaving a message or leaving a comment to request that we defund the Atlanta Police Department, and at minimum that we do not increase their budget by $12 million. As a resident and taxpayer in the city, I would like to see more of these dollars funneled into community programs, education, and healthcare, and not going to police having military-grade equipment, not to covering lawsuits, not to covering settlements and other things that are embedded in this budget. Thank you for your time, and happy Juneteenth.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Rapier. I live in Pittsburgh. I'm calling to leave a message about the budget vote that's happening today. I would like to defund the APD and reallocate the resources with a 5 to 7 year plan to dismantle APD and build a new community-based, community-controlled public safety system. The budget should be cut by 50% by reducing the APD scope of work. The money should then be reallocated to alternatives and community-based resources, including but not limited to the newly formed Department of Equity diversion programs such as pre-arrest vision and other community-controlled programs. Do not begin the hiring process of a new police chief until a community-based council can be formed to review the APD scope of work. The officer-to-resident ratio should be decreased and demilitarize the APD through assessing the use of riot gear, chemical, and lethal weapons use. The jail should be defunded and demolished. Close the jail on or before July 1st, 2020. Ensure the proper resources are allocated to demolish by September 1st. And adopt the reimagined ACDC task force policy recommendation to decriminalize the city code so they carry no potential for arrest. There should be justice for these people, reopening the investigations to all APD killings since 2017. Fire APD officers who killed Alexia Christian. Fire APD officers who killed Oscar Kane. Fire APD officer who killed DeAndre Phillips and who failed to follow policy and procedure. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Nikita Desai. I've called twice before this week. I'm a resident in zip code 30306. And I'm calling to request, as a constituent of this council and a resident of the city, that 2021 dollars from the city budget be divested from the police force and invested in community-based initiatives. These initiatives should address affordable housing, healthcare, and employment in our city. They should support the use of counselors and social workers, after-school programs, trauma services, and anti-violence programs to address the root of the problem that continue to result in police brutality. Funds should be redirected to provide services for mental health and programs for those who are homeless. The police force should be de-escalated immediately, as proven by the killing of Rayshard Brooks last Friday by the Atlanta Police Department. I ask that you act swiftly to shift these budgets and get to work immediately on the development of non-police solutions to this city's problem. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Catherine Yoakum, and I'm a resident of Fulton County. Just wanted to leave a brief message in relation to the budget meeting this morning at 10 a.m. on June 19th. Although the city's intentions to reimagine the police force is nice, it's not enough and will not fix some of the root issues that need to be addressed. And so instead of cutting money from social programs in the executive offices and adding more funds to the police budget, the city reallocate that money to the executive office and funnel it into programs that are lacking money. Thank you, and I appreciate your time.
Hi, this is just a concerned citizen. We've been a message to not pass the proposal of adding the $12 million to police budget that cuts funding for a lot of the other crucial programs for the city. They really need to have more money to support vital populations and communities that need to be serviced in the area. Again, this is just urging you guys to rethink that proposal and be adding more money to the funds of immigration and human trafficking and putting more money in some other areas to target populations to just increase that piece. All right, thanks. Bye.
Hi, my name is Coleman Fitzgerald. I'm a Fulton County resident, and I do not think the police department deserves any more money. That money should be going to schools, to community centers, anything but police right now. That money is being wasted on people's lives, basically. So I think this could be so much better placed in, again, educational purposes and communities that actually need the money and not have to have continued to show that they do not deserve the respect that they are thinking that they do. Thank you. Hi, my name is Coleman Fitzgerald. I'm a Fulton County resident, and I do not think the police department deserves any more money. That money should be going to schools, to community centers, anything but police right now. That money is being wasted on people's lives, basically. So I think this could be so much better placed in, again, educational purposes and communities that actually need the money and not have to have continued to show that they do not deserve the respect that they are thinking that they do. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Hannah Parks, and I'm a resident of Grant Park. I'm calling to express my disagreement and concern with today's proposal to cut $1.2 million from the executive office. Atlanta already has a human trafficking problem, a large homeless population, and countless other issues that will only worsen from this cut. I'm also calling for the city council to defund the police. The money used for unnecessary bonuses, military-style training, and deadly weapons that lead to innocent lives being taken would be put to better use anywhere but with the APD. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Mike Hashimoto. I live in the Lindbergh neighborhood of Atlanta, and I'm asking that you please do not increase the police budget today and you defund the police. Thank you.
My name is Nigel Campbell. I am calling with regards to the proposed fiscal year 2021 budget. When I reviewed this year's budget and previous year's budgets, it's apparent to me that the city of Atlanta and its leadership is more concerned with maintaining law and order than they are with alleviating the economic conditions that lead to what we've kind of seen over the past few weeks. When I see that we're actually increasing the amount being allocated to law enforcement, it's very apparent to me that city leadership is more concerned about maintaining law and order than they are with preventing the extrajudicial killings by APD. The Wendy's downtown, that can be replaced. Lights cannot. So I am asking the city council to reconsider the proposed $12 million increase to the police department. Police budget is already 1/3 of the general budget for the entire city. Thank you.
My name is Sarah, Sarah, Hill, Hill.
I live at 3210 West Andrews Drive, Northwest, and I'm calling about today's budget meeting. I urge you, in light of the most recent events, to increase the budget allocated to the police department. We need higher salaries for these men and women. We need greater training. We need post-traumatic stress consultations for them. And we need more community interaction, which can only happen if we have more policemen. I know their morale is quite low now. We need to give them help, and we need to keep our community much safer than it has been. Thank you.
My name is Laura Keel. I reside in Cascade Springs. This call is to demand to defund the police. Rather than small-scale reforms, this call is instead to reinvest back into the communities. Defunding the police means reducing police budget and power on a local and state level and directly investing that money into poor communities of color through public, human-centered services. Education, healthcare, housing, and opportunity. Police budgets are consistently increasing while community and public institutions are getting slashed. Their budgets are getting slashed, like schools, hospitals, and libraries. This leads to infrastructure in poor communities to deteriorate. Police are then out there to, in quote, solve every problem instead of solving the root causes. Redirected and reinvested public funds can uplift these communities while also reducing crime and increasing safety. Studies show that crime is a response to social conditions. So by defunding the police and redirecting the money into communities, violent crime is reduced and communities are uplifted. We need counselors in schools instead of police officers. We need to provide adequate housing instead of policing the homeless. We need to provide economic opportunities and trauma services to youth instead of policing gangs. We need to have a functioning mental health system outside of jails and prisons, and so much more. Endless studies show that a living wage, access to health services and treatment, educational opportunities, and housing are much more effective than police or jails. I demand mayors and city councils reject city budgets with expanded militarized. I demand mayors to de-escalate police forces. I demand we defund the police. We need wellness in our communities. Thank you.